for the interpretation team, if we could please do a quick sound check on the English channel, just a 10 count.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven,
Test,
eight,
test,
nine,
1, 2,
10.
3. This is the interpretation. Test 1, test 2, test 3 on the English channel.
Thank you very much. And on the French channel, just a 10 count. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Good morning, everyone. As we approach 9 o'clock, we're going to start in about a minute. So please take your seat and get ready for this morning's meeting. We'll be starting momentarily. Thank you. Good. Okay, good morning, everyone. We'd like to begin. I'd like to call us to order, please. This is a joint meeting this morning of the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee, along with Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. Today, we're here to consider the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure Bylaw report, which is the only item on our agenda today. City of Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe First Nation people, the original inhabitants and stewards of these lands. We honor and respect our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit brothers and sisters. At this time, I'd like to ask the committee coordinator to take a roll call, please.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Skalski.
Here.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning.
Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Gower. Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Conseillère Plante.
Allô.
Councillor Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Vice Chair Hill.
Here.
Chair Turney.
Here.
Chair Brockington.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have quorum.
Great, thank you very much. So colleagues, I'm joined by my co-chair for today, Chair Tierney, who will serve as a vice chair for the procedure, along with members of both committees. I'd like to welcome Ryan Perreault, the General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services, and Alan Gontier, General Manager of Public Works, who are here with us with their teams as well. As a reminder, following staff's completion of a feasibility assessment, Council directed staff last May to develop a bylaw addressing vulnerable social infrastructure in our city. This direction included a number of prescribed considerations for staff to incorporate. So before we begin today, I would like to outline a process for our delegations. We're going to have a staff presentation in just a few minutes. Before I call on our delegations, there are a number of motions and/or directions. I would like to have them read in advance of the public delegation so the public will know what delegations and/or directions are being considered. They won't be debated at that time. I'll just simply ask the mover to move their item. and then we'll get into our delegations. And at present time, we have 38 registered delegates for today. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes to address the committee. I will provide a 1-minute warning when your time is near the end. And once your remarks conclude, members of council may ask you questions. So when I call your name, I will also identify the next speaker on the list so that the next person can get prepared to make their presentation. All comments, whether you're a delegate or even a member of the joint committee, please ensure your comments today are relevant to the item before the committee, and that all participants today conduct themselves respectfully throughout the meeting. So with that, I would now like to turn the floor over to General Manager Perot to begin with the staff presentation before we discuss the motions and directions. So General Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Joint Committee. Today we are presenting a proposed safe access bylaw designed to ensure residents could safely access essential services while preserving the right to peaceful demonstration. This bylaw responds directly to Council's direction and to what we heard from the community. A clear expectation that we protect access to critical social infrastructure while respecting fundamental freedoms, including freedom of expression, assembly, and association. At its core, this is a targeted and proportionate approach. It establishes limited, clearly defined access zones around designated facilities with appropriate time limits and exemptions so that demonstrations can continue to be seen and heard without compromising safe access. If approved, this bylaw would give police and bylaw officers practical tools to de-escalate situations early through notices and fines before situations reach the threshold of criminal enforcement. I want to thank staff for their careful and thoughtful work in developing this bylaw. The regulatory framework reflects extensive public consultation and a deliberate effort to balance competing rights and interests. Je tiens également à remercier mon collègue Alain Gontier.
I also want to thank my colleague Alain Gontier, who's the general manager at the Public Works Department, and his team for their collaboration.
Key role in supporting demonstration activity across the city, coordinating with organizers, city departments, and the Ottawa Police Service to help ensure safety, maintain mobility, and protect access to emergency services. Their traffic management unit, in particular, works collaboratively with community partners and has supported more than 300 demonstrations over the past 2 years. This report reflects a whole City of Ottawa effort, including close collaboration with Ottawa Police Service and the Ottawa Police Services Board, legal services, and many departments across the city. We appreciate their partnership in helping ensure this framework is both practical and enforceable. Le rapport fait suite à la motion adoptée par Conseil.
This follows a direction by Council in 2025 to protect the safe access to social and vulnerable social infrastructure.
Over to Samantha Montreuil, our interim manager of public policy development, to walk you through the findings and recommendations in more detail. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Perrault, et merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Chair.
Next slide, please. To start our presentation, we thought it would be helpful to share some background and context. On June 9th, 2023, there was a protest and counter-protest at Broadview Public School. Students witnessed angry confrontations, were exposed to hateful rhetoric, forced to stay indoors, and required alternate transportation arrangements to get safely home. During the consultations conducted as part of this review, staff heard that the protests that day interfered with the ability of students and staff to safely access the school and its ability to operate. At the same time, the 2023 to 2026 Bylaw Review Work Plan was being considered by the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee. The review of the Special Events Bylaw, which included a review of demonstration regulations, was approved in the plan for completion in 2025. While much of the discussion around demonstrations was related to the Freedom Convoy, the Broadview protests were also raised as a point of concern by councillors and members of the public. Then, in late September 2024, there was a protest at the Soloway Jewish Community Centre. The protest was in response to a controversial event occurring at the community centre. This protest caused significant issues for the adjacent long-term care facility and daycare centre, impacting access to and the operations of these facilities. During our consultations, we heard from administration of the facility that the use of sound amplification had particularly harmful impacts on the residents of the long-term care facility, including several with advanced dementia. There was also a dangerous incident involving protesters and a motor vehicle. Ces manifestations, à l'instar de celles qui ont eu lieu
This demonstration, like the ones that took place at Broadview Public School and at the Jewish Community Center, Soloway, affected the social infrastructure and raised concern regarding the safety of the people. Council asked staff to review the current regulation on demonstrations to see if it was appropriate and efficient.
Other municipalities began enacting safe access bylaws in various forms, including Vaughan, Brampton, Oakville, and Toronto. At its meeting on October 30th, 2024, Council directed staff to undertake a feasibility assessment for developing a bylaw to protect vulnerable social infrastructure in conjunction with the Special Events Bylaw review. This was presented in May 2025. The feasibility study recommended that such a bylaw should only be considered following a comprehensive policy review, including research and review of the legal implications and consultation with affected departments, owners and operators of social infrastructure, community organizations, advocacy groups, and members of the public. Council directed staff to proceed with a full review and to develop a draft bylaw that incorporated specific criteria as explained in the background section of the report. A summary of that direction and how those elements have been incorporated into the draft bylaw presented today is attached as document 2 to the staff report. This brings us to the bylaw we're bringing forward today. As directed, the staff report includes a draft bylaw that addresses each element of Council's direction, informed by research and consultation and legal advice. Le rapport du personnel comprend un projet de
The
règlement
staff report includes a regulation based on the direction of Council and legal opinion.
I'll invite Jared Riley, bylaw review specialist, to provide an overview of the draft Safe Access Bylaw.
Thank you, Chair. Safe access to health, education, and social services contributes to the economic and social well-being of the municipality and the quality of life of residents. This is why Council directed staff to develop a bylaw that prohibits demonstrations within a defined distance of vulnerable social infrastructure. Next slide, please. Further indicating that vulnerable social infrastructure may include, but is not limited to, places of worship, schools, hospitals, long-term care, and congregate care facilities. The draft Safe Access Bylaw applies to these facilities as directed and further recommends that child care centers and integrated community health centers be included in the definition of social infrastructure. Child care centers have been impacted by protests at neighboring or co-located facilities and have been added to the recommended list based on staff research and interest holder input. We also note that of approximately 450 childcare facilities in Ottawa, 247 are located within public schools, 8 within private schools, and 21 within places of worship. The other addition to the list of recommended facilities is integrated community health centers. These facilities provide primary care, health promotion, illness prevention, and other vital social services to vulnerable populations throughout the city. Protests against programs at these facilities, such as vaccination clinics, serve as a barrier for those seeking to access those services and undermines their health and well-being. Next slide, please. The draft Safe Access Bylaw responds to Council's direction by creating authority for the General Manager of Public Works to establish 50-meter safe access zones on municipal lands around designated social infrastructure within which demonstrations may not occur. This recommendation follows analysis of case law and evaluation of how distance impairs expression. This distance allows demonstrators to be seen and heard while providing for safe access to social infrastructure facilities for staff and clients. The proposed safe access zones would extend 50 meters from any access point where a private right-of-way, like a walkway or a driveway, joins the public right-of-way, extending on the right-of-way and all municipal lands for 50 meters in every direction. These safe access zones would be in effect for a period of 1 hour before the facility opens to the public until 1 hour after it is closed. For 24-hour facilities like hospitals, the safe access zones would always be in effect. Staff are recommending an application-based system so that the regulations are only applied where a facility has expressed concern about demonstrations hindering safe access to the facility and has requested the establishment of safe access zones. I'll pause here to just quickly explain what you're seeing on the screen. The building with the teddy bear on it is a daycare center, and behind it you can see a parking lot. The two orange bars represent the access points to the facility, the walkway to the front entrance and the driveway to the parking lot. The dotted lines represent a 50-meter radius, and the yellow area represents the safe access area that is established. You will note that the yellow safe access area is only the municipal right-of-way, as this bylaw does not apply to private property. Private property is protected by the Trespass to Property Act and all other applicable laws and bylaws. Le projet de règlement interdit les manifestations à moins de 50
This
mètres
bylaw
des installations désignées
applies
et
to the
interdit d'entrevenir
designated
l'accès aux
installations
installations et
and
autres
the
zones.
safe access
The
zones.
bylaw would further prohibit hindering or obstructing movement into or out of the safe access zone or the facility. Additional offenses are included for hindering a person with a mobility device or a service animal. It would also be an offense to counsel someone not to attend the facility from within the 50-meter safe access zone. Discharging fireworks and pyrotechnics like smoke canisters and flares is also prohibited in these areas. The bylaw includes an offense for causing unusual noise to disturb the peace and comfort of persons within the designated facility, and this offense is not tied to the safe access zones, so the noise source could be from anywhere. Le règlement interdit l'utilisation d'engins pyrotechniques.
The bylaw prohibits the use of fireworks and pyrotechnics that could disturb people within these facilities.
Signs, and the bylaw includes offenses for improperly installing, altering, or removing those signs. A list of safe access zones will also be provided on ottawa.ca, and site plans showing safe access areas will be available for city staff and police to assist with on-scene management and coordination with protest groups. The draft bylaw would work in tandem with the recently adopted highway events bylaw and the regulations for demonstrations on the right-of-way, as well as the use of care roads bylaw and other laws and bylaws to help maintain public safety and provide for access to social infrastructure. Next slide, please. As directed by Council, the bylaw exempts labor protest. Les manifestations syndicales ont été exemptées
Union demonstration will follow the council instructions.
The General Manager of Public Works to modify safe access zones to provide for demonstrations at government facilities or embassies in the immediate area and to direct marches around or through safe access zones in a manner that maintains safe access to the facility. Staff and legal advice note the importance of this provision for minimizing impairment on the ability to conduct this type of demonstration. You can see on the screen how a safe access zone may be modified so as to provide for safe access to the daycare without limiting the ability to protest at the neighboring embassy. The offenses and penalties that accompany this bylaw will be in line with other city bylaws, such as the highway events bylaw, ranging between $150 and $500 for tickets, with a maximum judicial penalty limited to $5,000. The draft bylaw has been developed through consultation with the Ottawa Police Service Board, the Ottawa Police Service, and Bylaw and Regulatory Services, among others. Ongoing collaboration will be coordinated through Public Works as the liaison between Ottawa Police and City Services for demonstration response. Throughout the development process, staff have monitored developments in other jurisdictions and the courts. Legislation such as Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, if enacted, would be complementary to this bylaw. The draft bylaw addresses behaviors that impact safe access without wading into determinations of what speech or symbols are unlawful. This is to incorporate charter considerations and concerns expressed by councillors and community members about impartiality and minimizing the need for individual judgment calls by enforcement personnel with respect to the content or messages of a specific demonstration. Should Council enact this bylaw, staff are recommending an in-force date of August 1st, 2026.
This
bylaw would not prevent demonstration organized in front of public buildings or embassies, nor parades going by in front of a building. Offenses and penalties are in line with other bylaws, and the maximum fines are $5,000. Fines for provincial would be administered by the provincial court, but we will recommend fines of $150 to $500 for notice of fine. If this is carried by Council, it should come into force on August 1st, 2026.
One of the key policy considerations for this bylaw was the recommended size of the proposed safe access zones. So we wanted to take a moment to explain how we arrived at 50 meters. The key consideration for the size and nature of safe access zones is that they have to be no larger than necessary to provide for safe access. This is that important Section 1 test under the Charter, the Oaks test, and the issue of proportionality, where the limit imposed must impair the right of freedom no more than is reasonably necessary to accomplish the objective. Larger bubbles present more risk of being determined to be out of proportion and therefore unconstitutional. Smaller bubbles are likely to achieve minimal impairment, but may not be large enough to achieve the objective of providing for safe access. So it is a question of balance. And to assess this, staff began by assessing the impact of distance on the ability to communicate a message as part of a demonstration. Generally, from 20 meters, speech at a normal speaking volume is clearly audible for persons with typical hearing, and signs with printing at least 5 centimeters high are legible for persons with typical vision or corrected vision. From 50 meters, a person would have to shout to be heard, particularly if there's ambient noise like heavy traffic. And signs with printing at least 5 centimeters high are legible for 13 centimeters high at 50 meters. From 80 meters, a person would require a sound amplification device to be heard in most urban settings, and print-on signs would need to be at least 20 centimeters high to be legible. And of course, the further away you are, there can be more issues with line of sight, ambient noise, weather, and other factors that can inhibit the ability to communicate. These impacts have to be balanced with the rights of facility patrons and staff to access facilities and services and the rights of the surrounding community, recognizing that larger safe access zones risk pushing demonstrations further into surrounding residential neighborhoods. We also considered the impact that larger safe access zones have on scene management. Larger zones create a larger scene to be managed, and this may require more staff, more barricades when they need to be deployed, and it can cause broader impacts on the transportation network. We also took guidance from legal counsel and previous court decisions, including the 2 key rulings regarding bubble zones. The Spratt decision upheld the concept of bubble zones as they relate to abortion clinics and provides a roadmap for the Section 1 test under the Charter. The size of the bubble zones in the BC legislation were 20 meters around a doctor's office, 50 meters around an abortion clinic, and 150 meters around the homes of abortion providers. The second decision, the Dealman decision, related to an injunction against abortion protests in Ontario. In this case, the judge reduced the size of the bubble zones from 152 meters down to an 18-meter zone prohibiting anti-abortion demonstrations and a 49-meter zone prohibiting persistent unwanted communication or following someone within 10 feet. Finally, staff consulted extensively with interest holders and the broader community to help inform this assessment. Next slide, please. The staff report and supporting documents 3 and 4 detail our research, our outreach and consultation process and outcomes. More than 9,100 unique visitors logged on to our Gauge Ottawa page, and more than 2,600 responses were provided for a questionnaire and our quick polls. Staff also commissioned a random sample survey to gauge citywide opinions, and we invited more than 300 community organizations to participate in consultations, and we are thankful for all of the organizations that came forward to share their views and experiences. We also consulted with other jurisdictions and internal and external legal counsel, and staff from the solicitor's office are available today to answer your questions. Finally, we consulted with individual councillors to understand your unique ward concerns and to help identify potential interest holders. Next slide, please. This concludes the staff presentation, and we will stand by to address your questions following public delegations. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much to our staff for the presentation this morning. Obviously, you've put some significant effort into the research, outreach, and consultation that has shaped your recommendation before us, so thank you. To members of the Joint Committee, I'll just draw, in addition to the delegations we'll hear this morning, there have been a number of written submissions that have been provided and are in the shared drive for your review. I would like to inform everyone that at 10:55 this morning, we will break for approximately 20 minutes. There's another event happening today that a number of joint members would like to attend, so we'll take a brief recess at 10:55 or thereabouts. We do plan to break for lunch. It will be a brief lunch break or approximately 20 minutes, again around 12:30. We have one motion in 2 directions that I would like to call on our colleagues now to read on the record, so members of the public, before they speak, are aware of what the motion and directions are. And then we'll get into delegations. And for delegates who are here, if you're not aware what order you're in, we have 38 delegates who will be speaking today. A member of the city clerk staff sitting by the door has the list. So if you're not sure where you are on the list, you can go and see the gentleman there. And if you're not familiar with City Hall, there are washrooms just outside this door on the right that you're welcome to use when needed. Okay, so the motion and 2 directions. So I'll call on Councillor Devine to read his motion on the record.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas Council recognizes the importance of protecting safe access to vulnerable social infrastructure, including schools, places of worship, healthcare facilities, and care homes, and affirms that specific conduct, such as intimidation, harassment, obstruction, and violence, are unacceptable and should be firmly addressed. And whereas Council's original direction to staff emphasized that the scope of the bylaw should be narrowly tailored to avoid infringement on charter rights, and that protective zones should not apply to demonstrations that are not specifically directed at a protected facility, and whereas the draft Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw contains multiple conduct-based prohibitions, such as obstruction, interference, intimidation, noise, that are directly connected to the objective of safe access, and whereas Section 17(2)A of the draft bylaw goes materially further by stating that within a safe access zone, no person shall conduct or participate in a demonstration, regardless of whether such activity would impede safe access, and whereas other safe access bylaws adopted in Ontario regulate specific forms of harmful conduct or targeted expression that impede access, while Ottawa's draft bylaw prohibits demonstrations or protests as a category within a safe access zone, regardless of conduct or targeting, and whereas Council is mindful of its obligation to ensure that any limits on freedom of expression and peaceful assembly imposed by municipal bylaw are reasonable, demonstrably justified, and capable of meeting the requirements of Section 1 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including the test set out in RV Oaks. And whereas a categorical prohibition on demonstrations, rather than a prohibition targeted at conduct that interferes with access, significantly increases the risk that the bylaw would fail the minimal impairment and proportionality requirements of the Oaks analysis, And whereas the city's own public engagement shows strong support for protecting access and preventing intimidation or harassment, while also showing broad public acceptance of lawful, peaceful protest activities. And whereas Council wishes to ensure that the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw protects users of community facilities and remains consistent with Council's direction, the consultation record, and constitutional requirements. Therefore, be it resolved that the draft Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw be amended by deleting the content of Section 17.2a, thereby removing the prohibition that no person shall conduct or participate in a demonstration within a safe access zone.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Devine, for reading that on the record. The next two look like motions, but they're both directions as discussed with staff. So Councillor Plante, read your direction, and then Councillor Johnson.
Whereas Bill C9, an act to amend the criminal code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, is currently before Senate in second reading. Therefore, be it resolved that once Bill C9 receives royal assent and any attendant regulations are in place, staff be directed to examine the bylaw to ensure it is consistent and continues to be complementary, not overlapping. And be it further resolved that staff also be directed to monitor the legal environment pending any future court decisions that will have an impact on this bylaw and advise council immediately through their assessment if it would impact the City of Ottawa's ability to successfully defend the bylaw if a challenge was brought forward. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you as well. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. That staff be directed to report back to Council in Q4 2028 following 2 years of implementation of the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw, with the report to include but not be limited to the following: number of protected facilities, number of protests at protected facilities, bylaw service requests to protected facilities, number type both annually and tied to demonstrations, number of notices of infractions issued under the bylaw, number of demonstrations, cost of response, complaints or service requests as indicators of localized impacts to social infrastructure in the surrounding communities due to the implementation of the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any other motions or directions at this time from members? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Doesn't mean you can't, but we'd like to have them sooner rather than later to get them written and out there in the public. Okay, it's time now for delegations. So like I said, we have 38 delegates registered. Karen Galden is first, followed by Mark Sandler. Are you Ms. Galden?
Good morning.
Good morning to you. So all delegates have up to 5 minutes. At the 1 minute mark, I'll just simply chime in and say 1 minute.
Thank you. I will start my timer. My name is Karen Galden. I'm a lawyer with Goldblatt Partners, and I'm here today representing the Ontario Council of Hospital Unions, a provincial council of CUPE that I will refer to as OCHU. OCHU member locals represent approximately 45,000 workers employed in hospitals and long-term care facilities throughout the province, including staff at the Montfort, Queensway Carleton, Elizabeth Bruyère and Royal Ottawa Hospitals and the Pearly Rideau Veterans Health Centre, amongst others. On OCHU's behalf, we ask this committee to recommend against approval of the proposed bylaw. The proposed bylaw curtails vital charter rights, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of association that are guaranteed to all in Canada, subject to carefully calibrated limits. These charter rights are essential to a free and democratic society. They allow for vulnerable community members to come together through collective action to correct imbalances of power, thus animating other essential charter values like equality, human dignity, and respect for minorities. Allow me to explain why OCHU is so concerned about this bylaw, and I will say here that OCHU will ask the courts to protect these charter rights from the application of this bylaw to its members if it is passed. OCHU's memberships work at the very healthcare facilities targeted by this proposed bylaw, 85% of whom are women and who are disproportionately racialized. They have been affected by the recent harmful or hateful protest activities. Despite this, OCHU's members oppose the proposed bylaws, and we believe that police have all the powers that they need to protect individuals and institutions under the criminal code. Why? OCHU's members are denied the legal right to strike under the Hospital Labor Disputes Arbitrations Act. Let me repeat this. This is an important point. OCHU members do not have the right to strike because of provincial legislation mandating alternative mechanisms to resolve collective bargaining disputes without any interruption of care for hospital patients. This means accordingly that the exclusion in Section 3 of the draft bylaw for labor union strikes under the provincial and federal labor relations legislation has no application to the healthcare workers represented by OCHU. In addition, OCHU members regularly participate in demonstrations outside of hospitals or long-term care facilities for issues such as cuts in funding or the privatization of services. Staff from the Ottawa Hospital picketed outside the Riverside campus regularly for a year to protest the privatization of surgeries. Numerous protests have been held at Elizabeth Bruyere, Royal Ottawa Hospital, and Pearly Rideau Veterans Health Centre over cuts to funding and staffing and the impact on patient-resident care. These protests have nothing to do with collective bargaining or what may be characterized by your draft bylaw very broadly as a labor dispute. This bylaw now risks taking even more of these workers' expressive activity away. It also imposes a very narrow and conservative view of the role of trade unions, contrary to guiding jurisprudence from the Supreme Court. Section 3 provides, nonetheless, that information pickets or activities related to labor disputes are exempt from the proposed bylaw. This wording is unclear. It also does not, on its face, expressly capture the many demonstrations that might be undertaken by OCHU members, as I have just described. As drafted, your proposed bylaw prohibits conducting or participating in a demonstration. I apologize, Councillor. I believe you have suggested that this no longer be part of the bylaw, and we would endorse that. This broad prohibition on protest will likely result in overzealous enforcement, and this would have a disproportionate effect on OCHU members who are largely women and racialized, who are already particularly vulnerable to the threats and risks of additional law enforcement mechanisms, and who may choose as a result to avoid exercising their charter rights to participate in demonstrations as a result of your bylaw. I'll conclude with a point that I think is important also for this committee to appreciate, which is that since the inception of this proposed bylaw, OCHU has raised its concerns about the impacts on the charter rights of its members with your staff, with councillors, yet the city's proposed bylaw fails to address the distinct realities of healthcare workers with reduced civil liberties already due to provincial legislation. The materials provided to the committee in anticipation, if I may just take 3 more sentences.
Very briefly, please.
Thank you. The materials provided to the committee in anticipation of today's discussion similarly fails to acknowledge those realities. I have reviewed them. They make only scant reference to the protection of lawful labor strikes. As I have reiterated throughout, that is not a right that these OCHU members possess. We thus have doubts that in drafting this proposed bylaw, the City of Ottawa has understood why expressive activities in lieu of the right to strike and to protest with the aim of affecting government policies is crucial to OCHU's memberships. This committee should either abandon the bylaw entirely or exempt hospitals and long-term care facilities from its application. Thank you for your flexibility.
Thank you. We do have a question for you from my colleague, Councillor Troster.
Hi, Karen. Thanks so much for being here. So my understanding is the intent was not to impact labor strikes or protests of any kind by healthcare workers against their own facilities. So I'm just wondering if you had any language suggestions that might make the carve-out apply to your members, because that was the intention. And I understand the position that the union is taking. It's one I'm very concerned about. We also heard, though, from a lot of healthcare workers, for example, during the convoy, who were unable to access clients, unable to provide personal support workers for people with disabilities who were trapped in their apartments. So that is what we're trying to protect against. Also, during the COVID pandemic, who couldn't enter their workplace because of anti-vaccine protests, getting right in their faces and blocking entrance to the facility. So is there a way that you could see making that carve out apply in a meaningful way to the healthcare workers that you represent? Could the language exempt workers in who work within these facilities themselves. I also had some concerns about the terms around legal labor dispute, because I understand that that doesn't apply to everyone.
With respect to the immense amount of work that staff have done on this bylaw, my suggestion is that you would have to go back to the drawing board on a labor exemption, because there simply isn't the amount of nuance here that is required to capture labor relations activity. For example, the provincial legislation at issue here, the Labor Relations Act, does not define what a labor dispute is. So one of the questions that we would have is, who are you leaving that definition to? Is it to your bylaw officers? Is it, to municipal staff? So there's a number of nuances that are missing from this exemption. And rather than suggest that it could be fine-tuned here before you at the table, I think sort of going back and putting the correct amount of pieces together, such as the application of HILDA, which prevents, OCHU workers from striking, such as, again, this definitional uncertainty around labor dispute, and starting over again around that exemption.
Okay, I appreciate that. With all due respect, that's not going to happen. But should this bylaw make it through this committee, it will take time before it comes to council. So there is some time to fix that labor carve-out piece, and I'm already receiving messages from members of this committee who want to get it right. So I just want to say I really appreciate you being here. What is the union's perspective, though, on the issue of obstruction of healthcare facilities, during the convoy or by anti-vaccine protesters? Because we heard from a lot of healthcare workers who were incredibly distressed and unable to enter their workplace. Is there another suggestion that you have?
I mean, OCHU's position has been that fundamentally we have to respect the charter, we have to respect the appropriate balance in regards to charter rights around expression and association, and that the police have the tools that they already require to enforce criminal code provisions against undue activity outside of these facilities. I have to tell you, OCHU is absolutely clear about this, and that's because of the value of expressive activity to its members.
Okay, thank you for being here. I appreciate your perspective, and I know a number of us are taking it quite seriously. I think we want to get the labor carve-out right if this bylaw does pass. So expect to hear more on that either today or before council, but your perspective is really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation. I appreciate that you raised the term lack of nuance. And that's not a comment on anyone, but we here, decision makers, legislators, municipalities across Canada are in uncharted waters. Ottawa, with its draft bylaw, is further in uncharted waters than any other city. I'll speak later on to what I always like to address, which is the unintended consequences of actions that may lack nuance, including unintended consequences on the labor exemptions. Now, if I understand it correctly, you're seeking to make changes, either, go back to the drawing board entirely, but if I understood.
Or carve out hospital and healthcare institute, as Toronto has done, for example.
Correct.
That's right.
But obviously, you prepared your remarks before you heard the motion I read in.
Yes.
And I think I got a sense that you were supportive of what that change would do. Can I just be certain here? So if, as you understand it, my motion seeks to just remove that one item, that one thing that prohibits demonstrations in a safe access zone. May I understand, while I completely understand that there are other flaws and issues in this bylaw, with the passing of my motion, with the removal of prohibition on conducting or participating in a demonstration, would that address at least some of your concerns?
It certainly would. It would reduce, I think, some of the concerns that we have about enforcement, for sure. But I don't think it then otherwise addresses the concerns that we have about the chilling effect, for example, that this bylaw would have on the expressive activity of our membership.
No doubt at all. Like I said, later on I will speak to unintended consequences, but I do appreciate the fact that it would at least have some material impact. Can I ask you, I'm going to ask this question of several delegates, I think, who do you think might be the person, the community, the individual that is most likely impacted by this bylaw as written?
Well, people who already disproportionately receive, undue law enforcement.
So the
People who-
marginalized will become more
Exactly.
marginalized.
Yes. People who are already most likely, for structural reasons that we well understand, be asked to answer to law enforcement officers.
And I will never assume that is staff's or council's intention, but like I said, unintended consequences, as you say, the marginalized will become even more marginalized by this bylaw.
Well, that's why I think, just to be clear, one of OCHU's concerns here is that they're not only prospective impacts on its membership in terms of, section 2B and 2D charter rights, but that there are equality implications, section 15 implications for its membership as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for your delegation this morning. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
I'll call on Mark Sandler, followed by Richard Robertson. Online? Okay. I understand, Mr. Sandler, you're online. Is he being promoted up? Yes? Okay.
Let's see if that's better.
Good
Can
morning,
you hear me
sir.
now?
Yes, you have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. As you know, I'm the chair of the Alliance of Canadians Combating Anti-Semitism, and I was privileged to appear before this committee on the prior occasion when we discussed some of the legal issues that arise in connection with bubble legislation. So I will be brief here, but welcome any questions that have to do with the nuances of the legislation or its specific language or the motion that's been brought by Councillor Devine. Briefly, as you will recall, I hope from my previous deputation, I'm supportive of the need of bubble legislation at the municipal level, if not at the provincial level. And I made the case for why, in my view, carefully crafted bubble legislation withstands constitutional scrutiny. I'm hoping in the course of today's discussion, greater attention will be paid to the decision of the British Columbia Court of Appeal in Spratt, which is a decision that is referred to in your staff report, and in relation to which leave to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada was denied. So it represents a seminal decision on the constitutionality of carefully crafted bubble legislation, although that was done in the context of access to abortion services. And there were three key points that were made by the court in Spratt that resonate with the issues that you are debating today. Again, without getting into too much detail at this point, first of all, the court carefully considers the argument that it is unconstitutional to include activity that is so-called peaceful, in other words, peaceful protest. And it rejects that distinction between peaceful and non-peaceful as a basis for constitutionality. And it explains why, and I'm prepared to elaborate upon that if questioned. Second of all, it makes a very important point that those receiving the message that protesters give should be free to avoid the message if they so choose. In other words, it addresses the notion of captive audience, which is an important consideration when you evaluate the merits of the bubble legislation that's proposed to you. And the third, it makes the point that bubble legislation appropriately crafted does not ban content, but instead simply addresses the location and time of content that can otherwise be fully expressed. And in my respectful view, the legislation that has been drafted for your consideration has taken into consideration a number of the important criteria that will impact on whether or not this legislation survives constitutional scrutiny based upon freedom of speech, assembly, and association. One more point that I would make in the context of 5 minutes, but again, would love to elaborate upon any of these points in response to questions, and that's this, that the issue's been raised, and I certainly understand it, as to the impact that federal legislation has upon these issues. And I want to make what I hope to be a critically important point, and that is that when we deal with criminal legislation, such as the Combating Hate Act, and I appeared before the House of Commons committee in relation to the constitutionality and other considerations of the federal legislation, criminal law is very different than bubble legislation. Whatever criminal laws are passed in relation to this issue are not a substitute for bubble legislation, because bubble legislation is designed to be preventative. In other words, if you craft bubble legislation that requires proof in advance.
1 minute.
Thank you. Requires proof in advance that the conduct intimidates or obstructs access, we're missing the point of the exercise. The point of bubble legislation is to minimally intrude upon charter rights by preventing intimidation and obstruction before it takes place. And that's an important distinction, which explains why federal legislation, even if passed in the Senate in relation to Bill C-9, will not impact upon the need for and desirability of the bubble legislation that you are considering today. That exhausts my 5 minutes, and I'm certainly be delighted to answer any questions about the scope of the legislation and its nuances.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation. There is a question from Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you very much for delegating today, Mr. Sandler. I will ask the question that we heard from our previous delegate. Could you speak from your perspective on the Section 3 component of this bylaw, which identifies that this bylaw does not apply to labor union strike, information pickets, or activities related to a labor dispute under the Labor Relations Act 1995 or Federal Public Sector Labor Relations Act? Is that sufficient from a legal perspective in order to allow that carve out for labor concerns as it pertains to the bubble zone legislation?
So thank you for that question. And I don't pretend to be a labor expert, but I have to say it is important in my view that trade unions who otherwise do not have the right to strike, as articulated by the prior delegee, have the opportunity to do so, and that the distinction should not be drawn for the purposes of this legislation between those who have the right to strike and those who do not. In other words, I do suggest that before the bill makes its way to council, that consideration be given to some adjustment in the language of the labor exemption to make sure that it does indeed embrace the ability, for example, of healthcare workers to express the kinds of concerns that were articulated by the prior delegee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandler. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Sandler, thank you for your delegation this morning. Thank you. Next, we will call on Richard Robertson, then Thomas Dedman. And I believe Mr. Robertson is online as well.
Hello, Mr. Chair, if you can hear me. I'm having a hard time turning my video on. Is it acceptable to the committee if I proceed without video?
Yes, please, no problem. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Richard Robertson. I'm B'nai B'rith Canada's Director of Research and Advocacy. B'nai B'rith is the country's oldest human rights organization. Our organization, which was established in 1875, is dedicated to eradicating racism, anti-Semitism, and hatred in all of its forms, and championing the rights of the marginalized. I'm here today to speak in support of the adoption of item number 3.1 on the agenda, the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure Bylaw, and to offer a few ameliorative amendments. Canada's Jewish community is under attack, suffering through a crisis of anti-Semitism. Since 2022, anti-Semitic incidents have increased nationally by over 124%. Amidst this rise in hate, Jewish institutions in Ottawa that would have been protected under the bylaw have been the targets of caustic protests. In recent weeks, Jewish houses of worship, and Jewish institutions in this province have been targeted with gunfire, underscoring the vulnerability of our communal institutions and the pressing need to further insulate them. The right of Ottawa's residents to access vulnerable infrastructure must be protected. The right of every resident to enter and make use of such infrastructure must not be treated as secondary to the rights of nefarious actors to engage in nuisance protests. The right to peaceful assembly does not include the right to intimidate, harass, obstruct, or otherwise compromise the ability of others to exercise their own rights and freedoms. These rights are not absolute and must not be seen as paramount in comparison to other constitutionally entrenched and quasi-constitutional rights. The constitutional validity of analogous legislation has been affirmed by provincial legislatures and the courts. It is B'nai B'rith Canada's submission that this is demonstrative of the ability to protect vulnerable social infrastructure without unreasonably limiting or infringing upon constitutional rights. In the case of R.V. Spratt, the British Columbia Court of Appeal unanimously upheld the constitutionality of British Columbia's Access to Abortion Services Act. Similarly, in February 2025, the Safe Access to Abortion Services Act was proclaimed in Manitoba to protect access to abortion services. It creates safe zones around clinics and places that provide these services, protecting both people accessing and providing abortions. Multiple municipalities in Canada have passed vulnerable infrastructure bylaws. B'nai B'rith Canada participated in the respective consultation processes and is well positioned to provide input on the successful elements of these bylaws. Although we support the adoption of the bylaw, it is B'nai B'rith Canada's opinion that a 100-meter buffer zone is most effective. This buffer zone would be in line with that utilized by the majority of municipalities that have already adopted vulnerable infrastructure legislation, including the City of Calgary, City of Vaughan, and City of Brampton. We also support the removal of Section 17.2 of the draft bylaw. In addition, B'nai B'rith Canada supports the recommended amendments to Section 15.3 and Section 21.5 proposed in the submission of the Alliance of Canadians Combating Anti-Semitism. I would also like to clarify what the proposed vulnerable infrastructure legislation does not do. With the removal of Section 17.2, it would not prevent individuals from protesting, congregating, or expressing themselves within the safe access zone. It would not prima facie unreasonably infringe on human or charter rights. It would not create protest-free zones. It would not apply to labor disputes. It only prevents conduct that obstructs or hinders access to vulnerable infrastructure from occurring within the defined parameters around applicable infrastructure. It would not prevent an anti-Israel protest or any other protest from occurring anywhere in the city, provided the protest did not obstruct or hinder safe access to the vulnerable infrastructure. Any other implied consequences of the bylaw amount to inaccurate hysteria. Consideration of a municipal bylaw, contrary to the assertions of some who delegate to municipal councils on vulnerable infrastructure legislation, should be void of deliberation on foreign conflicts or geopolitical issues. A municipal committee meeting examining vulnerable infrastructure legislation is not the proper forum in which to debate the Israel-Palestine conflict or the right to protest in relation to it. Such debate is irrelevant to whether or not the municipality should act to preserve the right to safe access to vulnerable infrastructure. It is important to note that the bylaw would equally protect all the qualifying vulnerable infrastructure within the municipality. We urge committee members to support the adoption of the vulnerable social infrastructure bylaw with the recommended refinements. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your delegation this morning. I don't see any hands raised from my colleagues, so thank you very much for your delegation this morning.
Thank you.
Thomas Dedman is next, followed by Luc Chartrand. Is Mr. Dedman, are you Mr. Dedman? No. Is Mr. Dedman online? Thomas Dedman? So if we reach Mr. Dedman at a future time today, we will recognize him as a speaker. But are you Mr. Chartrand? All right, welcome, sir. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Luc Chartrand. I am a resident of Rideau Rockcliffe Ward. I wish to address only the proposed restrictions on protest near places of worship. I must first emphasize that no person should be subject to obstruction, assault, promotion of hate, or deliberate intimidation, and that declaring a protest does not exempt protesters from any law. Also, while being the subject of protest is seldom pleasant, an open exchange of ideas is critical for a thriving free society. I believe that writing laws to respond to specific events often leads to bad laws. While I understand that recent protests have left many residents feeling uneasy, I do not believe the proposed bylaw balances the affected rights. It is also not clear to me that the laws that are already on the books are not sufficient to address any problems. Notably, there is already a robust legal framework in place to address noise, traffic, trespassing, criminal harassment, disturbances to the public order, restraining orders, assault, battery, parking, mischief, etc. I am concerned that the proposed bylaw places constitutionally protected religious freedoms higher in a hierarchy of rights relative to freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. In my opinion, this hierarchy is contrary to the Oakes test as established in RV Oakes 1986. Specifically, I believe that a restriction of 50 meters from a point of access prevents protesters from effectively exercising their freedom of expression by restricting their ability to communicate their thoughts, belief, opinions in a visible, audible, and detailed manner to the specific persons for whom such communications are intended. For example, a 50-meter distance could prevent signs from being clearly visible or leaflets with more detailed information than what could be written on a sign from being handed out without coercion. The proposed restrictions effectively mean that religious freedom of persons accessing places of worship would be placed higher in a hierarchy of rights than the freedom of expression of protesters. The impairment of freedom of expression is therefore not minimal, nor is it proportional to the problem. If there is problematic behavior such as noise, obstruction, or abuse, it should be dealt with under existing laws. Also, I believe the committee and city council need to consider the potential for such a bylaw to be weaponized. There has been no lack of news stories about religious organizations and members that have acted in a manner or expressed views that were not conducive to individual or social welfare. While constitutional protections may apply to some of these actions or views, these do not extend to restricting the freedom of expression of those affected to respond effectively. My reading of the draft bylaw suggests that a person or persons who have been subjected to such abuses could be prevented by complying with the proposed bylaw from effectively confronting and calling to account their abusers. Alternatively, such victims could be subject to penalties if they opt to exercise their freedom of expression by demonstrating within a safe access zone to protest their mistreatment and communications to the authors of such mistreatment. In effect, the proposed bylaw presents an invitation for abusers to file complaints against those they have abused to silence them. It could also require the City of Ottawa to further that abuse by levying penalties on victims. Such a situation once again gives rise to the same hierarchy of rights problem as discussed above. In placing the rights of abusers above the rights of their victims, this fails the Oakes test, particularly given that the resulting harm far outweighs the benefits. Finally, while the general manager may refuse, modify, or revoke a safe access zone, I see in the draft bylaw no formal means provided for a person or group targeted by an application for a new zone to formally appeal or consult prior to its establishment. This presents an imbalance in favor of applicants, which again creates incentives for religious individuals and organizations to weaponize this bylaw against protesters and for the City of Ottawa to be complicit in such weaponization. In conclusion, I believe the proposed bylaw, while perhaps popular, is unconstitutional and that it will expose the City of Ottawa to liability and legitimate protesters to undue harm. Thank you. Happy to take any questions. Il me ferait plaisir de prendre vos questions.
Thank you for your delegation. There is a question from Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chartrand, thank you for your delegation. Also, thank you for raising the issue of what is meant to be an equal balancing of rights in Section 2 of the Charter, and that any legislation that tinkers with those is meant to achieve a balance as much as possible. And if we are out of balance, that's when we are in contravention of minimal impairment, proportionality. So thank you for raising that. You are opining, you are saying that this bylaw, as written, would create an imbalance. It would elevate the right to religious practice above the right to freedom of expression. That is your position there. May I ask you, as I've said before, there are multiple flaws with this bylaw as written. My motion seeks to remove one item. It seeks to delete section 17(2)(a), which is the categorical ban on all demonstrations within a safe access zone. While that alone would not solve the entirety of the bylaw's issues, may I ask you, in your opinion, in your concern over having a right, balancing those rights, would the removal of that clause at least make the bylaw less egregious in your opinion?
Thank you, Councillor Devine. I do believe that removing that section would go a long way towards resolving the constitutionality problem that I raise. I think the main problem is, while I agree with the second speaker, that it is the right of individuals to refuse communications. It's a two-way street. That doesn't extend to the right to prevent people from trying to communicate. And if you keep them 50 meters away, well, they can only communicate in the most cursory manner and largely in a manner that will disturb other people. So I think there's a balance to be struck. I am not saying that there is not room for a bylaw of this type. Yes, I do believe that would go a long way towards resolving the problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for your delegation this morning. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sam Hirsch, followed by Rob McDonald. Mr. Hirsch, you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm here today to speak in opposition to this bylaw, not because I don't believe in safety, but because I believe deeply in our fundamental freedoms. And I believe this bylaw, even in this apparent compromise form, puts them at risk. I'd like to agree with the previous delegate who called this bylaw preventative, as in it is meant to prevent protest, the way it is currently written. And protest is not just about what you say, it's about where you say it. Courts in Canada have been clear on this point. Freedom of expression includes the ability to reach your intended audience. In Bracken versus Fort Erie, the Ontario Court of Appeal found that restricting where someone could protest violated their rights because it prevented them from conveying their message to the people they were trying to reach. So when you move people 50 meters away from the place they're trying to be heard, you're not just regulating protests, you're fundamentally weakening it rather. I was a competitive swimmer who regularly swam for many years in 50-meter pools, still do. So I know how far that is. It's an Olympic-sized pool barrier to getting your word out, a significant hindrance to get to your intended audience. It's a blanket 50-meter exclusion zone applied broadly to schools, places of worship, childcare centers, and more, regardless of context, and more importantly, regardless of evidence. It doesn't just target obstruction or harassment. It lumps in, and this is why I would support Councillor Devine's motion, it lumps in and bans demonstrations that are described in here as an assembly of one or more persons occupying public lands for the primary purposes of expressing an opinion outright in those spaces. Peaceful, lawful, non-obstructive protest is treated under this bylaw the same as harmful conduct. And that is where this bylaw runs into serious constitutional trouble, because under the Charter, you don't get to limit fundamental freedoms unless those limits are clearly justified. And right now, that justification is missing. There is no clear evidence of a widespread pattern of violence or obstruction in the city that would warrant a measure that is this sweeping. Existing laws already address harassment, intimidation, and blocking access. I also want to speak to something that has come up in this debate, including from some councillors around this table, the idea that this is about protecting people from harm, specifically the Jewish community. As a Jewish person, I have seen the rise in anti-Semitism and have experienced it throughout my life. I know what real harm looks like. Bomb threats, vandalism, targeted hate, that's real, and it needs to be taken seriously. But we need to be very careful not to conflate harm with discomfort. Critiques of the government of Israel with actual hate targeted towards Jews and push back on the deliberate attempt to confuse support for Palestinians and opposition to Israel with anti-Semitism. It does a huge disservice to many Jewish Canadians who have stood with Palestine and contributes to a shameful culture of fear. Peaceful protest, even loud, angry, is not the same as violence or intimidation. The courts have been clear on this. People feeling uneasy or offended is not enough to justify restricting expression. And as someone who participates in some of these protests, I can tell you these spaces are not about hate. They're about political expression, about human rights, about being heard. To lump these protests in with genuinely harmful conduct is not just inaccurate, it's dangerous. This bylaw also raises serious concerns in how it's applied. Facilities can receive these protections based on an attestation alone without requiring real evidence of a problem. That means fundamental freedoms can be restricted based on perception, not proof. And again, that's not how the charter works. Rights cannot be limited based on hypothetical concerns or subjective fears. They require evidence. A facility should not be able to prematurely restrict protests because they might wrongly accuse others of hatred, for example. Other cities have taken more balanced approaches targeting specific harmful conduct, like obstruction and intimidation, not peaceful protest itself, which this bylaw does intend to restrict the way it's written, making it more vulnerable to challenge. Finally, we are pushing the city into unnecessary and risky territory. This bylaw has not been tested in the courts. It raises clear constitutional concerns, and if it's challenged, and there's every reason to believe that it will be, we could see it struck down easily, or entirely rather. At that point, we'll have spent time, thank you, we'll have spent time, resources, and public trust on a law that doesn't stand. Dissent that makes us uncomfortable is a fundamental part of our democracy. We can protect access to services and address real harm, but we must do so in a way that is precise, evidence-based, and respectful of rights. This bylaw does not strike that balance. I urge you to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. We do have a question for you, Councillor Troster.
Hi, Sam. Thanks for being here. I just want to pick up on one piece you mentioned, though, that this bylaw wouldn't distinguish specific behavior that constitutes harassment. And I just wanted to remind you that after many, 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 many hours at the last committee meeting, a lot of us considered it a victory to actually remove any language about nuisance protests, to remove bylaw's ability to make a decision about the legitimacy of a protest or not. And we invited staff to go forward to simply create a bylaw for protecting access, creating a corridor. Now, I was with you at counter protests against the convoy. I was with you at counter protests at Broadview Public School, where I know we were asking the police in that moment to create a safe corridor because there was physical confrontations in the street. And so, you know, I understand the concern that a bylaw like this is seeking to crack down on a specific type of protest, but I keep coming back to Broadview and to the convoy. And so I'm just wondering if you could comment on that piece, because I really think it would be going backwards to be adding language that would give bylaw the determination of legitimacy. That, to me, was the biggest concern and why I opposed the initial motion, but then came around once we removed that at committee. So I'm just interested in your nuanced perspective on that, because I don't think it's black and white.
Yeah, I suppose I'm not saying to give bylaw the power to ascribe meaning to a particular protest, but what I think is an issue is an institution or facility telling bylaw in advance their opinion of a particular protest that they might think is hateful when it might not be, and giving them you know, without evidence, the ability to restrict something. Another thing, just if I might add, that I would support Councillor Devine's motion, but there are some parts of Section 17 that I think are problematic and is part of the point of a protest, which is to not hinder access necessarily to a facility, but to hinder pedestrian traffic or to hinder car traffic. I mean, I've involved in many protests, and protests are disruptive, and in many cases they hinder traffic, and I think that's part of a fundamental part to protest. So those are also some parts of this bylaw that I consider to be problematic and potentially unconstitutional.
Okay, well, I'll ask staff to ask questions about this. My understanding is there is a very specific carve out for marching past an institution. There's no bubble associated with walking by if your protest is walking by. But, you know, if 50 meters allows people access to the building and allows you to be seen and heard, I mean, it's not preventing protests. It's just saying you have to be on the sidewalk across the street. You can't be right in front of the door.
50 meters is pretty far. I don't think it's like, in many cases, 50 meters isn't just across the street. It's a significant distance away from a protest. Like I said, it's an Olympic-sized pool length away. I don't think that's effective, and that kind of significantly weakens your ability to be heard, which is an important part of protests.
Would you support a smaller bubble, like 25 meters?
I mean, I wouldn't support it at all. I do think that you know, if there was something where you were across the street, I think it would be better. On principle, I wouldn't in general. Okay. But I think that as written, the bubble, the space that it currently is in my view, unacceptable and is open to a larger, constitutional court challenge to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thanks for your work on this.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Hirsch, for your delegation. Rob McDonald, followed by Nick Lepine. Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. I am so nervous about speaking in public, so please be kind. I became interested in this discussion about a bubble zone bylaw when comparisons were being made to the provincial law that protects abortion clinics. From my personal experience, I feel this is a very poor comparison and doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and I am very opposed to the bylaw being proposed today. I was around when the Morgentaler Clinic opened in Ottawa in 1994. A friend of mine was involved in the pro-choice movement, and they were recruiting volunteers to escort women seeking an abortion into the clinics because of the harassment and intimidation they faced. I said, sure, sign me up. I mean, how bad could it be, right? And I realized how terrifying it could be for anyone, myself included, having to walk through this gauntlet of belligerent zealots screaming at women, brandishing rosaries and images of dead fetuses in their faces, and trying to push them towards their so-called counselor so they could talk them out of having an abortion. That's what it was like. The intimidations from those zealots was brutal, bullying, relentless. It occurred 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after repeated warnings from police. And police were usually unable to be present during the time the woman had to enter the clinic, and meaning they just were able to react to events after they occurred. These events were happening not only in Ottawa, but at clinics across the country, including shootings of abortion doctors and death threats to staff. These are the circumstances that led to the provincial bubble zone bylaw, where necessity was proven by serious documented threats to the safety and the staff that worked there. The circumstances there in the abortion clinic bylaw are different from the proposed bylaw, which seems to be a blanket preemptive policy based on isolated incidents and feelings and perceptions of feeling unsafe. And this will do little more than shut down legitimate dissent. Both police and Stats Canada have reported an increase in hate crime, and I don't think anyone here is going to argue that. But what is arguable is where these incidents are occurring in context of this legislation. Stats Canada shows that police-reported hate crimes in Canada demonstrate patterns based on the target. For example, 2S LGBTQ+ hate crimes involve high rates of physical assault against the person, while crimes targeting Jewish and Muslim populations are more frequently associated with vandalism and mischief outside of the hours of operation. The majority of hate crimes occur in private residences, public parks, open areas, and businesses. So this bylaw would have very little effect on preventing hate crimes from occurring, and it just makes me wonder if other areas are going to be added to the list of vulnerable institutions as we go along. Section 2B of the Charter protects our rights to freedom of speech in Canada. Of course, there's restrictions, and the Oakes test has been mentioned frequently today, which outlines the pressing and substantial needs as the first requirement if a restriction is imposed on limitations. While the bubble bylaw is designed to make people feel safe, it is unlikely to meet the high threshold outlined by the Oakes test and will likely lead to court challenges with liability and legal risk to the city. And again, I invite you to compare what's being proposed here with what happened during the incidents that occurred that led to the implementation of the bubble zone to protect abortion clinics. The other point I wanted to make, speaking as a humanist, I have concerns about religious institutions being accorded a special status to prevent scrutiny and demonstrations. As an older queer person, I lived through times when churches vehemently opposed any legislation to extend rights to same-sex couples, reinforcing their position that marriage is an institution between a man and a woman. In the mid-90s, when the provincial government attempted to pass legislation to change the definition of spouse to include same-sex couples, the Archbishop in our area distributed a letter to the churches condemning the legislation, and local priests were encouraging parishioners to contact their MPs to voice their opposition. A group of us got together and decided to protest at those churches on a Sunday morning. When we showed up with signs and leaflets, they called the police on us, claiming they were their parishioners were feeling unsafe and that we were brandishing obscene gay literature, demanding that we be removed. Police upheld our legitimate right to protest in that instance, and they remained on site to keep the peace, which is how it should be. Religious institutions that advocate against the rights of women and queer people in our community should not be rewarded with a special status to avoid the consequences and protests that occur as a result. That's not democracy. That's siding up with the oppressor while stifling the dissent of marginalized groups in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well done. You're a little nervous. Your delegation was good. I don't see any questions from colleagues this morning, so thank you for your delegation. Nick Lepine is next, followed by Robin Brown. Good morning. You have up to 5 minutes.
Hello, good morning. I have a couple of points here, just thoughts on the bubble law in general, and I've arranged them in sort of thematic things, such as things that would be lost by such a bubble bylaw. Between the 60s and 80s, women protested at hospitals, which eventually led to the R.B. Morgentaler decision, which decriminalized abortion across Canada, which is something that would no longer be able to be expressed after this bylaw is enacted. In 2021, Indigenous groups protested outside of Catholic churches upon discovery of unmarked graves, an act that I think is absolutely essential for their expression of grief and anger of such an event. I think what this bylaw is doing, and I think what is where it's missing the mark, is that it is treating these institutions as inherently sacrosanct, and as much as it is imperative that these institutions are able to do, be it a church or a community center or an elder care facility, as imperative as it is for them to be able to do their duties unobstructed, it is not the case that those buildings are always doing things that are pro-social or to the benefit of all peoples. And thus it is important, I would say, for people to be able to express dissent when those uses are present. Going back to the bubble bylaw, where has it been deployed before so far? Some places where it's been deployed has already been mentioned, but I would like to flag that in Winnipeg, it has been defeated on account of pushback from Indigenous rights defenders, Jewish community members, LGBT groups, and civil liberty organizations, which seems to be a recurring theme. And then in Vaughan, where it has been enacted, the inciting incident seems to have been a synagogue that was promoting the sale of land in the West Bank, which Canada and the United Nations consider violations of international law. There was a protest there that included Jewish dissent of such a sale. And notably, the only violence that occurred was a counter-protester showing up with a nail gun and shooting it at protesters. It is that event that led to the 100-meter bubble bylaw being passed expediently and unanimously in Vaughan. And since its passing, another land sale has occurred at the same location, and subsequently York Police and city staff closed off surrounding streets in advance. But the rabbi of the synagogue stated that the bylaw had not been enforced sufficiently to his expectations. In reflecting back on instances of when hate has been deployed in front of these protected locations, back in 2017, there were protests in front of the Masjid Toronto mosques, in which they would brandish signs that read slogans such as Muslims are terrorists or ban Islam, which I would say are categorically racist and Islamophobic statements, but police investigated and concluded that it constituted no hate crime and decided not to pursue charges. No bubble bylaw was considered then. And then another instance, I think, of imperative note is in March of 2024, there were hateful protests in front of synagogues in Quebec, where people were brandishing similar slogans targeted at the Jewish community. And in that case, a judge passed an indictment that banned protest in front of that location for, I believe it was a month. And then when that expired, they extended it for 6 more months, which is a tool that I believe we also have access to when it is deemed that there is a protest that is impeding people's ability to safely practice their protected rights, a tool that is precise and discriminate and time-based as to do a better job of walking the line between people's rights to, safety of religion and of just being versus people's need to be able to express dissent when things are happening against, general well-being. And then one question I had, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask questions, but I can see downstream implications of such a bylaw when it protects. Firstly, I wasn't sure when it comes to healthcare facilities, is it like all healthcare facilities would a chiropractic clinic fit, which would greatly extend the amount of area covered by the bylaw? But more importantly, if someone in my neighborhood were to try to host a white rights and history information session in my local community center, that had very clear implications of some sort of white nationalism flair, would we then be denied the ability to protest such a thing? Because from everything else I've seen, it would not be technically illegal under any other legislation.
I'm just going to jump in now. I'm sorry, you've passed your time at this point, 5 minutes. There is a question from a colleague, so I'm going to recognize her at this point. So, Councillor Plante.
Hi, yes, thank you for your delegation. I too run a lot of different scenarios in my head, like the one you just described about what about this, what about that. So I would urge you, if you want, you can absolutely send me that in writing, and I'm happy to ask that question. I think, we don't necessarily want to get too in the weeds either. Like, what happens if someone goes to Tim Hortons and has this and that? There's a lot of puzzle pieces in this, right? As you sort of mentioned. So happy for you to send me a message and I can look into it, but let's not get too bogged down as well, right? Like we're going to be imagining every scenario on the sun, but the one you ask about specifically about white nationalism, I think is very pertinent. So I just wanted to thank you for bringing it up, and I'm happy to deep dive further if you want to reach out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Yeah, hi Nick, thanks for coming. And I know you live in my community where we were also impacted by the convoy, where we had the issue of healthcare workers not being able to help disabled clients and people not being able to access doctors and other facilities for an extended period of time. So that's what I keep going back to. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things though, because the 50-meter bubble is just around the access piece. It's not around the entire facility.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be 50 meters from a door, but it doesn't mean you can't be right beside the facility on another part of the building, like as people enter the parking lot or as
Mm-hmm.
So and again, I will ask staff about this, about the exact parameters of the bubble, but you also cite the Morgentaler example where women protested for access to abortion, but now there is a bubble that protects Morgentaler clinics for the exact same reason, because of the harassment that women were experiencing entering those facilities. So I just want to suggest, I actually don't think this is a left-right issue. I think this one is really about how do we guarantee access while also protecting charter rights, and it's incredibly tricky. So I really do appreciate your perspective. I will also ask some questions about the issue you mentioned, because I think the piece that's sticky for me is that by protecting an institution, they could be holding a political meeting, right? And that is what has happened in a few examples, whether it was a church hosting convoy people during the convoy, or white nationalism, or Islamophobic speakers, like all of those things. So that is where it gets tricky for me. But at the last committee, the direction I provided to staff was investigate how to make the bubble as small as possible, investigate how to make it application-based, deal with the fact that in downtown, if you're simply marching by down the street, you could be hitting 5 such institutions as you walk by. So does any of that new information give you any nuance or pause?
Well,
as someone who lived through the convoy too in our neighborhood.
Well, yeah. So I feel like the convoy is an interesting example, because you have the convoy protests and then you have the pro-Palestinian protests. And in both those cases, there were things that occurred that were considered to be breaking local bylaws. But in one case, they were enforced, and in another case, they were not. And so I'm just hesitant to relinquish a bylaw that on the onset suppresses protests, and then you have to kind of make your case for when it is valid, as opposed to the opposite.
Okay. And again, that's why we removed the nuisance protest piece at committee last time, was to not give bylaw the determination and to simply be dealing with a perimeter that is sort of issue neutral. But anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your feedback.
For the indictment angle, where we have a tool already where you can be discriminate with where, and I don't know why that wasn't applied in the convoy cases. And then further, I'm curious what, the thing you mentioned of them occupying a church at one point, like how would the bubble bylaw interact with that? So, thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Thank you. Robin Brown, followed by Paul Champ.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Good to see you online. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, committee members. Like everyone else, I'm here to speak about the proposed Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw, but specifically to challenge the narrative that this bylaw is about safety for everyone. Because if this were truly about safety for everyone, your recent decisions would reflect a consistent commitment to protecting all communities, but they don't. Last fall, most of you voted for the largest budget increase for the Ottawa Police Service in 15 years. And you did that despite clear data showing that the Ottawa Police continue to use force disproportionately against Black and Middle Eastern residents, and have only committed to stop doing so by the end of 2027. This is not what a safety-first approach looks like. This is what systemic racism maintained through policy choices looks like. And it doesn't stop there. On September 29th, during the Ottawa Police Services Board meeting, Councillor David Hill delivered a delegation that many in the community experienced as anti-Palestinian. What followed from most of you was telling. Silence. No meaningful response, no acknowledgement of harm, no effort to reassure Palestinian residents that their safety and dignity matter. And that silence sends a message. It tells Palestinian and Middle Eastern communities that when they are targeted, their concerns are optional. That too is not safety. If you really cared about safety for everyone, we would also see a serious effort on your part to address systemic anti-Semitism. But we don't. Page 18 of the city's anti-racism strategy states, quote, while the actions of the anti-racism strategy will benefit all residents, further work is needed to address the specific barriers experienced by Jewish residents, unquote. Now, when I read this, it seemed to be referring to systemic barriers, which surprised me because I thought that due to the decades of hard work by the Jewish community and their allies, including Black folks like Martin Luther King, that anti-Semitism, unlike anti-Black racism, was no longer systemic in Canada, meaning that unlike Black people, Jewish people are not disproportionately being shot by police or incarcerated. Unlike Black students, Jewish students aren't being disproportionately suspended or failing to complete high school. And unlike Black people, there weren't a disproportionate number of Jewish people who got sick and died during COVID. So I asked Councillor Rawson King, who's the lead on the anti-racism strategy, as you know, what it meant. And he said that anecdotal evidence shows Jewish Ottawa residents face systemic barriers in city policies, programs, and services. Now, this was shocking to learn. But what has been even more shocking has been the inaction of those of you who claim to care about safety, as you've done nothing to collect the data necessary to understand and dismantle the systemic barriers facing our Jewish brothers and sisters. The police had to be forced to collect data on the use of force and traffic stops that revealed systemic discrimination against Black and Middle Eastern residents. Will you only act to collect the data on systemic barriers facing Jewish residents if you're forced to? Without that data, you can't know which city policies, programs, and services present the greatest barriers to Jewish residents. And without knowing that, you can't address those barriers. And not addressing those barriers supports systemic anti-Semitism. So I urge you to be honest about what this bylaw is really all about. If it is about safety, then demonstrate that commitment consistently by addressing systemic racism in policing, by responding to discrimination when it occurs in your own institutions, and by acting on the gaps you have already identified in your own strategies, including systemic anti-Black and anti-Palestinian racism and systemic anti-Semitism. And just to be clear, it's good that the city is collecting data on hate crimes faced by vulnerable communities, but that doesn't address systemic barriers groups face in city policies, programs, and services. To address those barriers, you must commit to robust data collection, including self-identification in areas like employment, healthcare, housing, and more. Let me close with two things. The first is to raise another key point that reveals this really isn't about safety, and that is that there's no definition of safety in the definition section of the bylaw. And that's not an oversight. That's on purpose because this bylaw is about keeping people safe from emotional harm, not physical harm. It's about trying to avoid demonstrations that make people feel uncomfortable. But that's what protests are for. That's why they're called protests, not daily affirmations. So, anyway, but you know what? I'm not here because I think anything I say will change most of what you choose to do. I'm here so that when groups start using more militant tactics to protect themselves and their loved ones from the harm of your policies, you won't be able to say that you weren't warned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brand, for your delegation. I don't see any hands from colleagues, so thank you for your delegation this morning. Paul Champ is next, followed by Michael Pollowin. Okay, Mr. Champ is not available at this time, so if he presents himself while we're still on the delegation period, he will be recognized. So Mr. Pollowin, you are next, followed by Emily Quayle. Good morning, you have up to 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I want to reiterate the way I did the last time I delegated on this subject. I'm here on my own behalf. I'm specifically not here on behalf of any client, nor on behalf of the Ottawa Police Services Board, of which I am a member. Without disclosing any confidential information, I can advise that the content of any such legislation is not within the purview of the Police Services Board, nor has it been discussed in any manner. I've read the report. I'm generally in agreement. I'm not sure that the exclusion of non-public community centers is a good idea. At the Soloway Jewish Community Center, as the report provides, there has always already been one intimidating protest that drew the police out to control it. An interim step might be to exclude public community centers, such as the many owned and operated by the City of Ottawa. You've already heard from opponents this morning. Some have been participants in the kinds of protests that this bylaw seeks to adjust. This is not about the prevention of any protests. There is no constitutional right to location, and in any event, 50 meters is not a great movement in terms of location, such as would cause any kind of prevention. I did hear Mr. Hirsch talk about the inability to communicate views. If communicating views can only be done by waving placards and megaphones in the faces of young school children, daycare families, or elderly members of seniors' residences, then there's something wrong with the protest. Others have been public about their sympathies in the Israel-Gaza conflict. I note that at least one was a public critic of the convoy, yet opposes this legislation. I want to go back to the Israel-Gaza conflict. I am a Canadian citizen. I am a citizen of no other country. Almost no one in my synagogue has a right to vote in Israeli elections. Expressing those views to just to Jewish people, or for that matter, just to Muslim people, is the worst kind of bigotry, and should not be protected by these committees and council. Now, as I said before, these committees the committees and council need to take into account the source of public comment and ask what their geopolitical sympathies are. And I will include myself in that. But with respect to the charter arguments, which are specious, they're entirely theoretical. None quote even a single decision of a single court that has agreed with their position. And this bylaw would not prevent protests. As I said, it would only adjust their location, and only by 50 meters, which is not very far. Why should school children, seniors, daycare families have to contend with loud placard-waving protests the moment they step out of a door? One of the previous delegates, Mr. Hirsch, acknowledged having stood against the protests at Broadview Public School, yet he doesn't want to protect my synagogue. It only proves the point that some opponents of this bylaw have interesting sympathies. Mr. Brown said that the intention of such protests is to cause discomfort. Why should I, attending my synagogue on holy days, be subject to discomfort related to a country whose policy I don't get to shape? Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. We do have a question from Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Bowen, for coming out today. We've heard a lot of comment today about charter protections, specifically the charter protections as it pertains to demonstration. Would you have comment to charter protections for those people who are seeking access to vulnerable infrastructure? Is it fair to say that they have a charter right to be able to go to their place of worship, to go to their school, to go receive medical treatment, and that under the current constructs, in the absence of a bubble zone bylaw, where there are cases of precedent in the past where there have been risks to those folks who feel a genuine fear to access those places, that is a reasonable consideration from a charter perspective, those folks that are bystanders or simply trying to get safe access to those vulnerable sites?
Councillor, thank you. I'm not a charter expert, but I would tend to agree with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowen.
There are no other questions. Thank you for your delegation this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Emily Quayle, welcome. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a community organizer and mom of 2 kids at Broadview Avenue Public School. I wrote my master's thesis on fascist ideology and the convoy, and I have an upcoming academic publication on anti-hate protests, and I'm really concerned about this bylaw. Council directed staff to ensure that the protective zones don't apply to demonstrations, as Councillor Devine's motion kind of called out. I would like to talk about how I've seen firsthand how deplatforming and protest work to reduce the reach of far-right actors. And how this bylaw as written would create space for that hate to go unopposed. So last year, the Broadview transphobic protest happened under the guise of an election campaign stop. They would absolutely use this bylaw to shelter themselves from the risk of being publicly called out and deplatformed for hate by simply renting a venue within a safe access zone. This report looked at 20, 50, and 80 meters and proposed 50 meters as a radius for a zone. But the other night I stood outside with my dad where we measured 20 meters, and you cannot talk normally at that distance, like the report said we could. So a 20-meter road, for reference, is about 5 to 6 lanes of traffic. 3.5 meters wide is the Ottawa standard lane. It would be about a road as wide as Carling Avenue for 20 meters. A 50-meter road would be about 14 lanes. On an NHL rink, the goalies are about 55 meters away from each other. So at a minimum, this bylaw needs to reflect the minimum space needed for safe access instead of the maximum possible distance 2 people can stand and notice that the other might be holding a sign. But unfortunately, I think that's the point of this bylaw. It's titled Safe Access, but the bylaw is about sweeping changes to protest because of an unfounded fear of protests. The ECOS poll data and the report shows that folks feel very unsafe around protests, but that is a very different thing than actual lack of safety, because those that feel unsafe are more likely to be folks that just don't protest. And I think that the biggest difference between folks that protest and folks that do is their satisfaction with the status quo. And according to the Supreme Court, protests are charter protected and are expected to be controversial and temporarily disruptive. Protests are, in a sense, constitutionally protected temporary delays. So if we want to have less disruption and delay as we access essential infrastructure, please, can we focus on public transit and accessible infrastructure? And I'm a queer woman who is organized against transphobes and white nationalists. We are all facing a very real problem of rising hatred and violence. I've seen it, I've researched it, and I'm publishing on it. The report correctly shows that incidents of hateful violence towards Jewish and Muslim spaces are a result of lone actors and not protests. This is in line with the academic literature on hate-motivated violent extremism. There's also an incredible amount of fear-mongering about the pro-Palestinian movement. The protest against the IDF event at the JCC brought about wild allegations, including just now about intimidating children, property damage, throwing of projectiles, and anti-Semitism. The undisputed reality is that there were 0 arrests at that protest that took place from about 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. As a participant and organizer and marshal and picket captain and police liaison at a variety of protests in this city, police misquote bylaws and the charter. They arrest folks without charge or arrest them to have charges dropped later due to a lack of evidence, all for way less than what these allegations describe. And I want to know, where is the evidence about needing a bylaw based on this one event that had no arrests, that targeted an IDF event and not the care home, and that happened in front of a very heavy police presence with their surveillance drone? This report exempts shelters because they could only find one example of a protest there. But the one IDF protest doesn't get the same treatment. The only citation in the report about the IDF protest is a broken link with no archival history from a sham news site, the likes of which are at best plagiarists and at worst sources for disinformation. The author, quote unquote, doesn't exist outside of the bylines on this website. New nyjournals.com is physically located in a residential home in a small town in upstate New York. That home is also the headquarters for a cryptocurrency company and a Facebook viral video aggregator site. Now, I do not blame City Hall staff. They were asked to find justification for something that is built on fear-mongering and false premises, and I urge you all to please listen to the experts, the lawyers, the academics, and organizers, those who need to protest to be heard and who are interested in solving root causes of hate. Please do not place this city and its residents on a path towards an expensive charter challenge while feeding into the unfounded fears that breed more violence against protests and strikes. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. There are some questions for you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you so much for being here. So I just want to take you back sort of at the beginning of your delegation. You covered a lot of ground. Can you describe a little bit more what you experienced at the Broadview School? Because I think it really is a sort of essential piece of understanding, fundamental understanding for this committee. So explain to me why you don't, and go slow and go not as smart. Why don't you think that this bylaw would help protect why don't you think the bylaw would help protect the schools from what you saw? What is it that the bylaw is missing from the understanding?
Well, all 3 incidents that there were a transphobic protest on that street were advertised as specifically not a protest by the organizers. So if you go on Billboard Chris's Twitter, he was very clear before all of them that, hey, this is not a protest. I'm not doing anything. Please don't bring signs. Just come and stand with me. He also frequently told police, and I would verify this, I chatted with different cops at all 3 of the different experiences on Broadview. He was telling cops that he was just there to have a chat. He was standing filming schools and minors and wearing a placard that kind of signals that he's there based on conspiracy theories about gender. And that wasn't viewed as a protest because he was saying it's not a protest. Now, the big one in 2023, I repeatedly heard, as did many community members who participated, that cops frequently said that those transphobic protesters, which they didn't refer to them as such, but that they had a right to walk down the street. A lot of what I think they were saying, and I heard this at one point when a woman was threatening to leash her dogs on the protest, was that they're just trying to walk from point A to point B. They're not protesting. And so already before this bylaw was even, you know, in its infancy, a little thought bubble in someone's head, this would already have not applied. And the cops were already viewing Billboard Chris and all the other folks as not protesters. And this was especially apparent in 2024 when Billboard Chris declared he would be returning, but this time with Maxime Bernier, who is the federal leader of the People's Party of Canada. It became suddenly not a protest or anymore, or even like a not a protest, but an election campaign stop, which would of course not be covered in this bylaw. You can't. So I think that the questions about using those school protests as a reason to justify no protest zones, like I get the fear, I really do. I was there, but seeing how uneven the enforcement was as well is another sign to me. I saw multiple people be victims of crimes of a physical assault from the transphobes who were then arrested by police with no charge. Like I saw a cop pick up someone off the ground and arrest them. There are so many multiple instances of this that we heard about from my neighbors and community members that cops weren't enforcing the law against one side, but were sort of quite freewheeling with it on the other. And I think about what Councillor Troster asked a previous delegate, just about the idea of having that corridor to kind of keep some of this violence separated and keep these two sides away. Well, cops already don't do that with protests and strikes, for example. Being on a picket line is a really precarious position because cars are going to be threatening you constantly to just run you over because they don't like labor. And cops don't help you out with that. I think about all of the corridors that could have existed at any point on Broadview, but they weren't establishing those because, quite frankly, they viewed the counter-protest as the problem and not the fact that our neighborhood was being invaded by hatred.
Okay, thank you very much. I know someone else is on the floor.
Councillor Devine, we're going to, as you know, recess in about 5 minutes. So do you have straightforward questions now?
Yeah, I'll be really quick. Thank you for the delegation. I appreciate I appreciate the fact that you raised the consequences of fear into this, the high cost of fear. I'm not sure if they're still there, but when I arrived this morning, there was a larger police presence in the front hall than we normally have. I know that we often have a large police presence at protests, which costs a lot. I didn't know that we also require a large police presence at debates about protest, which also costs a lot. What I want to ask a question about, as you and I'm sure many other delegates feel, there are many flaws with this bylaw or any municipal bylaw, bubble bylaw across the country. With regards to the motion that I brought, which is trying to address just that categorical ban on demonstrations within safe access zones, while that might not address all of your concerns, I'm not saying it would. In your opinion, would the removal of that prohibition, the prohibition on conducting or participating in any demonstration within a safe access zone, would that at least alleviate some of your concerns to a degree?
It's a start, but it's really insufficient. And if I may, I might just want to elaborate on some of the other things that kind of fall really short. The problem of the radius, 50 meters is like outrageously large. We need to be, protests have to be on public land. So that means it needs to be less than about 10 meters to just be across the street. And that would be more than enough to provide safe access. I also think about how it still restricts protest at vulnerable spaces. And as we heard from a labor lawyer attesting to this, how that would unduly limit people's ability to, let's say, protest their working conditions, or even families protesting neglectful care, which happens all the time. And I also think that it still creates the notion of a protected zone when it comes down to enforcement. Because let's say we have this protected zone, you have the 10 meters, you can only stand across the street, all of that's fine and dandy. But what happens when police are enforcing that? When we already know, and I've already seen with my own eyes, and yeah, seeing big police forces here, honestly, it's troubling. It still repeats the same fear I experienced at several times watching them fail our communities. but without getting into like my own personal trauma about cops, I would like to just go back to what I was saying, which was just that they can't be trusted to see us be not targeting the protected building. Like I imagine us stepping foot off the sidewalk like they did with the pro-Palestinian protests and people getting violently arrested there, or I can imagine them saying that we are too close or that we are in fact targeting that building. Like it's so subjective still because of the fact that the way that the law is enforced has always been and continues to be extremely subjective and uneven. And I've seen queer folks, brown and black folks, Indigenous folks all receive unfair treatment in the face of the law and not the same treatment applied to the far right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your delegation this morning. It's appreciated. We're going to recess now for approximately 20 minutes. We'll aim to be back around 11:15. As soon as there's quorum, we will resume. Thank you.
Testing.
Testing. Audio test for the meeting stream.
I'd like to call us back to order, please. So if members could please take their seats. And I just want to confirm with the clerk's office that we do have quorum. Quorum is confirmed. Okay. So if members could take their seats, Vice Chair Hill, Councillor Johnson. Our next delegate is Andrea Chandler. Thank you for your patience on this matter. So followed by Ms. Chandler, we have Patrick LaPlante. So good morning. You have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Andrea Chandler. I'm a taxpayer and voter. I'm married with 2 adult sons. I spent 32 years employed in a profession until I retired last summer to be a full-time caregiver to a family member. I take issue with any unproven assumption that a protest is inherently less safe than other large gatherings of people. On page 10 of the report accompanying this bylaw, it is stated that most protests in Ottawa are peaceful and law-abiding. Page 11 of this report says that public consultations showed that most respondents agreed with that statement. If that is the case, it is not clear why this bylaw paints all demonstrations with a broad brush. Crowds are part of life. We encounter them at airports, at concerts, at sports events, but we live in a time when some politicians, depict protests as inherently dangerous and unruly more than any other type of crowd. This is a historical, archaic habit that old-fashioned governments used because they were afraid of what they considered to be the common people, the mob. This instinct is out of place with a modern democracy where people have the right to gather peacefully. We're experiencing a health crisis of loneliness. People need to be getting out in public and talking to each other about issues that concern them more, not less. Based on what I've read, I'm not convinced that this bylaw is being considered because of a genuine threat to public security. My concern is that it is part of an overall 21st century effort to label peaceful political protest as if it is inherently threatening. The prospect that it will be adopted in an election year is disconcerting, as that would be very convenient for incumbent office holders seeking re-election. My next point relates to where I think the threat to public health and safety actually is. On March 25th, I wrote to the mayor and the councillor of Ward 15 about the intense stress I was feeling when driving my chronically ill family member to the Ottawa Heart Institute and the Civic Hospital, where they have frequent appointments. On 3 occasions in the winter of 2026 alone, I had difficulty dropping off or picking up the patient, or both, at the designated drop-off zones at those health facilities, because they were completely blocked by idling cars in both directions. Cars line up waiting to park in full parking lots on Ruskin Street and just off Ruskin to the main entrance of the Civic Hospital. Heart patients cannot necessarily walk several blocks from available parking to the hospital in winter. This is why we have drop-off zones at hospitals. My point is that access to hospitals is already blocked and impeding the egress of vulnerable people. I have never once seen police or bylaw do anything about the idling cars, and I've been told that little can be done about the situation. In my opinion, if you pass the bylaw under discussion today, you are creating the absurd situation where peaceful pedestrians might be under suspicion for standing on the sidewalk next to a healthcare facility, but it is fine for idling cars to block the access of people with disabilities and to belch out exhaust for people with respiratory issues to breathe in as they cross the road trying to get to their appointments. This absurdity leads to my next and final point. I live about 1.5 kilometers from downtown. I saw what the convoy did to our city. The convoy, in my opinion, was a fascist occupation executed with the aid of heavy machinery, not a protest. It dragged on for weeks, and there has been no serious reckoning with the impact that the occupation had on our citizens. As a result, I have no confidence that city officials, bylaw officers, or police officers can be trusted to tell the difference between peaceful protest and a real threat to public safety.
1 minute.
Look at the definition of demonstration on page 3 of the draft bylaw. An assembly of one or more persons occupying public lands for the primary purpose of expressing an opinion. Let that sink in. I don't understand how one person can be an assembly. So let's say I've managed to drop off my family member en route to the hospital. I've found a place to park my car. I'm on my way to meet the patient at their medical appointment, but I express an opinion on hospital grounds. That could put me in violation of this bylaw because some official has the power to determine what my primary purpose was for being there. I don't think this is what government should be doing with taxpayer funds. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. I don't see any questions from colleagues, so thank you very much this morning. Patrick LaPlante is next, and following Mr. LaPlante, we will go to delegate number 10, Paul Champ, who I understand is available at this time, but first we'll hear from Mr. LaPlante. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of the committee and fellow delegates. My name is Patrick LaPlante. I'm a resident of Capitol Ward, and I have serious concerns about most elements of the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw, but will confine my comments to an area in which I have considerable knowledge and experience. I'm retired from a career as a library technician in a local school board, but proudly carry a lifetime membership card to the Canadian Union of Public Employees, and I'm an active member of the QP Ontario Retirees Caucus. I was a member facilitator for QP Education, who helped local strike committees prepare for labor disputes, and on a few occasions was deployed to picket lines in an advisory role. I tell you this as background. My words today are my own, and I do not speak in an official capacity for any organization. Most of you, I am sure, remember that in November 2022, 55,000 education workers, mostly office, custodial, technical staff, as well as educational assistants, 70% of which happen to be women, defied the provincial government's use of Section 33 of the Charter, popularly known as the Notwithstanding Clause, in Bill 28, in what was deemed at the time as an illegal or wildcat strike. While this is certainly not permitted under the Labour Relations Act cited in the report that we are discussing, many important programs Canadians depend upon, including parental leave and occupational health and safety, were born out of illegal strikes. I would point out that while our strike was initially deemed illegal, the government of the day ended up abrogating Bill 28 unanimously, meaning that it had in fact never been in effect. At the time, I was booked off for the better part of a year for my school board position and was acting as a provincial organizer and strike coordinator. I was not so much a general giving marching orders in this action as a crusty old sergeant major, making sure that all our members were safe and accounted for, were receiving strike pay, and that all logistics were in place for a prolonged labor dispute. As I understand the report to this committee, the labor exemption, page 8 of the report, only applies to a dispute involving the owners or occupants of vulnerable social infrastructure. I can tell you that as the person ultimately responsible for approving picket locations across the province for the education workers strike, we avoided schools entirely because our fight was not with students, parents, or the staff at those locations. As our dispute was with the Government of Ontario of the day, we chose instead to picket government MPP's offices, Ministry of Education, and other Government of Ontario locations, as well as other high visibility sites which provided safety for the picketers while being visible to stakeholders, in our case, parents of school-age children and all taxpayers in Ontario. In the case of Ottawa, our initial picketing locations included the Ontario Ministry of Education East Region Office, then at 1580 Merivale Road, a location near no less than 4 churches. Another high visibility location was at the corner of Innis and 10th Line in Orléans, nearly directly in front of the Masjid Bilal Mosque. Many legitimate picketing locations for labor disputes include what this bylaw deems vulnerable infrastructure. For example, daycares at or near government offices. Many of you in this room have ward offices in community centers, which also include daycare centers, and may be in proximity to other facilities. I know this because I stood in solidarity with my brothers and sisters with the IBEW during their strike in the summer of 2023. Many members of provincial parliament have very visible community-centered constituency offices, while some who would rather fly under the radar have established theirs in industrial parks with no sidewalks or on private property where they know protesters can't go without trespassing. I would argue that if this bylaw comes into effect, not only unscrupulous politicians, but anyone else wanting to avoid the bright light of public scrutiny would actively choose to establish themselves within these bubbles, the bubbles that this bylaw proposes.
1 minute.
Thank you. If I, for example, wanted to establish a charity to raise funds for, let's say, Russian veteran amputees, what would prevent me from renting out a storefront located between an elementary school and a place of worship, knowing that pro-Ukrainian protesters would be prevented from demonstrating outside? I know that everyone in this room is familiar with the landmark Supreme Court decision of 2015, which held that the right to strike is protected by Section 2D of the Charter. While I cannot speak for any union, federation, or Congress, I would be astonished if the Oaks test were not invoked at the first time this bylaw was applied against striking worker in the city of Ottawa, putting all of us in this room who pay municipal taxes at financial risk. I thank you all for your time, and I am willing to answer questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I don't see any questions at this time, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I believe Mr. Champ is available, Delegate 10, so we will hear from Paul Champ now, who I believe is online, and then Shaheen Luton will be next. So, Mr. Champ? Mr. Champ, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Good to see you. You have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, council members, for this opportunity to address your committee. I did provide a 4-page submission to the committee coordinator yesterday, so you'll have an opportunity to see that. I'm here to provide my opinion or my views on the safe access bylaw that is being considered. I want to set out that I think there's 3 problems with this bylaw. First and foremost is that this is a bylaw that, in my opinion, is not needed for Ottawa. We have a number of laws, both criminal code, other bylaws. Also, people have the power of injunctions, as I know well. Some of you may recall from 4 years ago that private facilities can get injunctions if they're particularly problematic protests if they want. So we already have laws in place. And the problem with a bylaw like this is it sends a message. It creates a chilling effect. It says to people that protests are unwelcome and unacceptable and wrong in some way. And we forget that protests and demonstrations are fundamental democratic activities. We should be promoting and celebrating when people are out in the streets protesting political issues. When you see that happening, that is evidence of the health of our democracy and our democratic system. And so I would just say on the first step, I don't think we have a problem in Ottawa that justifies a sweeping bylaw like this. And when we live in the nation's capital, we should be celebrating protests, not trying to suppress them. But in terms of the details of this draft bylaw, I have reviewed it, and I want to say that one of the, I would say, the most flagrantly unconstitutional aspect of this bylaw, councillors, and it is my opinion as a constitutional lawyer that this bylaw is in many ways unconstitutional, but the one that's most flagrant is in that in section 17 sub 2 sub A of the bylaw, section 17 refers to the prohibited conduct. So when a facility gets a designation, they're then protected from the activities that are described under section 17. And one of the things that jumps out to me as a constitutional lawyer is that any kind of demonstration is prohibited. Under section 1 of this bylaw, demonstration is defined as an assembly of one or more persons occupying public lands for the primary purpose of expressing an opinion. Occupying public lands for the primary purpose of expressing opinion. That is what protest is about. And that kind of activity is prohibited by section 17 sub 2 sub A. There's other bylaws in my brief. I talk about other bylaws in other cities. They target certain types of activities. So if there's certain types of conduct, protest conduct, such as like blocking an entrance, for sure, that's already unlawful. And if we want to create a bylaw that makes it easier for facilities to get legal assistance to address those kinds of issues, that's fine. But this bylaw does not target activities that are otherwise unlawful. In my opinion, if you're going to have a bylaw that creates bubble zones or safe access zones that allows facilities to get that extra layer of protection from the city, let's make sure that the bylaw is actually targeting conduct that is otherwise unlawful. And third and finally, this is based on an attestation model. So for facilities to get this protection, all they have to do is submit an application and say, we think we have a reasonable apprehension that our health and safety will be challenged by a protest. But they don't have to provide any evidence of past conduct. Thank you, Mr. Chair. They don't have to provide any evidence of past conduct, and they don't have to provide any evidence of why there's a reasonable apprehension that there will be a protest in future that will be unlawful around their facility. When we limit or restrict constitutional freedoms in this country, and it is permitted under the Constitution, Section 1 says that you can limit freedoms when it's demonstrably justified. If you are limiting protests and fundamental freedoms of expression, assembly, and association without any evidence whatsoever, that, in my opinion, is also unconstitutional. So thank you very much, council members. Subject to any questions, that's my presentation.
Thank you very much for your delegation. There is a question for you from Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chant, for delegating. I have a few questions. My first one being, we heard someone, I think the first delegate say earlier from the nursing union, I think it was that delegate, that they would be filing a court challenge if this bylaw were to pass. So my first question to you, if this bylaw passes as written or passes at all, do you suspect that a court challenge will be imminent? And if so, can you speak to your opinion of the survivability of this bylaw to such a court challenge?
I can't speak to whether a court challenge is imminent. I can confirm I'm not retained by anyone, but with respect to the second part of your question, Councillor, yes, as set out in my written submission, as a constitutional lawyer, I have argued Charter of Rights and Freedoms cases many times before the courts, including the Supreme Court of Canada, the Ontario Court of Appeal, and in my opinion, there are many aspects of this bill that are absolutely unconstitutional. And I think any challenge that you face whenever it comes, because this isn't a question of if, it'll be when. My opinion, and I think my opinion has been proven pretty good in the courts on many occasions, is that this bylaw will be found to be unconstitutional. And it's unnecessary in a city like Ottawa, where we should be a municipal leader in creating a public culture of protests rather than putting out bylaws that say that protests are unwelcome in this city.
Thank you. I do have a few other questions. I appreciate the fact that you raised the concern about the lack of evidentiary need that would be, put forward in any attestation or application for safe access zone in this bylaw. My next question to you, there already have been, and I suspect there will be more, comparisons of this bylaw to the BC Safe Access to Abortion Services Act. I've heard that this bylaw is survivable because it is analogous to that Safe Access to Abortion Services Act. I don't share that opinion, but I'd like to ask you as the expert, do you see the defense of this bylaw as being analogous to how the Safe Access to Abortion Act survived a Section 1 challenge? Do you see that as analogous?
I do not, and it's for this reason. Those types of bubble zone for abortion clinic laws that we've seen in BC, and we now have one in Ontario, were based on a history of violent protests and physically confrontational protests where women who were seeking medical services were being accosted, stopped, blocked. There were firebombs at abortion clinics before that law was adopted in BC. There was a doctor who performed abortions who was shot through the window of his home. That was the environment in which those laws were passed. And respectfully, councillors, this bylaw is based on what? Like, I'm not sure what the history is or what the basis of why we're bringing a bill like this. As I set out in my brief to you, the Ontario Court of Appeal has held that, some people will feel uncomfortable when they see protests. Some people won't like them, but that's not the same as unlawful. People have the right to express opinions and exercise their democratic rights in a manner that will sometimes make people feel uncomfortable and in some ways unsafe. But the test will be, are they actually doing something that's unsafe? We have the recent case in Toronto, the University of Toronto encampment, where there was an effort by that university last year to get an injunction to remove pro-Palestinian protesters. And there was an allegation that these were violent, or these were protests that were making people feel unsafe and they were intimidating. And the court did a good assessment there, saying, well, yeah, some people might feel uncomfortable, but that's not the same as acts of intimidation. There's no threats, there's no acts of violence, there's no property damage. And unless we have a pernicious problem like that at protests, in my opinion, there's really no basis to have a bylaw like this in Ottawa.
Thank you. When you were listing out your three primary objections to the bylaw, I believe the second objection you made was Section 17(2)A. That's the section that is at the heart of my motion, i.e. moving to remove that section. There's been discussion that the motion I brought is the same as bringing back the concept of prohibiting a nuisance bylaw. As I understand it, a nuisance bylaw would definitely put enforcement officers in a position of rendering a subjective judgment. By removing Section 17(2)A, where we still allow for the following, the other clauses, obstruction, impeding, hindering, is that categorically different than what a nuisance bylaw would prohibit?
Yeah, so the bylaws in Vaughan and Toronto use that kind of language, a nuisance demonstration. And I think that is the problem with some of the definitions in the other bylaws, is they leave it. I think it's a bit subjective of what is a nuisance demonstration. And in my opinion, you should have language that directs very specific activities. So if people are being blocked from entering a building, that's unlawful, right? Like, I think it should be based on activities that are already prohibited by bylaws or criminal law. And if you want to then create a mechanism so that it's easier for some of these designated facilities to get an extra layer of protection for activities that are already unlawful, that's fine. I mean, I don't think we have that problem in Ottawa, happily, or at least not since February 2022. But That's my opinion on those bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Two more questions for you. In the staff report, in the legal implications section of that staff report, staff wrote that several municipalities have adopted similar bylaws, and they use the term similar. I'm arguing that it's not similar. They also write that the proposed bylaw seeks to take a measured and targeted approach. They don't say whether or not it does, but in your opinion, whereas staff may have sought to take a measured and targeted approach, in your opinion, does this bylaw take a measured and targeted approach?
In fairness to staff, Councillor, I will say that it appeared, and I've reviewed like the bylaws. There's one in Calgary, which had been subject to a charter challenge, and then I reviewed the ones in Vaughan, Brampton, Toronto, and Oakville. And this bill, or pardon me, this proposed bylaw does seem to take the elements of those other bylaws that would appear to make them better. So the attestation model, rather than just something that applies, to any type of facility, I think, and then it's time limited, I think that's a good thing. But without having evidence or demonstrating that there has been a problem, I think that's a problem. So they've taken an element like that. They've also, in terms of the size of the zone, 50 meters. Some of the other bylaws go 100 meters, and I think that is too broad. I think they've chosen, at least if you to talk about that issue, I think is reasonable. But like beyond that, the fact that they really don't, in my opinion, there are some targeted activities under Section 17 of this bylaw that are, supposed to be prohibited conduct, but you have that big catch-all. And so on the one hand, they're trying to identify specified activities, which is what we see in some of the other bylaws. But at the end of the day, they have that big catch-all, which in my view just undercuts it. So I think there were some elements to try to put in some of the appearances of the best elements of the other bylaws. But at the end of the day, I don't think they met the test.
Thank you. My last question, again, to the objective of my motion, which is the removal of that clause 17(2)(a). You spoke earlier to the irony of Ottawa putting forth that recommendation to prohibit demonstrations categorically in the nation's capital, where I think, as you said in the letter, we should be the model for upholding protests. Whether it's how it might apply to our perception as the nation's capital, or whether it's how it might make our bylaw any more survivable in a court challenge, could you speak to the possible benefits and impacts on our bylaw if my motion were to pass and that clause 17(2)(a) were to be removed?
There's a lot of things in that question, Councillor, but I'll just say this. 17(2)(a) is clearly the most flagrantly unconstitutional aspect of this bylaw. I think if it's removed, it would take away that aspect of it. I do think that this bylaw is still very vulnerable to constitutional challenge and still would likely at some point be subject to a charter challenge. But at the end of the day, Councillor, my big concern is that we do have a public culture of protests. And some of you may not have to think about it too much anymore, but during the Freedom Convoy protests, I was very upset by the attacks that we received from those people in those protests saying, oh, these people in Ottawa, they're just against protests and so forth, which I thought was completely unfair to my community. Ottawa hosts huge protests regularly on international issues, national issues, local issues. I think we should be proud of the fact that our nation's capital has in the past welcomed and properly managed protests. That was an aberration, what happened in February 2022. And I think in some ways what we're seeing here now is where we're having this pendulum that's gone in a reactionary way too far the other way. Anyways, those are my views. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Champ. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You spoke, Mr. Champ, to the situation with the Toronto encampment as precedent, and I just wanted to confirm what the ultimate outcome was of that injunction.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So the court did allow the injunction and said that they should be removed because what was happening is that those protesters were blocking people from crossing the square. But in terms of the other allegations that were being made by the university, that there were intimidating protests, that there were violence, that, you know, the fact that someone has a certain sign or a certain flag or whatnot, that somehow makes a protest illegal. The court rejected all of those allegations. And it came down to the fact that the protesters were blocking other people from crossing that area, which, you know, I agree that that's unlawful and is improper.
Thank you. And you spoke with regard to the RV Spratt decision and your position that essentially the strength to that came from the fact that there was a genuine threat of violence and intimidation at those sites. Is that a correct kind of caricature of your comments to the RV Spratt decision?
Yes, it is, Mr. Hill.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time today and your delegations. Appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Next, we have Shaheen Luton, followed by Namrata Tilakani.
Great, thank you. The clock is on.
Good morning.
Good morning, almost afternoon. Okay, good morning. I'm speaking in opposition to this bylaw and to defend a principle that has been expressed by some prior speakers, the right to express an opinion that may differ from governing leaders of the day and both domestic and foreign policies. We should be honest and transparent who this bylaw is targeting and what it truly represents. As has been said previously, protest and disruption are functions of democracy. At this point, it should be very clear that the distinction between local policies and foreign policies is not as divided as it might once have been. Instead, what happens outside our borders is informing how elected leaders here in Ottawa are making choices about what voices are protected and what voices are demonized and criminalized, and with this bylaw, preemptively criminalized. Protest is how we expose injustice, how we build movements, and how progress is made. We can look to the labor movement to affirm that every single person in this meeting right now is benefiting from fights for workers' rights that were once illegal. Public safety and accessibility matter. However, we need to question and interrogate the weaponization of safety and accessibility for only some as a way to silence others. The impact of this bylaw will not just regulate protest, it will discourage it and preemptively restrict social advances that benefit everyone. When we do preemptively silence people from speaking out, what this does is fail to honor the protests of activists before us and those to come. By preempting protests, this bylaw preempts developments to make our public spaces accessible, welcoming, and inclusive. I will provide a very concrete example. Protesting a weapons trade show is not violent. The violence is due to the companies accruing a profit from the sale of weapons directly linked to war crimes, attacks on civilians, including children, families, healthcare workers, and journalists in Palestine, in Lebanon, and beyond. As a union member, my belief is that unions have a critical role to reject the criminalization of dissent and protect the rights that workers have run through tactics like protest and direct action. To be effective, protests are meant to be disruptive. Trade unionists know that there is safety and solidarity, and that when we take to the streets when every other means of protest fails us. I want to take time to share the text of a resolution that was passed at the most recent Unifor Ontario Regional Council, which represents 150,000 workers, that was voted on by an overwhelming majority. As it reads, Ontario Regional Council will, number one, reject legislative attacks on the right to protest as proposed across Ontario municipalities by any level of government. 2, provide financial resources to campaigns led by Labour and community allies to fight back against measures intended to curtail chartered protected rights. Point 3, publicly reject hate, discrimination, and anti-immigrant sentiment in Ontario communities. Because proposed bylaws are being challenged by the Canadian Centre for Civil Liberties. Proposed bylaws, and at the time this was written, this was already in discussion, and those already in place, infringe upon freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. Labor unions are vital allies for justice in workplaces and the wider communities that their members are part of. Hate has no place in our workplaces nor our communities. Protest is a fundamental component of healthy democratic societies. It has been stated that this isn't about Israel and Palestine, and I respectfully challenge this notion. When this recent iteration of genocide began, my daughter was 5. She has been with me at protests, whether on a scooter, in a wagon, or on my shoulders. She will be 9 this summer. I wonder how many on this call have attended these demonstrations calling for a ceasefire, calling for peace, and for an arms embargo for yourself to see what solidarity looks like. Unifor has reported that 50,000 children in entire worlds have been killed by weapons used by Israel, many of which from companies who will be welcomed into the city with open arms at a weapons trade show happening annually this May. We cannot allow for peaceful protesters standing together against this, nor any future event of the same nature to be preemptively criminalized. To make one point to distinguish between Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian racism, According to the Arab Canadian Lawyers Association, anti-Palestinian racism is a form of anti-Arab racism that silences, excludes, erases, stereotypes, defames, or dehumanizes Palestinians or their narratives. It takes various forms, including denying the Nakba and justifying violence against Palestinians, failing to acknowledge Palestinians as an indigenous group with a collective identity, thank you, and belonging and rights in relation to occupied and historic Palestinian land. There was a longer definition. On the topic of 100 meters versus 50 versus 0, to me, this reflects lesser of two evil thinking, which we often sort of fail to note that in both cases, both choices are still a bad choice. Last, with competing priorities from housing to public transit to ensuring healthcare for residents of the city, and that this has been presented as polarizing is disappointing. I would hope that our political maturities can cut through what this bylaw wants to do and how current practices of the city behave as if this bylaw, and even a harsher version of it, is already in place, and that should be a topic of precise debate. So as others have said, this bylaw is far from necessary. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. There is a question from Vice Chair Hill.
Yes, thank you very much, Shaheen, for your delegation. I do think that we're trying very hard to thread the needle in terms of many of the concerns you're raising about the ability to protest the issues that both you find important to demonstrate and others would as well. I'll use your concrete example to say, if you felt that there was a need to have a demonstration at a weapons show, I don't believe that there's any implication for this bylaw to apply to that. Should there be an interest to assemble and make specific comments in any direction, content neutral, to that effect, this bylaw will permit that type of demonstration. That's one example, but I don't know that I actually heard anything besides the fact that this bylaw will continue to allow the assembly and speech that you're looking to protect from a charter perspective. Does that give you any reassurance that you have allies around this table that very much are trying to walk that fine line between ensuring that a resident that informs us that they feel unsafe because of the threats of violence or because of other incidents happening around Canada, around the world, to their place of worship, to their schools. Do you have any sense that what we're trying to do here is balancing those two kind of competing issues?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to take that as a understanding of these events do take place in the city. And I would maybe remind this council that there were activists who pushed for this same event that was once called RMX, that is now called CanSec, to be held off of city property. It was a motion passed by this council. I think the vote was a bit close. And so I appreciate the point. I still think if all of those pieces are in fact accurate and true, the impact of this bylaw still has the effect of a chill on protests. And it troubles me that that the discussions of this sort of came out at the 1 year mark of what is a genocide happening in Gaza. And we can't erase the fact and the proven fact that while pro-Palestinian demonstration in the city only occupied a certain percentage of protests that happened in the city, as others have commented on, notably Paul Champ, about this being a nation's capital, the proportion of policing of those events have been grossly disproportionate and violent against people protesting this. And so while I do take the point, I'm failing to see how it would be in practice. And I think we all seem to understand that this bylaw is being debated in the context of Bill C9, which is federal legislation, of course, not within the purview of the municipality. But there was a phrase under Bill C9 of, quote, identifiable persons or identifiable building. And so to me, a risk I see here is that if, for example, there was a protest at the EY Center, even if this bylaw is in place or it hasn't been, there are violent arrests that take place for protesting what I've already outlined, and I don't think I need to repeat. So I appreciate the point, but I don't think that point makes this bylaw okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that response. And I do want to set your mind at ease as much as possible that we have striven very hard to ensure that this is content neutral 100%. And it's not oriented towards any specific identity. This is simply looking at process in order to ensure safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for your delegation this morning. It's appreciated. Thank you for your time. Namrata Tilakani is next, followed by Tom Ledgely.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. My name is Namratha. I'm a racialized queer constituent who has been living in Ottawa for the last 8 years. I'm speaking this morning against the implementation of the Social Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw. I urge you to oppose it. I'm against this bylaw for a number of reasons. Firstly, as already outlined by previous members, it is a violation of charter rights without evidence, mainly Section 2B, which includes the freedom of thought, belief, and expression, Section 2C of the freedom of assembly, and Section 2D of the freedom of association. Canada also has an obligation and is a signatory under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. We have a duty under international law to oppose and prevent genocide in Gaza. As said in previous remarks, this bylaw would disproportionately impact and target those who are already targeted, surveilled, and brutalized by law enforcement. I'm speaking about Black, Indigenous, racialized, queer, and migrant folks. There are many instances of the unjust and cruel targeting by OPS. I would defer you to the meticulous and well-documented work of the 613-819 Block Hub, Robin Brown, who spoke before me, but I'm reminded of the 2020 blockade at Nicholas and Laurier, where 12 community members were arrested violently in the middle of the night for asking the city to confront their anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism under the framework of 10 demands. Bylaws have also displayed bias in enforcement, so I'm concerned about their implementation. I will provide examples below. In 2023, Palestinian solidarity actions were fined under Noise Bylaw 2017-255. This misuse of the bylaw led to escalating state oppression, including surveillance, harassment, ticketing, and arrest of Palestine solidarity protesters starting December 23rd of 2023. Ottawa police and bylaw officers interpreted the law broadly, affecting various forms of collective action, including queer folks, labor leaders, and workers on strike. OPS and bylaw officers have increasingly been using aggressive enforcement tactics on protesters, including arrests. Ottawa Police and Bylaw Services have displayed bias in enforcement many times over the past few years, some of which have already been covered previously, including but not limited to allowing the Freedom Convoy protest to proceed and cooperating with organizers, ticketing and arresting residents for normal protest activities like using a megaphone. Please see my previous example of violation of Noise Bylaw 2017-255, and changing the rules of where protesters were allowed to protest on the streets in November 2024 for a pro-Palestine protest. These tactics have been used on protesters numerous times since then. These examples beg the questions. Who will be making decisions on this bylaw on a case-by-case basis? How will systemic racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Palestinian racism frame this bubble bylaw's implementation? What is the definition of safety in this bylaw, and who is it protecting? How will the bubble bylaw protect the most marginalized people in this community without further exposing them to harm, surveillance, and brutalization? I urge you to oppose this bylaw and its chilling effect on dissent. A bylaw similar to this one was struck down in Winnipeg recently and constitutionally challenged, and I have no doubt that this one would be successful in a constitutional challenge as well. Thank you for your time and for your attention to this matter.
Thank you for your time as well. We appreciate your delegation this morning. I don't see any hands from colleagues, so thank you again for your delegation. Next, we have Tom Ledgely, followed by Donald Ross McLeod. Mr. Ledgely, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Hello, councillors. My name is Tom Ledgely, and I am the coordinator of Horizon Ottawa. we've been working alongside numerous other activist and civil society organizations in a group we've dubbed the Defend Dissent Coalition to oppose this bylaw and other attempts to crack down on protests, including calling on the city to drop charges laid against protesters through a misuse of the noise bylaw, which, funnily enough, was just mentioned by the last delegate. These charges did end up being dropped by the city just before going to court last fall, which I am hoping is going to be some foreshadowing for the city's future legal outcomes surrounding the bylaw up for discussion today. Groups in our coalition oppose this bylaw for a wide range of reasons, but I will lay out a few of our core concerns. We primarily take issue with the logic being used to say this bylaw is necessary in the first place. The city has heard anecdotes from some residents claiming that protests occurring outside this social infrastructure is making them feel unsafe. While there has not been any solid evidence showing that protests are a genuine threat to anyone's safety, it is still very understandable why people would have this fear. We are indeed seeing a concerning rise in hate against various groups, including the Jewish, Muslim, and queer communities, and in some cases this hate is turning into violence. But by creating a larger distance between protesters and the targets of their message, you would only be addressing a symptom of the problem, not the root cause. Making protesters stand 50 meters away erases the discomfort, or eases the discomfort some may feel about their message, but that should not be your goal. Causing discomfort is in fact one of the purposes of protesting. When an injustice is being committed, the goal of protesting is to show those participating in or accepting the injustice that others think it's wrong. The core problem here is that some people fear that protests are a threat to their safety. In the documents that support this bylaw, staff do talk about these fears, but they never address whether or not these fears are actually justified. There is no documented pattern of violence coming from protests, and a bylaw like this would not have prevented many of the acts of hate-motivated violence that we have seen over the past few years. In order to actually address the root of this problem, we need the public to be better educated on the goals of protest movements so they better understand their intentions. This is a task that is far beyond the capacity of our city government, but we can make some progress in some areas. My first suggestion would be for councillors to refrain from making comments at public meetings where they make broad claims about the so-called true intentions of the pro-Palestine movement. This type of fear-mongering is exactly the kind of misinformation that contributes to people feeling unsafe around protests. Long before October 7th, 2023, supporters of the State of Israel have been wrongly conflating criticism of the Israeli government with anti-Semitism. So it's no surprise that many have internalized this message and interpreting criticism of Israel as an attack on Jewish people. Most members of council have managed to avoid spreading this misinformation themselves, which is great. But you must also recognize that by staying silent on this issue and by supporting this bylaw today, you're implicitly agreeing with this false equivocation. This is unfair to protesters who stand side by side with Jewish allies and tirelessly oppose hate in all forms, and further contributes to the false narrative that protests are a threat to people's safety. At the end of the day, this is the problem, a misunderstanding of protests that's making people feel unsafe. Regardless of this perception by some, people are more than adequately protected by existing laws, and this bylaw is a reactionary response that addresses a symptom of the problem, not the cause. My concern that the city hasn't proven this bylaw is necessary is grounded in my morals and sense of justice. But even if you don't share my perspective on this issue, you should still take these criticisms seriously on legal grounds. When the city inevitably has to defend this in court, I highly doubt that the hollow arguments made in staff's reports will hold up. I will also add that I am supportive of the motion put forward by Councillor Devine. I still do have some concerns with the bylaw overall, but I do think that this would make a positive difference, so I would encourage you to vote for that today. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation this afternoon. Question from Councillor Hill, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tom. You've been a strong advocate, for sure, for marginalized voices at city councils and committee meetings for a long time. My question, I suppose, would be how do you think we should be balancing your valid concerns about charter rights for demonstrators with the genuine safety concerns that are raised as part of the lived experience of some of our most vulnerable minorities?
Again, I think that the root of this problem is this misunderstanding. that there is not this actual threat. But as I said, like, I do recognize why people who have been told time and time again, this criticism of Israel is a criticism of you. This is what people have had repeated to them ad nauseum. And so I think this is why I say it's far outside of the city's capability to actually solve this problem outright. But I think anything that the city can do to ease those concerns by explaining to the organizers of events like this, or to a venue that wants to have a bubble zone, I think it's really important for the city to explain, hey, we have talked to these protesters, and we have also been monitoring these protests, same organizations hosting these for weeks on end. We don't see a documented pattern of threats to safety. We don't think that you should be as concerned about this. And I think it would be appropriate for the city to encourage some of these facilities to talk to their members, the people who attend those places, and try to ease those concerns, to say, hey, listen, we don't actually have a real threat that is on the looming over our heads here, so we don't need to be as scared as we are. But instead, I think we're seeing the opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Ledgley.
Thank you very much for your delegation. It's appreciated. Donald Ross McLeod, followed by David Sachs. Mr. McLeod?
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to speak here today, which is incidentally the 44th birthday of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I want to make 4 main points today. One, I'm in favor of safe access to social infrastructure with appropriate limits, and the limits part's important. I'll get into that a bit later. The draft bylaw as currently drafted is not limited enough, particularly with respect to the kinds of activities occurring in affected properties. Okay, and there's a distinction here, I think, between the property and the activity that's going on there. There should be full transparency into the events that led to the reversal of the original staff recommendation on the bylaw. I think that's something we need to look into a little bit. And then finally, the measure should be time limited. So I'll elaborate on each of those points in my remaining time. So clearly no one in Ottawa should be prevented from access to social infrastructure for its main purposes: worship, education, healthcare, community activities, or long-term care. In cases where the main purposes of this social infrastructures are being observed, safe access zones may be needed from time to time to protect users' rights. I'm in favor of them in these cases. In cases where the activity drawing attention is not core to the institution's role, the case for safety zones is less clear in my view. So the bylaw focuses on properties, which makes sense on its face, but it ignores what's happening there. As mentioned, activities related to the main purposes of the infrastructure may warrant extraordinary protection from time to time. But what if there are other activities or events that don't? They're just buildings after all, and they can host events beyond the purposes that I've noted. So not all activities merit the protections of safety zones. Some of these have been in the news in the last few years. Real estate sales of illegally occupied land, which is a violation of international law. Events hosted or organized by foreign governments. Political activities. Any events or expression that attack or seek to limit Canadians' charter or human rights. Abortion, LGBTQ2SI, gender, religion, race, language, etc. Or protections under human rights legislation. Recruitment and support for foreign militaries and paramilitaries, as we've heard earlier today. And then support for activities that are generally illegal. Someone has mentioned that a church in Ottawa supported the illegal occupation of our downtown. Should that institution have the benefit of a bubble bylaw when they're doing supporting activities that are flagrantly illegal? There's been ample media reporting out all of these, so I won't go into the specific details. I'm sure this is a partial list, but it illustrates activities that do not merit the exceptional protections of this draft bylaw, providing them with threatened freedom of expression for citizens with contrary views. There's a straightforward way to remedy this, in my view. Section 6 of the draft requires an attestation to the general manager from applicants. The applicant could be required to attest that the facilities are being used for their intended purpose and not for perhaps a council-approved checklist of activities that don't merit a safety zone. Also, in the transaction with the applicant, if there's potential for listed activities to draw protests or to be controversial, perhaps the general manager could counsel them or event organizers to host the activities elsewhere, a hotel, conference center, etc. This would avoid unnecessary confrontation and exposure of vulnerable people to unwanted demonstrations. And under Section 15, the general manager has ability to modify their rights. I'm also calling for full transparency. This is an exceptional measure, and I note that staff had originally recommended against it. Council did not accept this advice, only conclude that there was pressure to proceed with it. Staff have done an excellent job in reporting on the consultations that led to this. Their background paper is very good work. But I suspect there were other communications with the mayor, councillors, and staff prior to that or outside of the consultation process. Given the exceptional nature of the draft bylaw and the considerable opposition to it, I call on the city to collect and release in an easy-to-use format any additional communications, presentations, emails, texts, meeting notes, etc., that led up to that reversal decision. So one final thought. The effect of the proposed bylaw will likely be to limit some residents' charter rights. This is analogous to senior levels of government using the notwithstanding clause to pass laws that are inconsistent with the charter. As you know, there's a 5-year limit on these exceptional laws, which forces governments to reintroduce them, so there is accountability to the public. Would you consider adding a similar sunset provision to this bylaw so it can be reviewed through a democratic process at a future council? Thank you, and I'm prepared to respond to questions.
Thank you for your delegation. You do have a question from Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, sir. I will be the first person to accuse myself of naivete on many occasions. When I have estimations and understandings of how process goes, and then I often find otherwise. My assumption, my expectation is that last year, council gave direction to staff, nothing happens, and then we get this draft bylaw. You spoke to there should be transparency, and my ears perked up. I didn't get it all, but I believe I heard you say something to the effect of, I tried to write it down, that there should be transparency, something to the effect of, we should seek transparency on what led to, and forgive me if I'm getting this wrong, on the bylaw we have been presented with and how it changed after or in reversal to the direction that was provided. I may have gotten some of that wrong, and then you kind of alluded to it, but for my sake, could you be crystal clear on what you are talking about?
My understanding was that initially there was not a recommendation to proceed with this from staff, and then they were given direction by council to go back and do it. Is that incorrect? If it is, I'll withdraw the statement.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
My understanding was that there was an initial direction to prepare a draft bylaw. The original response back from staff was not to proceed with it, and that was overridden by council. If I'm mistaken in that, I'm happy to withdraw the assertion, but I think that was the history of it as I understand it.
I'm not sure. I'll look into it, but if that's what you're referring to, then okay. I'm not sure if that's the case, but
okay.
All right, thank you.
In any case, behind that, any communication with the city outside of the normal consultation process, that should be available to the public to see as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I'll just clarify, City Council directed staff to draft this bylaw. So we gave them, I believe, 9 months to do that. They have been through a very extensive process over the last 9 months, and the result of that process is the draft that we have before us today. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your delegation. David Sachs, followed by Ted Cohen. Mr. Sachs.
Is that right? Thank you, Chair. I represent the Jewish Federation of Ottawa. And although we have stringent guidelines on how to go about our delegations, I've been assured by Councillor King that this is in bounds. So I would like to start by first thanking council and staff for their work on this issue. I've been involved in this for 2 years, and although it's been very contentious, I want to really raise awareness that even those councillors I've disagreed with have been very respectful in this debate and have genuinely been looking at concerns which I believe are authentic, and the way in which staff conducted themselves with their widespread consultation in the city, their exhaustive review of the legal judgments and consultations with legal experts, and looking at where this law has been applied with before, to learn best practices, what we can learn from them, and come up with a made in Ottawa solution, I think is really commendable. And I would like to expressly thank the mayor and city manager for the tone which has been set for City Hall. Now, to my own experience, I've heard a lot of talk about threat levels and what is actually experienced out of demonstrations. So I'd like to share that, first of all, in April of 2024, I came out of a Muslim friendship dinner on Parliament Hill to cross a protest. I was the only member of that event to be leaving by that door wearing a kippah identifying me as Jewish. I was immediately swarmed by 14 masked protesters in my face, on my body, screaming, threatening, saying the most vile and disgusting things to me, banging me on the head with a drum, and putting a noise weapon in my face. This is very fresh in my mind because the case finally came to court about a month ago, and for the first time I was able to see a video of it. As I walked away from that crowd, I was followed by 7 of the protesters for 4 blocks, while one police officer accompanied me, assuring me that he was not there to make any arrests, he was there to keep me safe. And I think that is a key point when we talk about the tools in the toolbox for police, is that very often if we put the bar at criminal behavior and violence, it is too late to intercede safely. And this bylaw, in my opinion, gives us an opportunity to de-escalate before the escalation begins. But I want to express that what was really going through my mind during that very long 4 minutes that I was walking was, it is intolerable to imagine members of my community having to go through this just to take their children to daycare. We are not imagining the threat against us, and I think it's frankly deplorable to hear some of the same witnesses in this room that we heard a year ago denying the threat to Jewish safety, insisting that this is about being uncomfortable. The 15 people murdered at Bondi Beach were not made uncomfortable. The synagogues in Toronto that were shot at 3 times in a week were not conflating criticism of Israel. Let's get real and discuss this issue with some humanity, which I appreciate the council have done, and I wish some of the witnesses could do so as well. There are serious concerns here that I appreciate about the balance of rights, but let's not forget the balance of human rights, the rights to our safety, the rights to treat each other with respect, and recognize that the threats to Jewish safety are real. We are not imagining them. This kind of gaslighting is gross. And I would say to council that I respect the
1 minute
serious and balanced approach to finding a resolution to this and to taking seriously those threats rather than disregarding them as imaginary or as discomfort when they are clearly not so. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. I have some questions from colleagues, starting with Councillor Hubley and then Devine.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, David, for coming out today and all your efforts in the community. I find it very enlightening to hear the delegations from all sides of this issue today. But I am aware of a lot of the work that you do, and when I grow up, I want to be like you. Okay?
Thank you.
But a simple question for you on this. If obviously Parliament Hill will never be listed as one of our vulnerable sites. This is very prescriptive as to what sites we would protect. But let's just say it was a retirement home and you were coming out to a crowd like that. I'm hoping you're going to tell me that they always warn us, don't ask questions you don't know the answers, but I'm going to take a risk on you, okay? I'm trying to get a picture of if this bylaw is in place and you're coming out of a facility such as a retirement home that we could designate as a vulnerable site, what's the likelihood of something like that happening to you?
With the bylaw in place?
With the bylaw in place.
Well, I'll speak first to what happened without the bylaw in place, because I experienced that as well. Because 5 months after my assault, I was sitting in the lobby of the Jewish Community Center when that campus was besieged by protesters. And I can tell you that I know we're going to have a delegate coming up who can speak directly to the experience at the nursing home. But from my experience from the vantage point of the community center, we had senior citizens there whose rights were prescribed because they were not allowed to leave. And they were told directly by police, it is not safe for you to leave because we do not have a safe access or egress point to the facility. They were blocked by the protesters. So we had senior citizens who were there for hours. We had parents who were told, you have to come and pick up your children from daycare early because this protest is going on. We can't guarantee their safety. So my hope would be, and I think what the experience has been with the abortion bubble bylaws, is that by de-escalating, by keeping those access points clear in the first place, we don't run the risk of having to cross those barriers where conflict is almost guaranteed if it happens enough. I have taken a walk around our community centers since receiving the staff report. And I can tell you that I can see that there are still vulnerabilities. And as a Jewish representative, I'm not very happy with that. I can see where there can still be a protest around our facilities, but I also understand my point of view here is not the only one, and that we all are trying to balance those things. And by tying it to the access point, I think it does a fair job of protecting what really matters, which is our ability to get in and out without regard to the message being spread. I can tell you that when I walked for 4 blocks, it was not an exchange of ideas. It was not a protected right, but it was an assault, and it was found as such. I hope that by having such a bylaw in place, we will have fewer of those such incidents, and that it will make our parents feel a little bit safer, because right now for a parent to send their kids to a Jewish school, they are afraid. Our schools are emptied by bomb threats on occasion. Our synagogues, we have to walk past armed guards to get in. And I think this is a very reasonable way to just say, let us get in. Let us get in and out without having someone in my child's face in a mask screaming at them. So I don't know what the future will hold, but I hope that by having this bylaw in place, we'll have a similar experience with the abortion bubbles, where it becomes less necessary to have police intervention because the points of conflict will be moved down the street.
Thank you for your answer. I'll tell you, I was going to ask you to compare that to the motion that's on the table here that I personally don't think would provide that same level of safety for you, so I won't be supporting that motion. I think it's important here to recognize that what happened in this process, it started out with Councillor Hill and myself and the Mayor's office doing a lot of work to get this going. We worked with staff. There was a couple iterations of this bylaw before it finally came back. But that's when the part that makes me proud to be part of this council happened, where other members of council, you're hearing today from Councillor Trochet, for example, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Leaper's not here today, but they all put really good impact into this. Like they raised issues that we hadn't thought of, and that's where the compromise came to be, that this motion going forward here, I think it's going to be pretty close to a unanimous vote, because most councillors realize that this is a really good reflection of the work that we can do as a municipal government. So I want to thank you for coming in. I want to thank you for your part in contributing to all this as well. And I hope that this will pass today and again on Wednesday. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. David, thank you for your delegation. And thank you for opening your delegation by making reference to the fact that you appreciate the level of civil discourse that has happened. You and I have had 2 civil discourses in the last 72 hours. One in the washroom just about 45 minutes ago, before after we washed our hands, can't remember. But also, you and I had, I think, a 30-minute conversation on the phone the other day. And I remember after the conversation, my team came in and said, were you talking to like David Sachs? I go, yeah. He goes, that conversation went really, really well. My team, one of my staff often likes to remind me that politics is the art of negotiating differences. What you are doing here before this this council is the art of negotiating differences. You and I are on different positions on this issue. We are demonstrating civil discourse, the art of negotiating differences. What you experienced at that iftar dinner was not artful at all. I believe I went to that same event. I remember going to that and being told by many people, you know, how dare you come to this in my face. I thought this is not good at all. I also personally thought this for me is a rare instance. I've been to and seen many protests. What I saw there was a rare instance. I have not seen that level of aggression myself at many protests. I saw cops at that protest and I was wondering, what the heck are they doing? What the heck are they not doing? My question to you, you used the word assault. You got assaulted at that protest. You also said that the police officer who escorted you to your car said he was not there to make any arrests. That was one police officer. You told me that there were other police officers there. Do you think the other police officers, not the one who was escorting you to your vehicle, do you think that the other police officers had grounds to arrest? You were assaulted.
Yes, I do.
Good.
And
do you think the police should have arrested? You were assaulted.
I do.
Do you think they have the laws?
Chair, can we please
answer.
allow the delegation to complete their statements?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
This isn't a debate. You
Well, I
have to
got my
allow
answer.
the
Sorry.
delegation to complete. Is that correct, Chair?
Okay, hold on. So
sorry, is my thing
just
on?
1 second,
I might have
please.
turned it
1
off.
second. So the questions about police conduct are probably best directed to the deputy chief when he comes to the table. Mr. Sachs is not a police officer, so you can ask him questions about his experience, which are fine, but whether or not something crossed the line of criminal matter, the best person.
Perfectly fine. And I had only been looking for like simple questions. I was only looking for yeses or nos.
But I think this gets really to the heart of the issue, and especially with your amendment, respectfully.
Yes.
Which, although it is, I think, an improvement over the nuisance demonstration initially, it still is waiting for things to go wrong before we rise to the level of police intervention. And my understanding is at that point, the police have to really worry about escalation and social order and things getting worse. So I totally respect the police protocols that they're not always in a position to make arrests because it could make the situation more dangerous. In my view, this bylaw will lower the bar so that the situation doesn't get dangerous in the first place and will make less discretionary choices necessary on the field.
Thank you. I do have 2 more questions. I completely sympathize and recognize the fact that you are raising your concerns in regards to the community you represent. You have spoken very clearly about your concern about the potential for violence and danger at synagogues, the potential for violence and danger at Jewish community schools. As you know, of course, however, this bylaw is not singling out only places of worship. It is including within its net places of worship, schools, hospitals. My question to you, do you support prohibiting peaceful demonstrations entirely at any of those social infrastructure, even when there is no obstruction, harassment, or targeting? Because that is what will happen with this bylaw.
No, I respectfully, I don't think that's what will happen with this bylaw. This bylaw will move the demonstrations within 50 meters from the access point.
If somebody is within that access point,
yes.
If somebody does not agree with this bylaw and is within the 50-meter bubble, because you can't assume that people are going to follow the bylaw. Right. If somebody is within 40 meters of a school, let's say, because they don't agree with the bylaw, they will be in contravention of the bylaw for any protest at all. Do you support, pardon me? If they apply, if a school applies for a safety zone and gets it.
Chair, sorry, point of order here. Like he's badgering the gentleman that's trying to give us testimony here. This is, you asked your question, you got an answer. Let's move on if you have other
Then I'm allowed
questions.
to rephrase the question. If a school applies for and gets a school safe access zone, do you support prohibiting peaceful demonstrations entirely at such a safe access zone, even if there is no obstruction, harassment, or targeting?
Yes. The point is so that we don't get to that level where it is already something frightening for parents and for children to have to go through. So I think that saying we're just moving 50 meters from that access point is the kind of targeted, balanced, focused point that has, proven to withstand charter challenges, and I think satisfies the demand for free expression as well as free access.
Thank you. My last question. If somebody is by conscience against the bylaw that we may pass, and they are in contravention of the bylaw for being within 40 meters of a school that is designated a safe access zone, would you be comfortable with a resident being ticketed or fined for participating in a peaceful protest within such a safe access zone?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Hill and then Tierney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today, Mr. Svcs. I'm sorry that you experienced the violence that you experienced upon leaving a friendship dinner. I'm sorry to your Jewish friend who was stabbed at Loblaws about a year ago. And I'm sorry to the staff that were in the synagogue that was shot up in Toronto. I hear your concerns, and I'm very appreciative of, as you said, the work that's gone around this table to try and address the very legitimate fears and concerns that you and that your community have raised that are not fabrications, that are not exaggerations, but that are real and genuine. And I thank you for having the courage to come here today to represent that. I'd like to understand from your perspective how you see the threat level to your community as it has trended over the last few years. You were here to present to committee when we initially discussed this. We as a council have recently received a briefing on extremism and radicalization in the city of Ottawa. How have you and how has the Jewish community experienced that threat trend over the last several years?
Thank you. I'm so grateful for that opportunity. It is a terrifying time for the Jewish community in Canada and in Ottawa. We've seen recently several articles in international news journals saying Canada is next, the next target for a Bondi Beach type attack. It is inevitable given the amount of targeting at synagogues, at schools, the fire bombings which have gone on. And that's why it's frankly flabbergasting that I'm hearing some of the same remarks today that a year ago, after a year of countless fire bombings, shootings at Jewish schools, Jewish synagogues, at Jewish businesses, after the murderous attacks in Manchester on Yom Kippur at Bondi Beach, after the attack at a synagogue in Michigan that was intended to be a mass murder of children, and after seeing the skyrocketing statistics of hate crimes against Jews, which are an order of magnitude of a higher rate than of any other group. So I'd like to just put together a few data points that are in the mind of our community. Because these seem kind of disparate, but they come together in what our mentality is. Number one, there is an organization, a criminally designated terrorist organization called Hamas, which calls for their followers to kill Jews around the world. Number two, there are followers of that philosophy who kill Jews around the world, and we see that everywhere. Number three, there are leadership groups of protests in Ottawa who are explicitly followers of Hamas and supportive of Hamas. Number four, we've had the stabbing of a woman at a kosher Loblaws. We have had 2 youth arrested in Ottawa for planning a bombing attack against an Ottawa Jewish target, and we see the repeated attacks across Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver against the institutions. So it is very frightening. I hear from people all the time thinking of leaving Ottawa, thinking of leaving Canada. I hear from families saying they don't know whether to send their children to a public school where they'll be bullied or a Jewish school where they could be bombed. This is Ottawa in 2026. I know that this council doesn't have the power to overturn anti-Semitism. I know that we heard other speakers today talking about powers that this council might have to help in this fight, and believe me, we're going to continue that conversation, and I look forward to it. But this is the reality of where we are. So, does this solve the root cause of hate? No. But it does make us a little bit safer, it makes us a little bit more comfortable, and it will certainly alleviate anxiety and trauma that parents feel taking their kids to school or to synagogue. I know that. I am a parent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The other Vice Chair, sorry, yeah, Vice Chair, Co-Chair Tierney, go ahead.
I've been called worse. Mr. Sachs, I want to thank you for coming out and also having a good discussion with me. David was apologizing for a lot of the things that have happened over the last year. I mean, you think death would be a pretty quick observation, but one apology is apologizing for some of the actions of our councillors. Some people think they're a Lawrence Greenspan here, and we're cross-referencing a violent criminal. No, you're coming in peace. You want to have a good discussion, and I apologize that you've been subject to that. That being said, I look forward to seeing you at the temple in the next couple of weeks. And we think things have to change. This has gone on too long, and it's getting worse. So thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear, especially after speaking with Councillor Devine a few days ago, I don't take any offense at Councillor Devine's approach. We had a really respectful and productive talk a couple of days ago, and so I think this was just a continuation of something which we had already begun. So
yeah, and like I had mentioned to you, people, I was asked before last election, why didn't you fill in the survey on Jewish people? I said, well, I'm light bulbs and potholes. We don't get into that level of government. What does that mean for us? Well, I think we've seen it firsthand. We have protests that are out of control. We have policing costs that are not getting picked up. And we're having people viciously attacked. That's a problem. So there is an election this year, if anyone knows. Keep that in mind. I think everyone will want a council that supports safety in our communities. So thank you for coming out today.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you for your delegation. Colleagues, it's 12:37. I'm going to recommend that we take a brief lunch break at this point to recess, and we will start promptly on time at 1 o'clock. Is Mr. Cohen on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Good afternoon to you, sir. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Councillor, and thank you to all the committee members and city staff for the opportunity to return before you today. My name is Ted Cohen, and I'm the CEO of Hill Lodge, a long-term care home located at the corner of Broadview and Kerr in Ottawa. I appeared before this body previously to describe in first-hand terms what our residents and staff endured during a prolonged and deeply disturbing protest on September 26, 2024. I'm back today because Council is now considering concrete action, and I want to offer both you my support for the proposed bylaw and some important observations about its scope and what will be required to make it effective. On the evening of September 26, protesters surrounded Hill Lodge for over 2 hours. They were positioned within 30 feet of our residents' windows. They used bullhorns, drums, and large speakers, powerful enough that the vibrations could be felt inside the building. Residents with dementia became agitated and disoriented. Holocaust survivors were re-traumatized. A returning resident arrived trembling, asking why people were shouting. A staff member completing her shift was physically blocked from leaving the building. It took 5 police officers to push through the crowd so she could safely exit. She was then screamed at and filmed as she slowly and carefully drove away. I was there for the entire incident. What I witnessed was not a demonstration directed at a government institution. It was a sustained assault on the peace and dignity of elderly, vulnerable people who could not escape it. So I support the proposed bylaw. I want to be clear. I support this proposed bylaw and I commend Council for moving forward with it. A 50-meter bubble zone around entrances and exits is a meaningful step. It would have made a material difference on September 26 by requiring protesters to maintain a distance that would have reduced the immediate physical and psychological impact of residents near ground floor windows. I'm also encouraged that the proposal includes a provision on sound disturbance around the bubble zone. The bylaw reflects a recognition that long-term care homes are not simply institutions, they are homes of people who are vulnerable, who deserve protection. I raise the following vulnerabilities to this, not to undermine the bylaw, but because understanding its limits, and there are a few limits, will help Council and enforcement agencies deploy it most effectively. The 50-meter bubble is measured from entrances and exits. Whether the delivery lane around our building qualifies as an entrance and exit will matter. Depending on interpretation, the geometry of Broadview and Kerr, the intersection itself, and the open streetscape around it may still permit protesters to gather at distances close enough to cause significant distress. 50 meters is not a large distance in an urban context. At our location, it does not eliminate proximity to resident-facing windows. Sound carries, drums carry. Amplified voices carry well beyond 50 meters. This is precisely why the sound disturbance provision is not a supplementary measure. It is an essential one. Even a lawful protest conducted outside the bubble can inflict serious harm on this population in long-term care, and it involves because of the amplification and the percussion. And enforcement is everything. A bylaw is only as effective as its enforcement. I want to respectfully but plainly urge Council to ensure that Ottawa Police Services and bylaw services are resourced, prepared, and directed to act swiftly when violations occur at long-term care facilities. On September 26, bylaw officers did ultimately act on noise violations. I was grateful. But the harm had already been done over the preceding hours. Early, confident intervention grounded in clear legal authority could have shortened the worst of the damage that was done. I would ask that enforcement agencies be briefed on the particular vulnerabilities of long-term care populations so that they appreciate why prompt action at these sites is not discretionary. It is a matter of resident health and safety. This bylaw is a meaningful but measured response. It is not an overreach. It is proportionate protection for a very vulnerable population that cannot protect itself and cannot leave the facility where they live. I urge Council to pass it to ensure its provisions, including the sound disturbance plank, are robustly worded and to direct enforcement agencies to treat violations at long-term care facilities with the urgency that they deserve. On behalf of the 121 residents of Hill Lodge, their families and dedicated staff, thank you very much for your time and commitment.
And thank you for your delegation today. A question from Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Thank you for your delegation today, and I can only imagine how traumatizing that experience was. I just want to let you know that the point that you raised there for whether the Ottawa Police and Ottawa Bylaw Services feel that this new bylaw is going to be enforceable is one of the questions I'm going to ask. But I also want to make sure that they feel that there's enough leeway in this bylaw that they have some discretion, because we're hearing some examples of where there may be a need to provide the discretion that both forces are very well known for. So thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
There are no other questions for you at this time. Thank you very much again for your delegation.
Thank you.
Crystal Tandon is next, followed by Miriam Azabki.
Hello and good afternoon, committee members and everyone. My name is Crystal Tandon, and I'm here on my own behalf as well as anyone who also supports this bylaw today. I would like to take a moment today to briefly express my support for the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw. This bylaw will help to promote safety of vulnerable people who need access, safe access to and from designated social infrastructure facilities, including places of worship, schools, childcare centers, hospitals, community healthcare centers, residential care facilities, such as long-term care homes and congregate care facilities, without the emotional and physical intimidation. From hearing many respected delegates today who are in opposition of this bylaw and who fear that this bylaw may prevent their freedom of protesting, I can reassure you that there is very minimal impairment to your freedom to protest, and yet there is still a large opportunity and scope to creatively practice and exercise your right to freedom and your right to protest. Of course, no bill in law is ever perfect, but there will be time for changes and amendments to take place in later future to help suit your opinions. As Canadians, we respect the right to freedom of speech, expression, and peaceful protest within the communities. On an important note, safety of everyone involved is of utmost importance. With various protests held in the past, some have been peaceful and some have not. The protests which have not been peaceful come with disruptions, stress, and delays in everyone involved during that time, as well as the after effects. I would encourage the people who oppose this safety bylaw to put themselves in the shoes of vulnerable people. There have been reports when protests and demonstrations escalated to psychological and physical harm to the vulnerable population. Take, for example, elderly people who need access to the hospital in life-threatening situations where the matter of life and death are at a crucial time. This raises safety concerns and thereby reduces accessibility to important social infrastructures such as the hospitals. Furthermore, vulnerable people affected by negative consequences of the protest may face further challenges in the aftermath, such as psychological and physical trauma, for which they may require consequential care for their well-being. This increased stress can negatively impair the vulnerable person's emotional and physical health. Consideration is essential for the common person who requires access to these social infrastructures if they feel unsafe due to the unpredictable manner that some protests and mass demonstrations can cause. Also take, for example, a common person who follows any religious faith. For some people, following their faith on a day-to-day basis serves as a way to calm their stress, have peace, and believe in hope for their future from everyday stressors of our lives. Accessibility to their respective places of worship is also an important part of their day. However, when protests happen outside at the entrance of places of worship, this negatively impacts that person's well-being and disrupts their mental peace, which can also lead to physical stress as well. Therefore, this bylaw will provide a balance between the right for freedom of protest as well as provide the safety and protection to the vulnerable people who require access to these social infrastructures to continue their daily duties of worship or visitation without the fear or psychological and physical harm. The passing of this bylaw will be a victory for everyone's safety, and thank you for providing me with this opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
We thank you for your delegation and speaking with us today. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, so thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Miriam Masabki, welcome, followed by Shiv Bhaskar. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, mon intervention va être en français en tant que...
Ladies and gentlemen, I will speak in French, given that I'm a citizen of Ottawa, so this is my privilege. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm a resident in Ottawa for about 35 years now. I'm actively interested in social questions and policies that affect our city. I saw that how the city has evolved with its strengths, its challenges, and the moments of solidarity. And especially for some years now, I have seen people express themselves in public spaces. This, just like this is done in all living democracies. Over time, I have followed many protests and citizen mobilization efforts. So these events are an integral part of a democratic city and a capital city like ours. In this context, I would like to talk about my concerns about the pertinency of this policy. I will be very clear. In 35 years, I have never been afraid of protests. I've never felt that they represented a threat to my security. What I've seen are committed people, people who defend causes, people who are using their voice, sometimes with passion and sometimes with anger, but always in a framework that is part of our democratic system and with the rules and laws that exist currently in Ottawa. So when I hear about this bubble bylaw, I ask myself, what does it want to protect? Because from my point of view, it is not the citizens who are in danger. What is in danger is our tolerance to citizen expression. What is in danger is our ability to accept, to sometimes be disturbed. A comfortable democracy where nothing is disturbed is no longer a democracy. To create zones where certain voices can no longer be heard is sending a worrisome message that disturbance has become unacceptable in our society. Now, while we talk about restricting protests, where in fact it does not represent a threat in Ottawa, there are more urgent realities that need to disturb us deeply. Poverty is on the rise. Homelessness is more and more visible. People are living in awful situations where they do not have housing. Families are sometimes waiting for years to have social housing. Now that is a crisis. That is an urgency. And however, that's not where our energy seems to be dedicated. As a citizen, as a taxpayer, I believe that this is quite disturbing and worrisome because every dollar, every hour of work dedicated to this type of measure, which is a measure that is not meeting the needs of our realities, is one less resource to deal with the true problems. Is this truly Ottawa's priority? Are we responding to a perception rather than a reality? I would invite you, dear councillors, to be courageous, be politically courageous, and protect fundamental rights. The courage to have the courage to accept that democracy can be uncomfortable, and the courage to dedicate our efforts where they are truly necessary. Thank you very much for having listened to me. And thank you. Thank you, Madame Masabki, for your comments this afternoon. Colleagues, any questions? Thank you very much.
Shiv Bhaskar is next, followed by Jody Green. Mr. Bhaskar, I believe you're on mute. If you could please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go. You have up to...
Unmuted. But anyway, Anyway, yeah, so thank you for all of the councillors for giving me the opportunity to speak here. And
do you mind just
like I have a cardiac
stopping?
arrhythmia.
Can you just stop for 1 second? Is that on our end or on his end? Okay, sir, I understand you've logged in twice, so
I have a, I can
need to mute the other one that you're not using to delegate. Are you still with us? Our delegate may have dropped off. Is Jody Green present? Jody online? Okay, so we're going to go next. Okay, so Delegate Jody Green, we'll hear you now, and then we'll try and get Mr. Basker back. So Ms. Green, you have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jody Green. I'm the mother of 3 boys and live in Center Point. My grade 10 son attends Nepean High School on Broadview Avenue. Last May, when I picked him up from school at our usual meeting point, there was a large protest right out front of Broadview Elementary. My son had to walk through the crowd to reach me. As he got into the car, I asked him if he was okay. Was he scared? Did he understand what was happening? As a teen, he answered, "It was fine. I'm not scared. Can you buy me a snack?" I assumed that he understood about the right to protest and knew that the police presence was there to protect him, just in case. Last week, I had a scheduled meeting with my city councilor, Lane Johnson, to talk about why I support this bylaw. Sometime before the meeting, my son saw the appointment in my phone and asked me why I was meeting with Councilor Johnson. I explained what a bubble zone was and asked him if he remembered the protest at Broadview. Without hesitation and quite viscerally, he replied, "That was horrible." I was taken aback by his comment, given his relaxed response last May, so we talked. He told me he had been scared and didn't know what they were protesting or why. He said that he didn't know that why the police were there or that they were there to protect him, and he was scared that maybe there had been a violent crime that had occurred and he was in danger. He, in a moment of extreme emotional maturity, said he was angry that elementary-age children, school children, should have to leave school into a protest. He said he wished they would have been somewhere else because elementary school children shouldn't have to face that. Of course, in our home, we support the right to protest for its historic value in moving the needle towards positive social change. We also respect and value the diversity of opinions, and we give high priority to safety, physical and emotional, of children, the elderly, and the vulnerable. My son's visceral reaction to the police is in part because we are Jewish. At our holiday services last September, we had armed guards patrolling inside and outside our synagogue during religious services. My son unfortunately knows that safe places are sometimes not so safe. If this bylaw helps the very young, the very old, and those who live in fear for whatever reason, feel that community spaces are made just a little bit safer and secure, then I'm in favor. Looking ahead, I could not allow my son to experience that again. Knowing now that he was so deeply impacted, if I heard that there was a scheduled protest in the area, I would need to leave work early, pick him up for school early, and avoid the crowd. This is not the goal of education, and this is not assuring his safety. The right to protest must be protected, but access to schools, long-term care centers, and houses of worship must also be protected. We shouldn't prioritize the rights of one over the other. We should look for a way to allow those with a message to be heard and those who may be intimidated to feel safe. I believe that this bylaw strikes the right balance, and I thank City Council for working hard to find that balance. And I therefore ask you to recommend that Council approve the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. We do have some questions for you, starting with Councillor Johnson and then Truster.
Thank you, Chair. So Jody, I just wanted to, get on the mic and recognize you for the support you've given me as someone who, hasn't come to this conversation with a lot of experience, sometimes makes mistakes, sometimes is learning as I go. and you've always been there for me to just be my authentic self and express, you know, exactly where I'm coming from and help me to learn. And I think how help us to mutually learn from one another and what our perspectives are. I feel safe with you, and I appreciate you. So I just want to say, I know that's hard for you to show up like that all the time as the emotional labor asks, but I appreciate you. And I think we have had many conversations about this as it's been going through. And I expressed to you, you know, and I still retain um, some hesitancy around its constitutional validity, and you know whether or not there are variables within this bylaw that are beyond a municipality's scope. I think you know we all hashed that out quite a bit when it came to the first meeting on this issue. Can you help me to understand how you think um, that those constitutional rights are being protected, given the sort of narrowness of what's being considered today?
I can do my best. I'm not a lawyer or constitutional expert. And Elaine, I just want to thank you for your remarks. I too appreciate you and our relationship and our ability to speak openly and safely with each other. We're not, from my understanding of the bylaw, it is not limiting the right to protest. It is only limiting the location to entrances to vulnerable infrastructure. That is the balance, and that is striking the balance between making sure that diverse voices are heard and making sure that small children are safe. That's the best of my understanding. You heard from Ted Cohen and you know what was experienced at the Hillel Lodge. Also, how do we strike that balance? We want protest. Protest is a valuable part of a democratic society, and small children, the elderly, social places the people inside need to feel that they have safety.
Thank you for that. I think that's what we've been trying to wrestle with, is this balance of protected rights under the charter, the right of the freedom to assemble, the freedom of religion, along with the freedom of expression. And in this sense, you know, I think what we've tried to achieve is a narrowness, which I think can be criticized, of course, of really eliminating all subjectivity of, you know, the content of a protest or the content of a building, or you know anything where, you know, bylaw would be put in a position of evaluating something's merit, you know, because I do think that's beyond the scope of this committee and council. But by limiting it exclusively to safe access, you can kind of just use a ruler to start talking about what's in this. And so I do think there's still vulnerabilities, but I really appreciate being able to work this out with you and to chat about this with you. And I love women in leadership. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Jody. Thanks so much for being here. I was at both counter protests at Broadview, and what we were trying to do was create that bubble. We were trying to protect the kids in the building from being impeded. And I remember in that moment thinking it would be nice if somebody else could do this, that we didn't have to put our bodies on the line every time. But we have heard competing opinions or different opinions from other Broadview parents about whether they think this tool would be useful. So I'm just wondering if if in your conversations with the school community, what your perspective is on the sort of general level of support for a safe access bylaw, given what I'm so sorry your son had to go through. My own daughter had to go through something very similar with a convoy as her school was in the red zone. And it was quite terrifying for her.
Yeah, I'm sorry for your daughter's experience. It's a true fact that the parents were trying to protect the school by being on that side of the road and the protesters were across the street. However, we're putting our adult perspectives on the situation and not the perspective of a pre-literate 4-year-old or 5-year-old leaving the building who doesn't know who the safe people are, who the potentially unsafe. I am in no way saying that there was a safety issue at that moment, only the perception of the children navigating the situation has been reported to me as feeling unsafe. And so now my son, who at 15 is quite literate, knew exactly which side of the road, but the police why are the police there? Right? We know that they're there to protect. And so he knew that they must have been there for a safety reason, but didn't want to stick around reading the signs and the placards to figure out what that safety reason was. He wanted to get out of there because he felt unsafe knowing the police needed to be there to guard safety. And he is 15. He comes at a level of maturity that the children inside Broadview most likely don't have. So I think we have to separate our ideas as adults who completely understand the situation from those who are pre-literate or newly literate, and asking them to navigate who's on which side, what are the points, what are the value. They're not going to do that. They're just going to be afraid.
Thanks, I appreciate, and I largely agree with you, and I I think people like you and I that have the very direct experience of the impact of something like this on kids, um, it's not always rational, just as you said, right? Like, and the traumatic reaction can happen weeks or months after, as you said. Your son reflecting on it was a year later or 2 years later. So yeah, I appreciate that perspective, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Ms. Green, for joining us this afternoon. Thank you. It's my understanding that we have Mr. Basker back online, so we're going to go back to him.
Okay. Thank you. Hopefully, I'm not going to be sound issue at this time. I want to thank all the councillors for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue, and I'm going to be speaking for the motion. And I think it's a fundamental right for anyone to practice their religion in peace. And another fundamental right of freedom should not, trump that. But really, we're not impeding on the fundamental right of freedom of expression or freedom of to protest. It's only 50 yards. Actually, in my opinion, that 50 yards is too small. I would like to propose a friendly amendment to make it 100 yards. Because as you know, recently in Brampton, outside the Trivedi temple, there was a protest done after the Brampton had passed the 100-yard buffer zone. And what they did there was they used the loudspeakers, megaphones, as well as loudspeakers. So even though the protesters, basically the Khalistani elements, the Khalistani movement elements, they were there in numbers 100 yards away, but they were able to impeach on their peace by using loudspeakers, megaphones. And so these people's rights to practice their religion in a peace was, even then, it was impeded on. So, like this has happened in Brampton. This has also happened in Surrey, where similar, and not only that, in Brampton a year ago, outside this temple, these protesters were there. They physically attacked the worshippers who were going to the temple. Okay, that is still in the court cases. So I think when you establish this buffer zone, it takes away from that. So there's that criminal element or criminal activity that can take place. It actually helps to provide the buffer zone so that it does not happen. As you know, some people have heard saying, hey, well, this is not Ottawa, it doesn't happen here. Well, let me tell you, in Ottawa, we know that the Molotov cocktail was thrown at the house of one of the previous member of parliament right here in Ottawa. Okay. And this guy was physically threatened. He was a member of parliament, not just an average person. And I know another Hindu leader who was building a house, and luckily most of his house was built except the garage. And he had a fire door going from the garage to the house. And they tried to light fire. They tried to burn his house down. And luckily it was the winter. And didn't have a garage doors. They had a plastic there. And they started the fire there, but the fire went out on its own. And then when the police was called, they came and the detective looked at a few things and he left. He didn't even bother looking at the red canister that was left behind. And they didn't take any fingerprints from that. So I'm speaking on behalf of the Hindu community, and the Hindu community is a model community. I mean, you won't see Hindu teenager girls walking around with the, single mother. It won't be a single mother. You won't see Hindu Canadians in the jails. I mean, you won't see Hindu Canadians peddling drugs. I mean, you see in Canada, in Ottawa, right here, we have a number of Hindu businessmen, Claridge, Phoenix Homes, Richcraft, DTA systems, they employ thousands. So it's still like a model community, but yet we don't feel safe here because we are not taken seriously. In fact, earlier I heard a couple of people speak here, and one lady was talking about she's doing a thesis in masters, and she talked about Jewish and the Muslims. There was no mention of the Hindu community being at risk, and we have been at risk. And the largest murder in Canada happened. It was committed by the Khalistani element, and they blew up the Air India. We had over 300 people that were killed. All right. And then what did the RCMP do? Well, they destroyed evidence. What did the Svcs do? Well, they destroyed. I remember as a young man, I was watching national news, and I saw where the RCMP or the Svcs were recording these people next in a hotel in the next room, that they were planning to blow up this airplane. And what we heard from Major Inquiry, Mr. Majors did the inquiry on Air India, and he said there was a systemic errors. Those evidence were destroyed. So the Hindus here live in fear. The Hindu Canadians and the Indo-Canadians, the people who are not Khalistani elements, who are Sikhs, also live in fear because they have been physically attacked. And all this.
Your time is up. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Your 5 minutes are up. I just want to look to my colleagues. I don't have any questions. I'll just say that for delegates who still have comments to make, given that a final decision is not being made today, whatever decision the committee makes, the joint committee makes, has to be ratified by City Council. There's still an opportunity to provide email or comments to members of the joint committee. But thank you for your delegation this afternoon. We do need to move on. Josh Lalonde is next, followed by Danielle Keenan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. In 1988, Ottawa City Council unanimously approved a city policy RE apartheid in South Africa. This policy included, among other points, declaring Ottawa to be an anti-apartheid city, not receiving official visitors from apartheid South Africa, not purchasing South African products, and not investing in South Africa. Rather than following the example of its predecessor and clearly expressing its opposition to apartheid, Ottawa City Council is, nearly 40 years later, preparing to dedicate municipal resources to protecting apartheid in a different state. Once council inevitably passes this bylaw, fascists who want to hold pro-apartheid, pro-land theft, and pro-genocide events without being inconvenienced by protesters will be able to call on police to keep them out of sight and out of mind. I say inevitably because I knew as soon as the Joint Committee meeting voted last spring to instruct staff to draft this bylaw that it would ultimately be approved, and I suspect most of you did as well, despite your protestations to the contrary at the time. I pointed out at the last meeting that this bylaw was a bad solution to a non-problem and should be scrapped altogether, but councillors were already speaking of it as an inevitability before it had even been drafted, and were only interested in canvassing delegates' opinions about how to fine-tune its wording. It's instructive to contrast the laser focus on passing this bylaw with the fate of a different committee decision. In March 2024, the Finance and Corporate Services Committee, or FinCo, passed a motion calling on staff to review options for banning fossil fuel ads on municipal property and to report back to FinCo by Q3 of 2024. When I followed up on the status of this motion in February 2025, several months past the deadline for staff to report back to FinCo, I was told that work on the motion had been paused due to proposed federal legislation and legal challenges to similar bylaws in other cities. To my knowledge, that's still where things stand more than 2 years after this motion was passed. Fossil fuel ads are still to be seen on the sides of buses and on various display boards downtown, especially in the vicinity of Parliament Hill. In the case of the Vulnerable Social Infrastructure bylaw, there's also proposed federal legislation, and there are also ongoing legal challenges to similar bylaws in other cities. Yet in this case, we're told that these present no obstacle to Ottawa passing a bylaw of its own without even waiting to see what the outcome of those processes will be. One committee motion is quietly dropped, while for another, it's full steam ahead. At a time when council has been telling staff every year to find efficiencies in nearly every department and has even resorted to approving OC Transpo budgets containing holes of tens of millions of dollars with the promise that some other level of government would come to the city's rescue, why should council deem it appropriate to allocate scarce municipal resources to coddling fascists? We, as residents of Ottawa, will be forced to pay the salaries of the police who will be preventing us from protesting fascist events. And we will then, when this bylaw is inevitably challenged in court, again be forced to pay for lawyers to defend the city's right to waste our money on repressing our own protests. I won't prolong this sham discussion and will instead conclude by reminding councillors that this is an election year and that the cowardice and racism of those who vote to waste our money on this bylaw won't be forgotten on election day. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation this afternoon. I don't see any questions from colleagues, so thank you. Danielle Keenan is next, followed by J. Raman.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Joint Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services and Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. My name is Danielle Keenan, and I work at the Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs, and I'm here today as a community advocate to speak in support of the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure bylaw. I want to begin not with policy, but with what this feels like on the ground. In the aftermath of 3 recent shootings at synagogues in Toronto, I was there, supporting community members in real time. I stood with parents who were trying to decide whether it was safe to send their children back to school. I spoke with congregants who no longer felt comfortable walking into spaces that had always been central to their identity and their faith. What struck me most was not just the fear, but the normalization of that fear. People were asking, is this just how it is now? That question should concern us all, because what we're talking about today is not theoretical. It's about whether people can safely access places of worship, education, and care without intimidation, without harassment, and without fear. The proposed bubble zone legislation is a measured, reasonable response to a very real and growing problem. It does not prevent protest. It does not limit freedom of expression. What it does do is create a narrow perimeter where individuals, especially vulnerable individuals, can enter and exit essential spaces safely. And that matters deeply for the Jewish community in Ottawa. Ottawa is home to a diverse and deeply connected Jewish community. Families, students, seniors, Holocaust survivors, many of whom are active, visible, and engaged in civic life. But that visibility has increasingly come with risk. There is one incident that has been spoken about before and that Vice Chair Hill has spoken about, and that is the incident just 1 year after the October 7th massacre, where Hamas terrorists murdered more than 1,200 innocent people, including Canadians, kidnapped 251 others in the deadliest attack on Jews since the Holocaust, and anti-Israel protesters descended upon the Jewish Community Center. What made this especially egregious, aside from the fact that the community center is frequented by residents of all ages, Jewish and non-Jewish, is that Hillel Lodge is on the same property. Hillel Lodge is a long-term care facility housing seniors, an already vulnerable population. Some of these seniors include Holocaust survivors who have already lived through the consequences of unchecked hatred. For them, the presence of demonstrators outside their home is not just disruptive, it is re-traumatizing. It sends a message that even in their final years, even in spaces meant for care and dignity, they are not beyond the reach of hostility. And this is the same for children. Safe access zones are not a radical concept. They already exist in other contexts where we recognize the need to balance rights, where access and safety are prioritized in the specific, limited space. And this is no differently. This legislation does not take sides on any issue being protested. It simply draws a line around where protest is appropriate. And that line is drawn with care.
1 minute.
Because without it, we are effectively saying that some communities must absorb a level of disruption and fear that we would not accept elsewhere. This is not a standard we should be comfortable with. This is a practical tool, It is targeted, it is enforceable, and it responds directly to what communities are experiencing right now. Public policy often operates at a distance, but this decision will be felt up close in very human, very immediate ways. You have the opportunity to create a small, meaningful buffer, one that restores a sense of safety and dignity where it has been eroded. And for many in the Jewish community, that will make a real and lasting difference. I urge you all to vote to accept this report. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. A question from Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for representing today. We've heard a number of opponents to the Vulnerable Infrastructure Bubble Zone bylaw that the fear is a perception, that intimidation is a component of the feeling of uncomfort that goes with protest. And I'd like to hear from you, from the position that you have within your organization, how do you see the trend with regards to real threats to your community? And I'm not talking about the feelings of uncomfort. I'm not talking about discomfort at all. I'm talking about real and legitimate grounded threats to the safety of members of your community. How have you seen that trend manifest over the last couple of years?
Thank you for the question. I think it will surprise no one that that trend has increased dramatically, especially since October 7th, 2023. We have seen an increase in data that supports this. The number of anti-Semitic hate crimes that have increased both nationally, provincially, regionally, and it consistently shows that anti-Semitism, hate crimes consistently top the list. These are not feelings. These are the very real lived experiences of the Jewish community. And I think something that should also be recognized is that less than a month ago, there was a federal security agency who came out and said that within the next 6 months, there is a very real possibility for a massive attack against the Jewish community. We have the information from people's lived experiences. We have the information from police. We have the information from Statistics Canada. We have the information from our security agencies that show that there is very real possibility for danger for the Jewish community. And if some individuals are not willing to take a word for it, we have these other examples.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for your delegation. It is appreciated. J. Raman, followed by J. Kada.
J. Raman. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a real pleasure to be able to come in front of you. And last year I was there, made a delegation. Again, appreciate this opportunity. At the outset, I'm of course J. Raman. I've been living in Ottawa for over 50 years. Beautiful city, very safe city. Would love to see it continue to be so, and appreciate this opportunity to be able to contribute to what the council is currently planning to do to make the city safer, especially protecting places of worship, schools, and vulnerable people. I am here today on behalf of community members as well as Hindu Federation, who has increasingly expressed concern about their ability to safely attend places of worship without fear of intimidation, harassment, or disruption. Places of worship are not only buildings, they are spaces for peace, reflection, and community support. For many residents, they are essential spaces for spiritual practice, cultural connections, and moral well-being. In recent years, we have observed a rise in demonstrations occurring in close proximity to places of worship that in some cases have created an atmosphere of fear and distress for worshippers. While the right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression is fundamental in a democratic society, it must be balanced with the equally important right to freedom of religion and the right of individuals to safely access their places of worship. Just want to add a comment here. There is presumably the opportunity for police law enforcement groups to have some discretionary decisions in certain situations. All I beg of you is please make sure when you take discretionary decision, it is in favor of the ones that are weak, ones that are not able to protect themselves. We would like to, at this point, respectfully draw Council's attention to the approach taken by the City of Brampton through its protective places of worship from nuisance demonstrations bylaw number 1732024, which was passed in November 2024. This bylaw establishes a 100-meter bubble zone around places of worship aimed at preventing nuisance demonstrations that interfere with the safe and peaceful access to religious institutions. I do not want to belabor too much about this. Very recently, in Brampton, there was a demonstration against a very large temple, and police did a good job in terms of putting barriers and protecting all that. But the noise nuisance and the noise intimidation was just impossible for people to do what they normally like to do: come to the temple peacefully, congregate, worship, whatever they do peacefully, and then go back. They could not do that. They were constantly so it was a nuisance. So I would at this point request the council to consider a distance of 100 meters and have some clear guidelines how it is going to be demarcated. It was not there in Brampton in this particular situation. It was still a problem. It still affected traffic somewhat, and definitely it impacted on the pedestrian movement around that area. The intent of such a measure is not to restrict lawful expression,
1 minute.
but to ensure that places of worship remain safe, accessible, and free from intimidation. It provides clarity for both demonstrators and worshippers, establishing clear boundaries that protect public order while respecting chart rights. We believe Ottawa has an opportunity to adopt similarly balanced approach, one that reflects city's values of inclusion, respect, and safety for all communities. A carefully designed buffer zone bylaw would provide. First, protection of vulnerable worshippers and seniors and children are very important. Second, preservation of public peace and order. Third, clarity for law of enforcement. This is the most important in my opinion. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and your delegation as well. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, so thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate 28, Jay Shadha, has withdrawn. So we will proceed to Delegate 29, Kul Kapoor, followed by Megan Linton. Kul Kapoor, online?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm not a politician or know all the details or how the laws are made or so on, but I am worried about the places of worship, access to places of worship, and violent protests. Actually, the protests have been getting worse and worse. Worse means more violent, more intimidating, and even like verbal abuse is as bad as physical. Verbal violence or physical violence should be considered the same. So when someone applies for a permit for a protest, at least the police is always there. They should take care that whatever they are shouting, they are not violent slogans like kill somebody, or killing, or beheading someone. Even when they shout those slogans, its action is not taken. It's considered as as your choice. Like you're right. I I think there should be a limit to the right that what they can say. And secondly, when they protest, what do the protesters have to do with temples? They have complained against somebody else, and they come and protest against a temple, and there is no justification for that. And they are so intimidating that it's basically, people are afraid going to those places or coming out of those places. So not only access, in my opinion, the access should be not just the access bubble. We should have a bubble against the whole property. If the temple or church, whatever its four walls are, and there should be a distance from all four walls. So nobody, otherwise they can jump the wall, jump the fence, and come inside the property and create nuisance. In my opinion, this even the 50-meter bubble zone is not enough. It should be at least 100, like in Toronto and Brampton, like, and other places that they have started introducing. Why they started introducing it? Why there's a need for it now. The protests are getting violent. They are getting worse and worse. Be it against Hindus, be against Jews, or be against anyone else. But they are getting, it's a nuisance, basic nuisance and scary. And we have a right, hopefully we have a right to go to our places of worship peacefully without any intimidation. So these are the main things I need to ask. I don't know the full ins and outs of how the laws are made, what laws mean, but I would like safety for at least for the Hindu community. I think that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation this afternoon. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, so thank you very much for your time today. We will continue with Megan Linton, followed by Krishna Sahe.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Megan Linton, and I'm a PhD candidate at Carleton University and a disabled Lower Town resident, member of the Disability Justice Network of Ontario. And my research specifically looks at the impact of congregate facilities on intergenerational community building. The term vulnerability is often ascribed to disabled and older people. However, social research has made incredibly clear disabled and older people are made vulnerable by our social systems, which exclude and can abandon disabled and older people. Similarly, positioning congregate care facilities, long-term care facilities, and hospitals as vulnerable social infrastructure only furthers the understanding that disabled and older people are not part of our community. Rather, we need and are in need of protection over the real need for human connection. So I'll reiterate that. Vulnerable social infrastructure only furthers the understanding that disabled and older people are in need of protection rather than human connection. The last 2 decades have made incredibly clear the profound abuses and concerns within congregate care facilities. Tens of thousands of preventable deaths through the long-term care pandemic, horrific abuses within long-term care facilities and group homes, along with a serial killer. What is clear from these profound injustices is the need for continued support, connection, and community for older adults and disabled people, which is one of the greatest opportunities for safety. We have seen ongoing, documented, serious, repeated violations at city-run nursing homes. What do you plan to do to keep vulnerable residents safe from the abuse inside? Group homes, long-term care facilities, and hospitals are made vulnerable by existing municipal policies which further isolate isolated groups. In contrast, citizens exercising their democratic right outside of group homes, long-term care facilities, and hospitals, including disabled and older adults in the civic sphere. We heard earlier in the delegations that police impeded individuals' rights to leave facilities because they deemed it unsafe. But who is saying it is safe inside these homes? Reviewing inspection reports from Hillel Lodge, the long-term care home reveals ongoing patterns of abuse, and larger within the wider spectrum of long-term care facilities in the city, patterns of abuse, failure to act on reports of abuse, and failure to prevent significant falls, serious injuries, and serious illnesses. Disabled and older adults may need to rely on demonstrations outside of their facilities to advocate for change, such as when their parents or decision makers are prevented from accessing their home due to communication bans that are then implemented by the police service. For instance, during COVID-19, community members protested outside of long-term care facilities to advocate for increased support amidst an increase in deaths. Similarly, QB health workers have articulated their reliance on demonstrations outside of healthcare facilities because for hospital workers, holding rallies and protests outside hospitals is critical to raise public awareness about key issues such as working conditions, patient neglect, and workplace violence. There are substantive concerns about the accessibility of social infrastructure for disabled and older people in Ottawa.
1 minute.
However, our conversations with the Ottawa Long-Term Care Residents Councils revealed that not protests, but para-transpo underfunding and policies were the single greatest inhibitor of accessibility for disabled and older residents of long-term care facilities and congregate care facilities. Protests near hospitals, long-term care facilities, and group homes have maintained access zones which allow for free movement. Conversely, construction's efforts and limited access to paratranspo, along with the city's long-held minimum separation distance bylaws, substantially limits the movement and accessibility for residents. Moreover, we must also raise issue with the creeping scope of such legislation. We know our disabled communities will speak out against low social assistance rates, continued inaccessibility, lacking rent control, institutionalization, alongside environmental and medical racism.
I'm going to jump in just because the 5 minutes have expired. I don't have any colleagues with their hands raised at this point, but thank you very much for your delegation this afternoon, raising a number of points. Thank you. Krishna Sahay is next, followed by Beth Bretzlaff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to address the committee on this important proposal. My name is Krishna Sahay, as you've just heard, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Canadian Hindu Alliance. Our group works on a policy level initiatives that strengthen the long-term safety, dignity, and resilience of the Hindu community in Canada. The Hindu community in Ottawa, in the Ottawa CMA, is rapidly growing and is variously estimated to between 30 and 35,000 people. Many people, including in this, have noted the rising levels of hate against the Jewish and Islamic communities. We Hindus have not been especially vocal about our concerns in this area, and we believe that the Statistics Canada estimates in these areas are significantly underrepresenting because of a community-based fear of addressing some of these issues. But we have significant episodic incidents to suggest that the phenomenon of hate and intimidation against Hindus is real and growing, both in Ottawa and across Canada. You've heard from several people today about the ugly incidents of harassment and intimidation of individuals at Hindu temples in Toronto and Vancouver. In Toronto, there were 3 arrests made. In Vancouver, something similar happened. We are fortunate so far that local Ottawa temples have not reported any similar incidents, but we must guard against that possibility. Prevention is better than cure. Therefore, CHA, which is the Canadian Hindu Alliance, strongly endorses the notion of a safe access zone and particularly welcomes the fact that is being cast within the broader context of the federal government's intentions under Bill C9. I wanted to make one point about C9 that has escaped general comment. The original draft of that bill referred to the swastika as a hate symbol, but the version approved by the House of Commons does not. The swastika itself has been a religious Hindu symbol for millennia and is an integral part of major religious festivals. It is a far different interpretation and meaning than the Nazi Hakenkreuz. You'll pardon the. They are not even the same design. While the current draft legislation at the scene in Parliament recognizes this fact, the public discussion does not. And I noticed that in the Citizen recently. I've noticed that in public pronouncements of councillors, etc. As recently as this week, during its discussion of the current bylaw proposal, the Ottawa Citizen referred to the swastika as a hate symbol. It isn't. This misunderstanding puts our community at risk, and it would be helpful if in all further public statements regarding hate symbols, reference be made to the Nazi Hakenkreuz and not the swastika. The staff report recommends a safe zone of 50 meters, a significant reduction from the original 80-meter proposal. It would be helpful if this change were better articulated, and people have quoted examples of actually needing to increase it to 100 meters. We don't have a strong position on that, and if it were acceptable to other target groups, we live with that. We welcome the fact, and this has been a high point in the discussion here, that the staff has taken pains to ensure its proposals respect the Charter of Freedoms. As an immigrant community, we believe the Charter is an important safeguard. Overall, we support this measure and look forward to its being fully implemented. We look forward to hearing the plans to do so, and may well do so at the forthcoming meeting of the Public Safety Committee, I believe it is. And those are my remarks. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee.
Thank you for your time and your delegation. Do you have a question from Vice Chair Hill?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the delegation today. I'm sorry to hear of your report on the increasing hate crimes against the Hindu community. And I wanted to confirm, when you speak to that, are you talking about legitimate threats of violence or intimidation to your community, or are you speaking about the feeling of uncomfort that people may have as they go to their place of worship?
It's not just the place of worship. It's schools and bullying and things like that as well. And we're getting reports of that. But the community has a long tradition of not approaching. I mean, maybe this comes from our long history under the British government, British colonial powers. But I don't know why it is. But we're very hesitant to report these things. We tend, and that's what I'm talking about. It's generally that. Plus, you've had references to actual threats at the temples in Vancouver and in Toronto and Brampton, excuse me. And there's been a fair amount of that's been going on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your delegation this afternoon. We appreciate. All right, next, Reverend. Can I address you as Reverend?
That is close enough.
Okay, you're up.
Thank you, Mr.
Up to
Chair.
5 minutes. Thank you.
I feel like I should say good morning and good afternoon at this point in time. Thank you. I am the Dean of the Anglican Diocese of Ottawa, which spans a really large area around the city and into Quebec. And I'm also the Rector of Christ Church Cathedral at the end of Bronson and Sparks. And first, I just want to say thank you. I was here last year when we started this conversation, and I think what you've done is tried to achieve what we rarely do, which is a balance. And I know this because I do a lot of that in my work. It's sort of like walking on a tightrope, and that's what you do as well. And so I think that it's relatively proactive. I know it's in response to what's happened, but we're trying, I think, as my Jewish colleague said, to keep things from escalating. So this is to prevent that. And so I want to thank you indeed for all the consultation and the work. From my perspective, I think it is to be a both and approach. So it's both to respect the rights of people to protest and also to respect the right to worship, the right to be safe, the right to have all those things. I've heard a lot of people talk about those being opposites today, and I don't think they are. I think they're both part of the Charter of Freedom of Rights, and I think that I belong to an institution, I know I belong to an institution that has benefited from protest. I wouldn't be here as a female today if that was not the case. We would not be welcoming LGBTQ and everything else into our ordination rights and so on if that was not the case. And we would not have dealt and continue to deal with Indigenous violations if that were not the case. The very same institution that I'm part of that has been protested against protests regularly against the rights of others who are not held up and honored. And so I think they are together. And I hope that we will come to a place eventually again where we have more respect for one another. I'm very sorry we have to have this bylaw and this discussion, because underneath it all, there's an attitude, I think, of individualism and secularism that starts fueling the discussion with a lot of emotion. And so I want to again say thank you for trying to keep it together in this one place. I think 50 meters is reasonable. In my own situation, that wouldn't help, but that's great because we have many entrances and they're on one-way streets. So there's still lots of room there. But I would suggest one little tweak, and that is in the application process. I think there is an onus of responsibility upon the people asking to apply as well. This came up last year. We talked about rental of facilities. I don't know how you do this, but I think there should be someone else suggested that the person signing on behalf of the place of worship, in my instance, must guarantee that they have strong policies about who they rent to, because that is an issue. Lots of places, churches indeed, are underfunded and don't have a lot of extra money, so they rent. I know our diocese does have such a policy, but I think it would be important to put that somehow in there. Otherwise, I think it's as good as it can be in the midst of what you're trying to do. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Do you have a question from my colleague, Councillor Troster?
Hi, Beth. This is actually just
Hi.
a comment. I
Yep.
wanted to thank you because your perspective, the last round of committee meetings, actually helped shape my opinion. So, and really helped me shape the understanding of what safe access could look like, as opposed to when we were considering something else that I think was actually fairly different last round. So I just wanted to thank you because I think your voice is really important.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, almost Reverend. Thank you, Reverend Minister.
You can just call me Beth.
Thank you, Beth,
fine.
for your delegation. I certainly do appreciate that interesting wrinkle you just threw in about that. I'm sure that idea is percolating in people's minds. It would not be the first time that we as a council have a draft and then consider last minute back of a napkin amendments if it makes it better. So I appreciate throwing the idea in there.
It's like writing a sermon.
Pardon me? Yeah, sure. Or like writing a speech before a motion. You also did mention that, I appreciate it, that you talked about, the balancing of the various freedoms. Can I just ask you, are you, and you mentioned that, as a church that itself participates in protests, with the bylaw as written, and I'm referring to the motion I brought, with the bylaw as written, would you be comfortable lumping peaceful, silent protest in with the list of problematic behaviors?
Probably yes, because we're actually talking about accessibility. I would have a problem. No, sorry, wouldn't have a problem because we're talking about the accessibility to a building, not about what's happening necessarily around it. So there could be a protest around my building, so to speak, my building, our building, that is entirely peaceful. But that does not mean it does not feel, and I understand that's a buzzword, threatening to people trying to come in and out. We have young choir kids that come in and out of our building all the time, and I can just imagine how they would feel if a silent, peaceful protest was standing there, and it would feel intimidating. So for me, it's about accessibility. It's not about, yes, of course we're doing this because we don't want violence and we don't want all of those things, but I'm sorry, silence can sometimes also feel pretty threatening.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
You're very
Appreciate
welcome.
your time.
Thank you.
Sharon Katz, I see you here. Welcome, followed by Greg McDougall. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Katz, and I'm opposed to this bylaw. As a Jew, I'm definitely against anti-Semitism. As a human being, I'm against the innocent people being assaulted or killed. Laws already exist against most of what this bylaw is supposedly trying to stop. The bubble bylaw would not have saved the people at Bondi Beach in Australia or any of the anti-Semitic incidents listed by previous speakers like David Sachs and Danielle Keenan. What we need is for the police to enforce the laws that exist, which, in my opinion, they have not been doing appropriately. I don't understand the idea that this bylaw is somehow preventative as opposed to criminal law. Criminal law is supposed to be preventative too. That's why it's there. The Ottawa police during the convoy, as we all know, like basically didn't enforce anything, even though all kinds of laws were being broken, including when there was an injunction against the noise. They sort of stopped for a little while and then went back to it. Police didn't do anything. On the other hand, the pro-Palestinian protesters at one point were fined for making too much noise. Like, finally, when it got close to the court date, they dropped the charges. But like, that shouldn't have been done because they weren't making, extreme noise. When David Sachs was assaulted, the people who did it should have been arrested. I mean, like, what do we have the police for? If they don't, if they don't act when bad things that are criminal are happening. And then there's this question of, some of the particularities. Like, one of the things that is forbidden if a group is in a prohibited zone, section 17.3 prohibits any unusual noise. Like, what does that even mean? And does that mean the police can just, come along and decide that anything is unusual noise and they're going to be arrested? And on the subject of the 50 meters, 50 meters is a lot of distance. If I didn't have this microphone, you couldn't hear me 50 meters away from where I'm talking. In the abortion clinic cases, that distance was intended to keep the harassers away from the patients and the staff of the abortion clinics. It wasn't just meant to let them get in the door. It was to keep the harassment away. So 50 meters is not a trivial distance. And I think that it's reasonable to say that people should have be able to enter the, the building that they're
1 minute.
that we're protecting, but 50 meters is far more than what you need. So, okay, that's that's my major points.
Thank you very much. There are no questions at this time. Thank you for coming today. We appreciate it. Greg McDougall is next, followed by Lindsay Barr. Okay, Mr. McDougall is not online, so we will proceed immediately to Ms. Barr, followed by Tenish Bensal. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello. So my name is Lindsay Barr. As you said, I am the founder of World Changing Kids and the School of Never Ending Learning. I have been involved with the Defend Dissent Coalition since January 2025, learning a lot about this, starting from zero on how this all works. I've never been to a committee. I've never spoken at anything before, and working towards opposing this bylaw. So I wanted to share with you a few of my most important concerns about this bylaw. Try not to repeat myself because I'm now number 35 and a lot of things have already been said. But first, this will be challenged in court, and there are already laws in place prohibiting illegal behavior at protests. So the Canadian Civil Liberties Association has already launched a constitutional challenge against Vaughan's bubble zone protest bylaw. This will happen in Ottawa, as we heard a lot of people say who are much more knowledgeable on it than I am, which is such a waste of time and money, especially when there are already laws that prohibit illegal behavior like violence, threats of violence, preventing access to buildings, and harassment on public property within a certain distance of vulnerable infrastructure. One thing that hasn't been brought up yet is reading through your documents attached to this meeting, the topic of the consultation process with the host nation. So your stated desire for consultation with the host nation, the Algonquins, seems a bit disingenuous. Item L in the Safe Access to Social Infrastructure Bylaw Summary Table states that council direction as staff further receive direction to formally consult with the host nation through the Algonquin Anishinaabe Consultative Circle regarding the proposed vulnerable social infrastructure bylaw, and to ensure that concerns raised by elders and host nation leaders, particularly related to protest rights on unceded territory, are meaningfully considered as part of the stakeholder engagement process. This was reported on under the how it is addressed in the proposed bylaw column, as staff have made several attempts to consult with the consultative circle. However, the consultative circle did not respond to those invitations. I can tell you that Algonquin spiritual advisor and traditional teacher, Albert Dumas, emailed the mayor on May 3rd, 2025, requesting a meeting to share his concerns about the bubble bylaw and never received a response. Albert feels that protecting the public's right to dissent peacefully is of utmost importance. He wanted me to share with you that the Algonquins will never give up their right to object. Number 3, we need to be honest about the racism behind this bylaw. It is worth noting that Vaughan's bubble bylaw, from which Ottawa's bylaw took some inspiration, was passed following several demonstrations that took place in Thornhill outside a synagogue. But this was not to protest Judaism or Jewish people. The protest happened because the synagogue was holding a real estate event that was promoting and selling occupied land in the West Bank, land that settlers had recently stolen from Palestinians, which is illegal under international law. I think we all need to take a good look inside our hearts and consider how much this bubble bylaw is rooted in anti-Palestinian racism and Islamophobia. Another thing that I noticed mentioned a lot is that there's strong support for this bylaw, and I just wanted to question that a little bit because 54% of the online questionnaire respondents were strongly opposed or somewhat opposed to the development of the bylaw, and 42% were strongly supportive. So I don't really know how that equals strong support for the bylaw. And delegates speaking today, I've tried to tally it. I might be a little bit off because I did miss one speaker, but it looks like 19 are speaking against the bylaw and 12 for. So I just wanted to kind of raise that as a point. The other thing that was mentioned that I wanted to further build on is the chilling effect of this bylaw. So within my World Changing Kids organization, I get to speak to a bunch of awesome kids. I have the Upstanders Academy with kids ages 12 to 15, and we talked about this the other day. I was using the Vaughan bylaw as a model, because I didn't have all the details about this one, so I will say that. But the idea that schools are listed as a vulnerable infrastructure and that a demonstration could mean an assembly of one or more persons made one of the children afraid that if her and her mom were both wearing their keffiyehs, which they do, they choose to do, and they went to pick up her sibling in a school, would they be in trouble for that? Another child, when discussing the Vaughan bylaw and the $100,000 possible fine, said that they were very afraid for me to ever go to a protest again, which I think is the idea of obeying in advance, which only feeds authoritarianism. And that's not really the education I think we want to give our children. And I've run out of time for my last point, but I will just say the very end of it. History has shown that the treatment that we allow to happen to other groups will set a precedent that will eventually be used against everyone but the very few in charge. Upholding human rights for all is essential for protecting them for any of us, and none of us are free until we are all free.
Thank you for your delegation. We do have some questions for you.
Okay.
Starting with Councillor Devine.
Perfect.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation. I'm glad you raised the specific details of the public consultation because it's not something that has been spoken to very much. And I know that the consultation, having reviewed the documents myself, it does speak, not certainly in contradictory terms, but the consultation does say that the majority of residents are in favor of safe access. I would expect that. But it also mentioned that the vast majority of residents, as polled by the Engage Ottawa thing that you're referring to, were also very, very supportive of peaceful activities. I'm guessing you reviewed the document. Do you happen to remember off the top of your head the percentage of residents that were in favor of peaceful activities like silent protests?
No, I don't remember that.
It was 91%.
Okay.
There were really, really high numbers. So I appreciate you raising that. I want to get back to thank you also for being the only delegate that raised the issue of our directed consultation with Indigenous groups, but that did not happen. And I read about that, and I wasn't sure what to surmise by the fact that we did not achieve that consultation. Because in reading about it, it seemed quite possible that the members of that consultative circle who are consulted many times about many things, it may just be that they did not respond because they did not have time to. I reason that could be true. You made reference to somebody who wrote a letter to the mayor in May of 2025 wanting to speak to this, and that person did not get a response?
That is correct.
Do you happen to know, who was that person? What was their position again?
So Albert Dumas is a Algonquin elder, spiritual advisor, traditional teacher. Was also the Ottawa Poet Laureate for 2 years.
Okay. Do you happen to know whether or not that individual is a member of the consultative circle or otherwise has a position of leadership within the community?
He does definitely have a position of leadership within the community. He's from Kitigan-Zibi. He is not on that consultative circle, though.
But a position of leadership? I certainly, this is the first time hearing it from you. Do you happen to know what was the substance of their letter?
The letter, he was requesting a meeting to discuss this bylaw.
But nothing was conveyed about their position on?
Yes, it was. He expressed his concerns about wanting to ensure that people had the right to dissent and to stand up for their rights.
Okay, but this person never got a response and certainly never had a meeting.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I know I will be asking questions to staff later about what was the reason for not having those meetings, but thank you very much for raising it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Lindsay, for your delegation. My apologies for not having my camera on. I'm a bit under the weather today, so I'll spare you my appearance. But I did want to say that it was my direction, actually, as the liaison to the Algonquin Anishinaabe Consultative Circle, to have the consultation with the Consultative Circle. I can say that the reason for not meeting is that the group did not meet during the time period of the staff directed consultation. Having said that, though, I was able to connect with Albert Dumont to, better understand his views on this. He's not a member of the consultative circle, but he's an elder that presides over every meeting. So he has been part of every meeting that we have had. And certainly he shared with me that he did not support the direction that the city was going in, and that it was another way potentially to silence Indigenous voices, and that, we need to be really careful in that regard. I'm definitely going to be bringing that perspective when I cast my vote for this bylaw, as I had previously when we decided to go and to explore this bylaw. But I really appreciate you bringing that perspective today. It's an important one. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. I do know that you met with Albert, and I know he appreciated that meeting as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And Vice Chair, you want to?
I did. Thank you very much, and thank you for the delegation today. I note that you cited the Engage Ottawa information that did indicate that there were concerns with this bylaw. I would just orient you to the ECOS poll that was commissioned on October 21st of 2025 as well, which did random sampling data analysis, and they determined 75% support for the bylaw. So there are different metrics that have been used out there. The polling that you were, or sorry, that I just referred to as one, but certainly yours was another. I just wanted to highlight that difference.
Thank you. I don't see a question there, so we're going to move on. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your delegation and coming down this afternoon. Tanish Bansal, followed by Eshan Bansal.
Hi guys, sorry, can't turn on the camera, but I'm here to support the bylaw. I am a member of the Hindu community, and I just wanted to reference the incident that happened in the Brampton Temple in 2024, where there was extreme violence committed, and there was crimes committed. The protesters entered the temple premises with weapons, including swords and sticks and stuff like that. And hence the Vaughan bylaw was passed without any issues. And citing those things, I would really support the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. There are no questions, so thank you. Eshan Bansal. This delegate is not available, so we will continue. Aviva Shapiro. Being promoted? Okay. This delegate's online, so we're just getting them promoted at the moment. If you could kindly unmute yourself, please. Aviva Shapiro, if you would kindly unmute.
Hello.
We can hear you. Good to hear you. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Aviva Shapiro. I'm a coordinator with Independent Jewish Voices, Ottawa. And I've also been a police liaison at many of the protests over the past few years. And for this delegation, would like to specifically speak to safe access practices that are already used on the ground at protests. Like we've heard from other delegates and lawyers, the police do have and use tools to ensure safe access. There are already laws in place to ensure both safety and access. The police's discretionary or lack of use of them in, say, the Convoy or Broadview public school protests should be an inquiry to the police board. What this bylaw does beyond existing laws is ban undisrupted access. Protests are meant to cause and are effective through minor disruptions. 50 meters would stop any meaningful engagement. For example, if our Jewish community members wanted to peacefully engage in conversation or debate with Jewish institutions that claim to represent us. Examples of practices to ensure safe access, police liaison that are being used on the ground include, but not limited to, soft pickets where cars are let through every few minutes, temporary light barricades for a distance often only up to 25 meters when officers feel it is necessary, ensuring intersections aren't blocked for long periods of time by keeping marches moving, among others. I do support Councillor Devine's amendment, though I'm still concerned about unintended consequences of this bylaw and the likely constitutional challenges that that the city is likely to take on if this bylaw goes through. We understand and acknowledge that real anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, and other forms of racism are rising. But from a national investigation done by national security agencies regarding public safety, it is actually clear that protests in Canada aren't a real risk, aren't real public safety threats. Most the real threats they identified come from white extremists and nationalists, and the city budget. So the city and police budget should be directed towards real threats to public safety first, and other essential services for our residents. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. It's appreciated. I don't see any other questions from my colleagues, so thank you very much. Colleagues, I wish to advise you that earlier today, the clerk's office informed me that they had requests from 3 other delegates that had come in before the cutoff time that had gone into a junk folder by accident. In the spirit of our delegates meeting the required process, I have accepted to add 3 more delegations right now. Those are the 3 delegates that had come in and had met the city requirements. So we're going to honor their requests. So we have 3 delegates left. Jay Mehta, followed by Rishabh Sarswat, and then Janini Sharma. So Jay Mehta.
Okay.
Online. Okay.
Yeah. Am I audible? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, the committee, and good afternoon. My name is Jay Mehta, and I'm here on behalf of the Coalition of Hindus of North America. And I appreciate the opportunity to support the proposed safe access to social infrastructure bylaw. Members, page 7 of the consultation summary made a very crucial observation, and I quote, staff identified a strong correlation between lived experience and support for creating a bylaw, end quote. So today I hope to throw some light on the lived experiences of the Hindu community here, and that underscores why this bylaw is urgently needed. Over the past few years, Canadian Hindu devotees have faced a wave of violent intimidation. Dozens of Hindu temples across Canada have been targeted in various ways, including the so-called protests. Our website has cataloged, these unfortunate events. And while these quote-unquote protests are framed as a political expression against a foreign government, these actions are staged directly in front of our temples, the spaces that should be peaceful and welcoming. We have seen demonstrations glorifying terrorism and femicide. Families are met with distinctly anti-Hindu, xenophobic, and hateful imagery, lewd gestures, and hostile stares.
and we've seen individuals, taking photos of cars as devotees enter and exit temple premises, which you can imagine can create, stress and discomfort well beyond the protest sites. And we have heard, chants telling Canadian Hindus to leave Canada. But here, one thing also needs to be noted is that Hindu temples aren't just visited by adults. When a child walks into a place of worship and is confronted by hostile chants and aggressive noise, the psychological impact is very real and it is lasting. We aren't just talking about noise, we are also talking about the erosion of safety of our elders, our families, and our youth. And these impacts we cannot just afford to dismiss. If we value community safety, we must recognize that no one should feel like a target while praying. And so this is not about trampling on the right to protest, but about keeping it safe for everyone who is accessing the social infrastructure. And we don't see this bylaw as curtailing the right to protest, but preventing to whatever extent the trauma caused to the innocent Hindu devotees, particularly children, from facing such hatred on our streets. So we respectfully urge the committee to vote in favor of this bylaw. And thank you, committee members, for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mehta, for your delegation today. We appreciate it. There are no questions at this time, so thank you.
Thank you.
Rishab Sarswat, and then ending with Rajini Sharma.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity for me to speak. My name is Rishabh Saraswat. I am the president of Kohana Canada, Coalition of Hindus of North America, and I want to speak here in the favor of motion. I want to start with expressing a little bit of discomfort I felt even in this council when a very borderline excuse for bigotry was given here by various logics and using a lot of social justice language, which I believe that revenge is not social justice. And when the two are conflated, the system of justice actually erodes into the cycle of retribution. So that, in that sense, I felt really discomforted by some of the comments which were made here. I just wanted to start with saying that Hindu community, by large, is very self-censoring community. And that happens because of our history of colonialism. And this is a community which is still reeling from the after effects of colonization and going through post-colonial trauma and transitional generational trauma. And when a Hindu community started to build our lives in Canada, initially, I can just see for the last 60, 70 years of its history itself is very disturbing. Canada's biggest terror attack, the most of the victims of that attack were Hindus and Sikhs, and maybe that is the reason that that attack is not known by 9 out of 10 Canadians. I believe if the victims were not Hindus, I strongly believe that the knowledge and the awareness about the Canada's biggest terror attack would have been very different. When we started to build our lives here in Canada and we started to build the temples, Hindu temples in Canada, we faced a lot of difficulties with zoning bylaws and a lot of bigotry by neighbors, and that you can see the after effect of this even now. The people who have known Toronto or Ottawa, if they go and visit Hindu temples, which I will highly encourage people to visit because those are centers of healing, not just the places of the worship, and everybody gets welcome, and you get free food, and you get a lot of peace out of that experience. Those are the core experiences of a Hindu identity, our spiritual refuge, our centers. And you will see a lot of our Hindu temples in the places where you would not expect a spiritual center to be. For example, The Babs Temple in Toronto is a masterpiece of architecture in North America. And everybody who loves architecture and beauty in the buildings, I would encourage them to visit as a sightseeing, or maybe you can just see inside. And then I'm sure a lot people will welcome you there to show around, how it is. And you will, I believe a lot of people will get the sense of the peace when they go there. In those temples, you would be surprised that one of the most landmark temple in the North America is sitting in between a very industrialized land. And similarly, you will see the lot of temples which were built in 80s were not allowed to be built in the downtowns, because only the churches were allowed to be there at the center of attraction. And the temples were mostly found either in the farmlands or the
1 minute.
distant lands and wherever they could find. But now what is happening is that we are feeling the same bigotry by the hostile environment created around the temple areas. And they make it make sense that how a Hindu Caribbean temple is responsible for allowing to have a protest against a foreign country. And that foreign country is not one of the Caribbean country, but India. So that itself is a bigotry, that assuming that or every Hindu is somehow a double agent or an agent of India, or out there. That's why you should go out and protest Hindu temple. Is I don't know if that is not bigotry. What is? And as I said, they are centers of the community building, they are centers of the education, and they offer language classes, a lot of other services to the vulnerable communities. I would just encourage and request the committee members that please, these spaces should not be disrupted by the lewd gestures and the horribly xenophobic and violent slogans and un-Canadian behavior in the name of the protests.
I'm just going
Thank
to
you.
jump in. Thank you. Thank you very much for your delegation. We appreciate it. There are no questions at this time. So thank you very much. Rajini Sharma.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
I'm the last speaker, so you must be pleased. My name is Dr. Ragini Sharma. I'm the president of Canadian Organization for Hindu Heritage Education. Thank you for the opportunity to address you again today. I was there last year on the same topic. As a Hindu community leader, I was on the Peel Police Committee that created the Countering Hate in the Community Manual, which has been adopted by many police boards. I've engaged with many school boards and cities to address concerns about hate and violence. I'm here to support the bylaw while making some comments. Thank you for being proactive to prevent violence while protecting free speech. First, please note there is an error in the bylaw report dated April 8th. The Bill C9 document included in the report is not the revised version passed by the Canadian Parliament. I raise this point because in the updated version, Bill C9 refers to the Nazi hate symbol only as Hakenkreuz. The initial version attached to the document still has the hate symbol referred to as Nazi swastika, which now has been deleted. This change in terminology was in response to the joint Hindu-Jewish advocacy to clarify that the swastika is a sacred symbol for Hindu, Jains, and Buddhists and must not be conflated to the Nazi hate symbol. I hope the correction is made to this public document to ensure accuracy. Secondly, I was disappointed that there was no mention of violent attacks on Hindu temples in the budget. The list of protest incidents mentioned on page 10 of the report mentions demonstrations involving Hindus and Sikh communities in Brampton. This is a gross misrepresentation of facts. Please be informed that there have been over 24 attacks on Hindu temples across Canada over the past few years, and these protests by Canadian Khalistani-based extremists, or CKBE, a term coined by CSIS, were one-sided hate crimes against Hindu temples that included hate-filled graffiti and violent physical and verbal attacks on innocent Hindus. I also want to express my deep concern for the huge increase of violence targeting Jewish places of worship and other vulnerable places. Thirdly, our experience with Hindu temples has been that a 50-meter distance is not enough to protect places of worship. We have seen Khalistani protesters use generators to operate very loud protests. Therefore, I would urge you to increase the distance to 100 meters. In conclusion, I support the bylaw because they work. As an example, on November 3rd, 24, Peel police allowed a Khalistani protest to happen at the entrance gate of the Hindu Sabha temple in Brampton. It became violent. Khalistani protesters used 12-foot-long flagpoles and fists to beat up innocent temple devotees inside temple premises. Police lost control. Over 20 arrests were made. It was a huge waste of resources and time for something that could have been prevented. As noted in the report, Brampton has now adopted a bubble bylaw, and in a similar demonstration on April 5th, the protesters were kept 100 meters away from the temple. As a result, there were no violent incidents, although noise nuisance was still there. We see the bubble bylaw work. Thank you for listening, and I urge you to pass the bylaw.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma, for your presentation this afternoon. There are no questions, so thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, there were 3 delegates that did not present themselves. I'm just going to call them out one last time. Delegate 4 was Thomas Deadman. Is Mr. Deadman present? Delegate 34 was Greg McDougall. Is Mr. McDougall present? And Delegate 37, Aishan Banzel. This is the final call, so delegations are now closed. Okay, colleagues, Councillor Troster has a motion that she has brought to my attention. And Councillor Troster, if actually clerks could just put that on the screen, and I'm going to ask Councillor Troster to read your motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas the draft bylaw already defines labor dispute means as a dispute or a difference concerning terms, tenure, or conditions of employment, or concerning the association or representation of persons in negotiating, fixing, maintaining, changing, or seeking to arrange terms or conditions of employment, regardless of whether the disputants stand in the proximate relation of employer and employee. Therefore, be it resolved that Section 3 of the draft bylaw set out at Document 1 to the report on the safe access to social infrastructure be amended and replaced with the following wording. Applicability. For clarity, this bylaw does not apply to labor union strikes, information pickets, or activities related to a labor dispute. And to my colleagues, we consulted with our city's lawyers to see if we could clarify that language so that it would not, the bubble would not apply, the bylaw would not apply to healthcare workers, even if they were not in a legal strike position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So just again, colleagues, to refresh, we have 2 motions before us in addition to the staff recommendation, Troster motion and Devine motion, and 2 directions, Plant from Councillors Plant and Johnson. So I anticipate there are going to be questions for bylaw and auto police service. So General Manager Pro, should we welcome our OPS and bylaw leadership to the table, please? And colleagues, it's time for questions to staff. So either to the authors of the report, the OPS bylaw. Very well. So Councillor Troster, go ahead, please.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank staff. I see Jared, Sam, and Ryan. You worked so hard on this, and we sent you away with a big task and a lot of requests, and you met a lot of them. So thank you so much. So I just want to be abundantly clear because I think there was some misunderstandings expressed by some of the delegates, and I understand why, because there's a lot of different bylaws like this across the country. So to be clear, the 50-meter barrier is simply around the points of access in the building. Am I correct? So the entrance and the exit.
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
So it is not a complete bubble around the entire building. It is simply a safe corridor. So you could be very close to the building if you weren't near the entrance or the exit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to be really clear with that. May I ask, at one point the draft report referenced 25 meters and now it has increased to 50. Could you explain why you made that change, please?
Thank you for the question. We had initially examined the possibility of a smaller bubble on the basis of concerns, again, in that quest for minimal impairment. And ultimately what we heard was that that bubble would not be, sorry, that safe access zone would not be large enough to meet council's objective of providing safe access to communities.
Okay, my next question is about schools and about kids, about students who might be protesting their own school. My understanding is that school property is governed by the province, but I'm just wondering, would a bubble apply to a high school kid? You know, when I was in high school, there were high school walkouts against school policy. Would they have to stay at a 50-meter distance from the exit if the school applied for a bubble or applied for access to the safe infrastructure bylaw?
Mr. Chair, they would. If they were protesting on school property, they would not. The school board has its own policies with respect to student protests. However, what we heard in our consultation with the school boards was that student protests are equally vulnerable to being infiltrated with some of the agitators that are referenced in the report in terms of people who attend a protest that are outside of the school community and attend for the purpose of agitating a protest or creating violence and conflict.
Okay, thank you. If I'm remembering correctly, my time in high school, our protests were on school property and not necessarily on the sidewalk outside the school, but that remains a little bit of a concern for me. I think that's it right now. So one of the amendments that I worked on last round when we were at committee was removing this nuisance demonstration piece. So as this draft bylaw is written right now, is this giving bylaw any new powers to determine legitimacy of a protest, about whether it's considered harassment or not?
Mr. Chair, the bylaw is drafted in a way that the safe access zone would apply to all demonstrations, and so there wouldn't be a determination about whether a bylaw is considered, whether a demonstration is considered to be harassment or intimidation.
Okay, so the example that one of the delegates gave was, what if a mom was wearing a keffiyeh while picking up her child from school and was standing outside the door? Would the mere garment that they are wearing be considered a protest?
I would defer to my enforcement colleagues on that part, but I think it's important. I think wearing clothing is not typically something that would be considered a demonstration. However, there would be, context, and as one of your colleagues said the other day, the devil is in the details, and so I would perhaps turn to my enforcement colleagues. However, I would note that the goal of the bylaw is really to facilitate access, and so to the extent that a parent is accessing the facility to pick up their child, that would not be captured by the bylaw.
Okay, maybe I could ask our friends from Bylaw Services if they have any feedback on that.
Mr. Chair, in a situation like this, Councillor, where someone is simply has a garment and they're picking up their children, it wouldn't mean a demonstration.
Okay, so it could also be a t-shirt with a political statement on it, but they can still pick their kid up from school. It's not considered a demonstration if they're standing waiting for their child.
That would be more of a case-by-case situation. Depending on the message on the shirt, it could be considered a demonstration.
Okay. So you would be making a determination in that case?
Mr. Chair, in these situations where a complaint is received, we would investigate first, and then we would have to make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you very much. And just to follow up some of the questions from colleague Councillor Troster. In the example of a school student walkout demonstration event, am I correct that the application of this bylaw would be considered only if that school had put in an application to this bylaw?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. It would only apply if the school had safe access zones in place and if the student protest was occurring off of school property.
And my understanding would be that generally speaking, at schools, there's normal engagement, and the fear that would cause an institution to seek this type of protection is not likely something that we would see a full rush of all the schools in Ottawa coming to seek. Are we hearing that there's going to be a mass run on getting bubble bylaw protection, or is this principally something that we are hearing is going to come case by case, likely somewhat minimally, from organizations who are experiencing genuine fear and concern for safety?
That is correct based on the feedback we've had from consultations with the school boards.
Thank you. I guess my question is principally for both our police and bylaw. Could you speak to your level of support, comfort, and how you intend to look at this from an operational or enforcement perspective?
Mr. Chair, currently, Councillor, through the integrated event command table, we are partners of that table. When we have larger protests, we are part of that, and then we can make that determination if we're going to be proactively attending those events. But with regards to resources, we have an overtime budget for these situations that we manage, and we are resourced to attend.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that we do have from time to time students leaving their schools and attending other schools to protest. So that has happened in the past. You know, from the Ottawa Police perspective, we support the objective of this proposed bylaw, ensuring that people can safely and respectfully access essential social infrastructure and services in our city. We do have a lot of authorities in place to manage some of this, and we see this just as an additional tool to manage some of the things that we experience in our city.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Gower, I have you, and then Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to follow up, actually, before I do that, thank you, staff, for working on this. I think overall, you've come up with a very well-balanced recommendation that takes into account a lot of the issues that Council has directed you on and that we've received through public feedback. But the one thing I'm still unsure about, and we heard about it from a number of delegations, is the distance, the 50-meter distance. There was a council direction, I think, that said consider up to 80 meters. I think staff also looked at 25 meters as an option. What justified 50 meters and not less or more?
Mr. Chair, when we were considering a smaller distance, it was really focused on, again, minimal impairment of the right to demonstrate. And in response to feedback we received that 20 meters would not provide enough of an area to allow safe access. It would really limit access to the facility. We went back to the work that we'd done and looked at the fact that a 20-meter bubble, someone can be easily seen and heard. At a 50-meter bubble, someone can be seen and heard. They have to, they may be drowned out by traffic. They may have to speak a little louder. but they can be seen and heard. And that was our ultimate objective. And so again, in that balancing act, we were looking at what is going to achieve council's objective of providing safe access, but still provide demonstrators with an opportunity to be seen and heard.
And in addition to that as well, Mr. Chair, there's also our right-of-way widths under the official plan. So from an operations perspective and from a consistency perspective, it helps staff understand in terms of what that 50-meter would look like from a right-of-way perspective.
Can you explain that more? Why that would make a difference?
So in the official plan, it's very clear to staff what the right of way is. It's up to, I'm going to look over here, I think it's up to 48 or 49 meters. So just having that logic as well when we get on scene, it makes it that much easier from an enforcement and operations perspective to have that clarity.
And are there other standards, like I believe just doing a quick Google search, the distance for the abortion restrictions, I think is 50 meters, but it can be more. But are there any other standards, legal standards for similar zones of restrictions that set a distance that you've compared against?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. So we did also do an environmental scan, and we looked at not only other municipalities where Oakville and Toronto have adopted a 50-meter bubble, but also the safe access to abortion legislation in Ontario, which is set at 50 meters, and other safe access legislation in other provinces where 50 meters is a very common distance. We also considered the Spratt case that I think a number of people have referenced today. And in that decision, that was a BC case, but the court found that a bubble of 30 meters around an abortion clinic was reasonable, and then an extended bubble, in that case, an actual bubble of 49 meters was put in place. And the prohibitions were a bit different. So you were prevented from persistently communicating with someone within 10 feet or following them, so, sort of at that outer, sort of further distance. We also considered the Dealman case in Ontario, which is not an application of the existing legislation, but is a case where abortion clinics applied for an injunction. And they were asking for roughly 150 meters bubble, and the court reduced that amount to 18 meters around an abortion clinic, and 150 meters around the home of abortion providers, where there's a higher expectation of privacy. And so that environmental scan also informed our approach.
Okay, thanks. I'm still not sure on this one. There was a delegation who referenced that 50 meters is almost the length of a hockey rink, which does seem like a really long distance, but I want to hear from other colleagues on this one. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine, and then Dudas.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to begin my remarks. I do have a bunch of questions and some comments, but I'd like to start. Mr. Svcs, David, I want to make a public apology. I apologized to you before, but I believe in public apology. Apologize for being you-know-what earlier and interrupting you. So as I mentioned earlier, the basis of my questions and comments speak to my concerns about the unintended consequences of passing the bylaw as is. And I want to, and also what I believe to be the stark difference between our bylaw and what its consequences may be and other Ontario municipalities. And I just want to jump back to the question that Councillor Troster was speaking about before, because if I understand it correctly, Councillor Troster was asking about whether or not, if a parent who wanted to make a protest or a demonstration, because we have defined demonstration, correct me if I'm wrong, we have defined demonstration as one or more persons occupying public lands for the primary purpose of expressing an opinion. Is that correct? So if a parent wants to, go pick up their kids at school, and if that parent, as many parents do, has problems with government policy on education, if that parent were to choose to wear a T-shirt that is explicitly a protest T-shirt, I'm not saying it's offensive, I'm not saying it's hate speech, but it is explicitly a protest T-shirt. If that parent, after picking up little Johnny, wants to stand on the sidewalk and just stand there for a while at a school that has been granted a safe access zone, would that be in contravention of the bylaw?
Mr. Chair, I believe that the question here is whether or not that parent with the T-shirt is there to occupy the space for the purpose of expression, or are they there for the purpose of picking up their child? So if they're there to pick up their child, that's the discretion that our enforcement officers would look at in a scenario like that.
Can we assume that some parents are really good multitaskers and after picking up their child, they want to then express an opinion? If, let's just, for the sake of it, if that parent is, after picking up their kid, if they are standing outside their school with a T-shirt that is clearly a protest T-shirt, something about the Ford government, whatever, and if they're standing on the sidewalk in what would look like, because they're standing silently, they're not moving about, they're not chatting to their friends, would that be seen as a contravention of the bylaw?
Mr. Chair, potentially, and that parent could stand 50 meters away and stand there for as long as they like in their T-shirt.
Correct, but if they stood within 50 meters and if that school were granted a safe access zone, that would be in contravention of the bylaw.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, when that question was posed to you, Mr. Gravel, your answer to it was, and I can understand why you had to answer this way because you have to navigate uncharted waters right now, but your answer was something to the effect of, we'd have to evaluate that on a case-by-case basis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you have to evaluate that on a case-by-case basis, may I ask, is that based on what you see on the T-shirt?
Not necessarily. It may also be the actions of the individual.
Might it be based on what you see in the T-shirt?
And Councillor, in these situations, we investigate all complaints. So there's no predetermination made prior to the officer attending. Therefore, the officer arrives, does their investigation, and makes a determination, is there a violation or not?
Thank you. And I guess the reason I'm asking is, if you have to ask, is there a violation or not, what I'm wondering if whether or not that challenges the notion that the bylaw is indeed content neutral. Question to staff, just so I understand here, my understanding of the term safe access is that people can physically enter and leave a place without being prevented, obstructed, threatened, or intimidated. Is that a fair description of the concept of safe access?
Mr. Chair, that's part of the concept of safe access. During our consultation, what we heard is that demonstrations in particular, where regardless of content, people are often expressing strong opinions and emotions are charged, is a barrier to access for the people trying to access these facilities. And so, particularly in the context of hate and violence that's referenced in the report, the users of these facilities are left to make a determination or to try to guess in terms of, again, whether this demonstration will turn violent or whether it's been infiltrated by, again, those agitators that are referenced in the report. And what we are hearing is that in the current context, more and more users are choosing not to access the facility because they don't feel safe doing so. And so that was also included in our consideration of safe access.
Thank you. I wasn't necessarily asking about under which you considered safe access, as more about what is the definition of safe access in a legal term, because I can understand that consultation may define safe access, but if and when this bylaw is tested before the courts as a safe access bylaw, the courts will evaluate whether or not safe access is defined based on what is a legal understanding of safe access. And so my question to you again, a legal understanding of safe access, is that more about physical impediment than anything else? Is it more about those kinds of physical impeding?
Mr. Chair, the definition in the bylaw of access means the ability to move freely to and from social infrastructure for the purpose of providing or receiving goods and services. And so that's how we've defined it in the bylaw.
And by move freely, do you mean the ability to get there? Okay. It just sounds like safe access is about being able to physically come to and fro. I have as to the, I'll come back on later because I have other questions, but as to the position I made earlier about the fact that it does feel like Ottawa's is different than others. So as has been said before, other Ontario municipalities, Toronto, Vaughan, Oakville, Brampton, they have all adopted bylaws that regulate specific harmful conduct or targeted expression that impedes access, rather than prohibiting demonstrations or protests as a category. We have certainly gone in a different direction than those. Can staff explain to me why did we choose a broader approach that essentially redefines protest itself as a conduct that inherently impedes safe access?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, municipalities have defined nuisance demonstrations in a variety of manners. And ultimately, it most often hinges on content. In some municipalities, such as Calgary, the definition of a nuisance protest is tied to whether the message is targeting people on the grounds that are protected under the Human Rights Code. There are other bylaws that prohibit demonstrations on the basis of discouraging people from accessing a place of worship on that basis. So there's a variety of definitions. What we heard from council when they were considering the direction was that they wanted this to be content neutral. And so instead of deciding which protests can and cannot proceed, we have opted for a smaller distance that allows all demonstrations to be seen and heard, but will also address those issues of access that I spoke to earlier, that we heard from the community in terms of having to make that assessment about whether you are comfortable to go through the crowd and sort of take your chances to go to school during a demonstration, for example.
Thank you. I'm not sure if, in the way you answered my question, if you were suggesting that that what I'm talking about, i.e., have we made peaceful protest inherently classified as something that impedes access? You were talking about nuisance protests, which is a different thing entirely than a peaceful protest. A nuisance protest is where a reasonable person, and that has a specific definition as well. So I'm going to let my time elapse. I'll get back on. Thank you, Chair.
So,
Okay.
sorry, can
Councillor Devine's
I answer that?
He's going to come back on the
Okay.
list.
Okay.
And so at this point, we'll recognize Councillors Dudas, followed by Luloff.
Thank you. I want to begin by stating something clearly at the outset, that the City of Ottawa has a responsibility to protect vulnerable infrastructure and to ensure that people can access essential services safely and without intimidation. And that duty is real and it's absolutely important. However, that responsibility exists alongside another obligation, which must always remain paramount. Any legislation this council considers must be constitutional. That is not a secondary consideration or a legal technicality. It is the foundation on which all lawful government action rests. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees under Section 2 fundamental rights and freedoms. And when any level of government, ours included, contemplates restricting these rights, the threshold must be extraordinarily high. When a government fails to protect charter rights, the courts will intervene, and that's not conjecture. It is constitutional reality. With that in mind, my questions today are not just about intent, but about scope, restraint, and durability under jurisdictional and judicial scrutiny. So, to staff, and this may allow you to elaborate on my Councillor Devine's question, Ottawa is not the first municipality to consider or adopt a so-called bubble bylaw, but that does not mean that all bylaws are the same. Can staff please speak to how the proposed bylaw before us differs from those adopted in other Canadian municipalities, and not in general terms, but in substance? And I can say I'm trying to understand where Ottawa is pushing beyond existing municipal precedents and why staff determined that the additional scope is necessary?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So I guess I would say that we've talked a lot about the charter and ultimately the Section 1 test that legislation that may infringe charter rights would have to meet. And there are various ways of doing that and achieving that minimal impairment that has been the direction of council and that has been our goal. And so some municipalities have chosen to do it through regulating content. There are other elements that can also help to achieve the minimal impairment. There's a set of tools. Some of them include the application-based component that we have included in the bylaw, as well as the time-limited restriction and the distance itself. And so really our goal was to, again, avoid regulating content, which we heard could raise concerns for a number of reasons. One of which is that, again, even peaceful demonstrations are sometimes a barrier to access for communities. And also through really not prohibiting demonstrations, but to allow them to occur in proximity to the facility that's the object of the demonstration, at a distance where they can still be seen and heard. And that's why that was so central to the development of this bylaw. We've heard quite a bit today about controversial events that have taken place at places that are potentially places of worship. And we heard about the JCC and how there was an event that was controversial. We also heard about a church that hosts conferences on its faith that are controversial. And a central premise of our review has been that this bylaw has to allow those events to happen and to allow demonstrations to occur and at the same time. And so that's how we arrived at the distance. And that's why instead of regulating content, we took a content neutral approach and used other tools such as the application base, a smaller distance, and the time limited application to meet that minimal impairment test.
Okay, thank you for that. Rather than asking whether other municipal bubble bylaw or the bubble zone bylaws have been challenged in court, I actually want to focus on how courts have responded when they have been. Can staff outline what court challenges have occurred in Canada related to municipal or provincial bubble zones, and more importantly, how courts have narrowed or reshaped or read down those laws, and what specific elements courts have identified as constitutionally problematic?
Mr. Chair, if I understand the question, the member's asking just for an overview of other municipal bylaws in this area or provincial legislation that may have been challenged by the courts and how the courts have responded. I think as staff have outlined, obviously we were being monitoring the court decisions that would inform this process, and in particular how the Charter of Rights and Freedoms has been decided upon going back to previous decisions. And I think my colleagues in EPPS have indicated the decisions relating to access to abortion clinics, which were injunction type decisions initially. In Ontario in 1994, the Dealman case upheld an injunction based on the charter grounds to allow safe access to those types of facilities. I pause to note there that the legislature subsequently responded to that issue. And in Ontario, we have the Safe Access to Abortion Act 2017. Similarly, in BC, my friend mentioned the Spratt case, and again, another injunction case where the courts have held that is a was a justifiable action by the government to seek restrictions on access to abortions, and to this day that legislation is still in place. Similarly, we've been monitoring the 3 decisions that have come out of the City of Calgary. The City of Calgary implemented a vulnerable infrastructure bylaw as it pertains to its libraries and community centers that related specifically to the reading for royalty activities that were occurring in some of its facilities, which were being protested. And I just pause on that. In those 3 cases that have been rendered by the Calgary courts, both the constitutionality as to the jurisdiction of whether a municipality can enact a bylaw, as well as the charter arguments, have been upheld by the Alberta courts, the level being the equivalent of Ontario's Superior Court. So they're informative that this type of legislation is within A, the purview of a municipal government, and B, that there's a charter discussion to unfold. But in the instances of, for example, Calgary, that is a reasonable limit that can be imposed by a municipality for providing safe access. And so that's what's guided staff's recommendation, the legal advice, as well as the public consultation and the research that's been undertaken to date.
Thank you very much for that. And this is my final question, Chair. But Stuart, I'm going to keep you on the hot seat because this is probably the most critical question for me. Can staff provide a clear assessment of whether the proposed bylaw as written, and to the best of your ability to look into the future, would survive a constitutional challenge? And in addition to that, what third-party legal opinions or external constitutional expertise have you sought? And did you allow that expertise to then frame the proposed bylaw that you have before us? Did it influence any changes to it whatsoever?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Anytime council passes a new bylaw, there's the possibility it could be subjected to judicial review, and that judicial review is conducted by the judiciary branch of our democratic government. You are sitting as the legislative branch, or ultimately council will be sitting as a legislative branch. I think you heard delegations today that there is, should council pass any type of a bylaw in this area, there is a opportunity for legal challenge. That being said, municipal councils have enacted bylaws before in the presence of potential legal challenge, and I go back to my own experience with this council when the city enacted its smoke-free bylaws in the area of health and safety. The council of the day knew that those bylaws would be challenged on a number of grounds, including some charter applications as well. So obviously the consultation and the consideration by committee and council is imperative in understanding what the next steps would be. In this regard, the assessment has been undertaken, Chair and members of the committee, from a legal analysis as been indicated, as set out in the staff report and in the legal implications section. I think the elements of this bylaw that staff are highlighting are to the comment is that content, what the messaging is not being regulated. It is content neutral. It is shifting content 50 meters away from the access points to fulfill presumably council's objective of this bylaw, which council will have to pronounce upon on a later date, is providing safe access to these certain vulnerable facilities, and only in those cases where those vulnerable facilities apply for such a zone. So those items, such as the application-based system with an annual review, there's a relatively small space or access zone of 50 meters. There's clear notice and signage requirements that are set out in the proposed bylaw. There are time limitations on the safe access zone. There are protections for marches. There is a limitation on certain facilities. So for example, places where you expect and actually promote protests, such as Parliament, City Hall, Town Hall, public squares are not subject to this bylaw. Again, there's no content related restrictions. There is an exemption for labor related activities as per the motion. And the penalties that have been imposed, that could potentially be imposed, are commensurate with any type of bylaw of this nature, i.e. the bylaw, I think has been explained, the maximum fine would be up to $5,000. That's different than most municipal bylaws, which are typically now up to $100,000, recognizing the area of other municipal bylaws. So I think those are the key elements of this bylaw that staff are proposing. This has been done with legal advice from my office as well as external legal advice. Mr. Chair, as the report indicates in the legal application section, there is a confidential legal opinion that has been retained. That is with the city clerk, and that was done by a well-experienced lawyer, in my view, who has done public law, which includes constitutional law. Ms. Ann Tardif, who, as you will recall, was counsel for the municipality during, for example, the Convoy Emergencies Act inquiry, which delved into a number of these issues that we're talking about today.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lulaf and then Johnson.
Thanks, Chair. I want to start today by grounding this in where I've been on this issue from the beginning. I've really struggled with this. Not because I don't believe in protecting people, but quite the opposite. Because I believe just as strongly in protecting fundamental rights and freedoms as I do people. Rights like freedom of expression and freedom of movement. These are not abstract ideas. They're foundational to a free and democratic society. And when this first came forward, I was not convinced that we'd gotten the balance right, because that's what this has to be about today. It has to be about balance, balancing the right of someone to safely access essential services with the right of someone else to lawfully and peacefully express their views. And that has not been easy work. This file, to staff's credit, has evolved. There has been real work done to focus this bylaw on specific behaviors, intimidation, obstruction, harassment, rather than just expression itself. And that distinction matters. I do want to highlight something that I think is critically important. There are clear exemptions in this framework: libraries, parliament, political offices, city hall, embassies. These are all places where the free exchange of ideas and expression must not only be protected, but encouraged. And libraries in particular hold a very special place. They are among the last truly democratic spaces that we have in society, places where intellectual freedom must be upheld and resilient, because the antidote to speech that you don't agree with is not less speech. It's respectful engagement. It is more speech. And there are appropriate places to direct that expression. If you have an issue with a school board, protest at the administration building. If you have a concern with government, protest at a political office or here at City Hall. If you have an issue with a country, protest at their embassy. That is lawful. That is appropriate. That is how a healthy democracy functions. What is not appropriate is targeting children. What is not appropriate is harassing seniors or those receiving care or people accessing essential services. And that is the line we're trying to draw here. At the same time, these rights don't exist in a vacuum. They come with responsibilities. Responsibilities to one another as neighbors, as residents, as members of a broader community. And I do think at times the anonymity provided by screens and keyboards has led us to forget that. But in the real world, in our communities, that responsibility still matters. I remain cautious, however, because whenever we begin drawing lines around where expression can occur, we need to be absolutely certain that those lines are justified, narrow, and proportionate. And we need to be mindful about how these tools could be used in the future. But I also recognize that doing nothing here is not an option. We've heard clearly from communities who expect us to ensure safe access to essential spaces. So where I land today is this: I'm more comfortable than I was when we first began this discussion. The work that has been done to improve this has made it more focused, more precise, and more clearly aimed at harmful behavior rather than lawful expression. But my support comes with expectations. that we monitor this closely, that we're honest about how it is enforced, and that we're prepared to revisit it if it goes beyond what was intended. And at the end of the day, our role is not to choose one right over another, it's to uphold both, to protect people's ability to move freely and safely through their community, and to protect their right to speak, to gather, and to be heard. That balance is not simple, but it is essential. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor, for your comments. Councillor Johnson, then Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my tremendous commendation to all the staff involved to have put something together. This really was at the direction of this council that you undertook this work. I know it's been a challenge, and you've engaged with folks that are deeply involved, both at a personal and professional level. And I believe that has probably been exhausting, but also hopefully rewarding in sort of our role as public servants to engage with people where they're at. So just thank you so much, and thank you for your engagement with my office on this. I thought the previous speaker was fabulous. I couldn't have said it better myself, and certainly one of the reasons why I moved that direction was for exactly that. I do hope that after 2 years we can come back and see how this bylaw was applied. And if there are sort of, either gaps or oversights or ethical considerations that need to be further discussed, it's an opportunity for that to come back to committee and council for that conversation. I typically believe everyone to represent themselves truthfully, and so I'm not here to assess whether or not one individual's sense of the truth is more truthful than another. And I think you've had to do very much the same in this work. But certainly for those that were involved in the first conversation, in terms of the constitutionality of this entire exercise, I do think there's still obviously variables within this bylaw, given that it looks at demonstration and protest being under a freedom of assembly privilege, that will make it constitutionally vulnerable, and perhaps courts will look at it, and that will be the role of the courts. But for today, we're responding to residents, and we're responding to what they've asked us to do, and we'll move forward to do that. But what I didn't want to see was in any sense putting additional expectations on police and our bylaw services to evaluate the tenor and approach of demonstration. I thought that would be entirely unpleasant, full of probably negative interactions, and really all I want bylaw to do is enforce parking, and all I want police to do is enforce traffic. So if we can get as little time as we need in the subjectivity of this bylaw so that they can go back to the things that I need in College Ward, certainly I would be interested in that. So that being said, I am interested in the attestation piece. I think that is something that we've heard delegates speak about. So can you help me to understand the degree to which someone must prove any particular need or any particular demand for this type of access bylaw?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. The bylaw sets out in the application process an attestation that would be signed by the owner or a representative of the owner of the social infrastructure, that there is they have a reasonable apprehension that prohibited conduct will impede access to their facility. There was some conversations about whether there should be a more stringent test. And I think ultimately our thinking is that these facilities are best placed to assess how demonstration activities are impeding access. And so it's not the place of the city, or we're not in a position where we can evaluate that risk. And so we wanted to make an application process that was as barrier free as possible, and that's what we're proposing.
So the protections afforded by the bylaw are associated with that building, not necessarily the activities within that building once it's successful.
Correct. with perhaps the caveat that it's not transferable. So once the social infrastructure occupying that building, if they were to move, that would end the designation, and they would have to reapply from their new location, and anyone moving in that qualified for social infrastructure would also have to reapply.
Can you help me to understand? Some of the delegates spoke of the opportunity for someone else to rent a storefront within the 50 meters of a safe access zone in order to have the protections afforded to them. I wasn't entirely certain exactly how that would work. Were you able to understand and sort of comment on whether or not once the bubble is in place for one door, whether it would effectively prohibit protest at all doors that are within that bubble zone? I think that's sort of what was being implied.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Chair, the bylaw would apply at all points of access on the site. So it would be where a walkway or a driveway, for example, meet the public right of way. And the idea for that is, again, we're facilitating access to the facility. So it would be for all points of access to the facility.
Yes, no, I understand that. But I think from what I was understanding, it's like, let's say, you know, that a church, you know, applies for this protection, and then, I don't know, anti-trans group decides to do the, you know, buy the storefront right across from them. They're ostensibly within the 50 meters, but they don't have coverage for protest against their storefront, do they? And how would you end up assessing that?
Mr. Chair, it's hard to function in hypotheticals, but I think if I understand the question, the safe access would apply for protests of the church. If there was a storefront across the street, they would not have a safe access zone, but demonstrations would potentially be pushed down 50 meters away.
Okay, thank you. And so just with a couple comments talking about the citation within the document that was from the New York journals that doesn't seem to have a clear link. Is that you know, a certified sort of APA reference, or how did that reference get in the document, and whether we have a standard of citations within our reports here at the City of Ottawa?
I'll take that away to check the reference. It's possible that the link has just expired, but I believe it was just a media report from the events from the JCC, so it was just from a media outlet. We have other sources in the report as well. So if there was one link there, we'll see if we can get that corrected.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubley, and then Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions, but they're going to go to different staff, I believe. I want to first get some clarification on the earlier comment. I think it was Councillor Trottier asked the question about if you're on the side of the building, that there's no bubble zone to the side. So are you saying that if there's windows but no doors on the side of the building, you can go up to those windows with a bullhorn and you wouldn't be in any violation?
The safe access zones extend for 50 meters in every direction from the access points, but in terms of noise, the noise provision in the bylaw is separate from those safe access zones. So that source of noise could be from anywhere. If it's causing disruption inside the facility, that would still be an offense.
Okay, thank you. I like that answer. For our representatives from Ottawa Police and Bylaw, both can answer, or either one, whatever. I'd like to get a sense from your shops on, do you think this is going to be easily enforced, or is it going to, you know, would you want to have more clarification as what we're talking about? Because like with bylaw, for example, I've always supported that your officers have discretion to figure these things out. So, for example, the T-shirts. Like if someone showed up in here with a Leafs jersey, we'd all find that quite offensive. But if, Councillor Devine wanted to wear a picture of the President of the United States looking like Jesus, is that offensive to us here? No, right? Am I getting the gist of this? And sorry, Councillor Devine, I'm just, you were asking questions about the shirt, so I thought I'd put you in this scenario. But something like that would not be offensive, correct?
Mr. Chair.
Bad taste, but not offensive.
Mr. Chair, Councillor, thank you for the question. Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple things on the T-shirt. It's unfortunate we go down the road of wearing a T-shirt and what it says, and whether that would be constitute a protest or not. I think as you said, the officer always has discretion on the enforcement. I think it's more about what is the person doing? Are they blocking access to a building? Are they on public or private property? Those are the things that the officer would investigate when they're called to a situation like this. But I really do think it's less about what's on somebody's T-shirt. I mean, people walk around with offensive things on T-shirts all the time. That's not necessarily a protest.
Okay. And I appreciate that clarification to it. So the whole question of T-shirts, I think, is like a rabbit hole here, because I don't really see people calling you out to judge T-shirts. We don't even do wet T-shirt contests anymore, so I can't see that happening. Okay, and Ottawa Police, did you have anything to add? Because there will be situations here that I could see you being called on to do enforcement as well, right?
Thank you for the question. Much like most bylaw, it is complaint driven. And our officers would continue to sort of prioritize, educate, de-escalate, and hopefully self-compliance, right? Those are sort of the steps that we would take and hopefully be able to resolve the issues that are happening. But in terms of your question, we are at a lot of these demonstrations to begin with. We would need to educate our folks around the new bylaw, and I think we would apply it as it's intended to do.
So it may very likely be helpful for your officers, because it's going to provide some further clarity as to what you're working with now, right? And it's going to provide the intent, I think, that all of us wanted to do here was to try to provide some protection for vulnerable people. And so churches, religious institutions, that's why we've listed that. Staff have done a good job on where they've landed with this. So I'm hoping you will see this as something that could help your teams when they're at these protests. And, I don't see, and I was hoping to get this clear, and I think Sam has done a pretty good job of this, that you're not going to be out there evaluating whether a protest is good or bad, or the focus is going to be on the vulnerable people and what's the impact on them. What's the protesters doing that would impact the vulnerable? So we getting that right for both of you?
To the bylaw as it's written, it's a safe access. And so that would be how we would do that enforcement piece. If they're not complying to that 50-meter rule, that would give us the opportunity to interact with that group and educate, ask for compliance, and if needed, as a last resort, certainly do some enforcement.
This question, I think, probably goes to bylaw. If we're building flexibility into this, and the scenario I had in my head was, we're saying 50 meters, but if 50 meters puts you inside a building across the street, there's going to be some reasonableness here that, if they're at 46 meters because that's where the building wall is, they're going to be okay. Correct?
So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. If I understand correctly, you're asking whether the 50-meter bubble would apply if a protest is happening across
Across the street,
Across the street.
I'll finish. And I know you don't like hypotheticals, and I don't either. But I just want to get some clarification on this. Where I'm going with this is I want to make sure that we've got some flexibility in here. Like Bylaw and OPS has said they will use their discretion here. But let's take the one scenario that the protest is across the street from a senior's residence, but there's a wall for another building that's across that street. So you can't, I'm assuming you'll probably use a measuring tape or something to figure out if you're 50 meters. If that sidewalk is 46 meters away, we're not going to demand that they go to the other side of the building, correct? Because there's a hard wall there. Well, I want to hear your answer. I don't want to.
Sorry. So perhaps just to clarify, the safe access zone applies in the public right of way.
Right.
So if the protest is occurring within the 50 meters within the public right of way, that would not be permitted under the bylaw. They would have to move further down the street to allow that to happen.
Okay, so move another. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not going down that rabbit hole any further. It gives me enough to. That's what I was going for, is to make sure that you had that ability to use. I call it common sense. You call it discretion. So, okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradley, and then Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to staff and to all the members of the public for coming out today. I know this has been a lot of work. I really appreciated a lot of my colleagues' questions that have been asked today, particularly the line of questioning from Councillor Dudas, because I do think we're walking a very fine line here when it comes to constitutional law. My colleague, Councillor Johnson, talked about potential of businesses using vulnerable infrastructure as a shield, and I wanted to dig a little bit more into that because I think many delegates did raise it. In fact, I think it was said that how are we going to apply this bylaw if these facilities are being used for events or activities that are not core to the purpose of the vulnerable facilities? So if you had a church or a school, for example, they often have spaces that any group can rent at any given time. So I'm just trying to understand how the bylaw would be applied in that instance. So if you have a church hosting an anti-trans, not the church themselves not hosting the anti-trans event, but if a member of the public rents a room in a church and they host an anti-trans event, it's outside of the core purpose, they're not practicing faith, would that activity be shielded under the safe access bylaw? So there will be no peaceful protest allowed outside of that facility during that event.
Thank you, Chair. The protest would have to move 50 meters down the street. I would be concerned about trying to parse what activities constitute the ministry of a congregation and what is their normal activities. We've heard from groups that host these meetings all the time, and they view it to be part of their ministry to do that. I think the city could get into trouble with Section 2A of the Charter if we're determining what constitutes faith and not. As another example of that, I recently attended a concert that was at a church, and the funding from that concert goes to fund the church's programs and services. So if a church is renting its facilities, then that is part of their normal operations. And it's important with the content neutrality of this bylaw that it applies equally to everybody, not just the speech that you agree with or don't agree with. So yes, in those situations, the facility would be protected.
Yeah, and so that's where I think we get into this gray water of that these facilities could be used for a shield for potential controversial activities where people would feel compelled to come out and to protest. And it's less about then those who want to access their facility for practicing their faith or for educating children. Any activities that occur inside that building would then be protected. So a school board meeting, for example, if someone wanted to come out and protest a potential controversial decision that a school council may be making, they would be prohibited from doing so within 50 meters. Like I think it is a really, really fine line that we're walking here in order for it to be upheld. I was hearkening back to the feasibility memo that staff had presented to committee and council at the outset of this process, and there was a header under the Oakes test, which I feel like has been referenced several times today. And so I'm just going to read, it was the last paragraph that was in that feasibility study where it said, it may be possible to develop a municipal bylaw to create safe access zones in particular circumstances. For example, restrictions may be justified on protest adjacent to schools or where students are present at the facility and it's in use for normal school activities to protect students' ability to learn. However, the same restrictions may not apply if the school is hosting a school board meeting or community event. So when I read that, it seems like staff at the very outset of this process had hesitations for what I just mentioned, that these facilities could be used as a shield, and that it was something that we would have to be cautious about. So I'm just wondering if staff received a specific legal opinion from a constitutional lawyer that looked at just this. When these facilities are not being used for their core purpose, are we at risk then if we prohibit peaceful protests when those activities are taking place?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I can't, I don't want to publicly comment on legal advice that the city has received, because that's potentially, I could potentially be waiving legal or waiving privilege over it. So I don't want to go into detail about what was in the opinion. What I will say is that our team has worked very closely with our internal legal counsel and with external legal counsel and taken the charter into consideration. And that's ultimately what led us to take this approach of content neutrality. It's our understanding that may ultimately provide better protection under the charter.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess without giving the legal advice or sharing the legal advice that you received, can you confirm whether or not that very specific question was reviewed?
Mr. Chair, I can perhaps expand upon that. And again, further to the previous answers, the recommendation from a legal perspective is to be as content neutral as possible. So content neutral outside the building and content neutral of what's going on inside the building. The bylaw proposes a certain number of social infrastructure that have definitions in the bylaw. It doesn't get into what types of activities or what content may be occurring inside those buildings. And so that's consistent with the legal advice that's been given, is to be as content neutral as possible on both sides of the social infrastructure building itself, as well as what the activities may be within the 50 meters of that access point.
And see, this is where I would think that we have some exposure here when it comes to potential litigation, is that other municipalities chose specifically not to restrict peaceful protests in these areas. And I think a big part of that is because these facilities have public spaces that can be rented. And so they can be used as shields for groups that want to host meetings, and everyone's free to host the meetings that they'd like to have. But I don't think that they should be shielded from potential protest just because they're located within what we've determined to be a vulnerable piece of social infrastructure. I'll leave that there, but I do have some other comments that I'd like to make. Last year, council had passed a direction that I had put forward with respect to meeting with the consultative circle to ensure that our host nation leaders were consulted on this potential bylaw. For those who don't know, the Algonquin-Anishinaabe Consultative Circle is made up of elders, knowledge keepers, and cultural representatives from each of the 11 federally recognized Algonquin First Nations. I mentioned to a delegate earlier that we didn't have that take place because the consultative circle didn't meet. But I just wanted to ask, I see I'm running out of time, to the general manager. The consultative circle is meeting next week. Is it possible to have you or a member of your team attend to answer any questions that they may have about the recommendations?
Chair, thank you for the question. Absolutely, we would be happy to attend that meeting, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Really quickly, I don't have time to do full closing here, but I just wanted to say that I'm in full support of Councillor Devine's motion. I think that puts us in a better position in terms of being able to defend this bylaw when it does get challenged. So I encourage colleagues to support that. Without that amendment, I simply can't support this. So thanks for all the work everyone's done.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley, for your comments. Vice Chair Kitts, you're next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank all the delegates who came out. I appreciate hearing from a diversity of perspectives, and want to recognize the work of staff. I do find what's in front of us, there's a lot of intentionality there. I find it thoughtful. I appreciate its objectivity and neutrality, and I do think it takes into account the voices that we've heard on this issue. And I'll repeat what many of my colleagues have said. We have to take seriously the need for safe access to the kinds of social infrastructure we're discussing, and at the same time balance the right of freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. So I do feel like we're striking a balance there. Initially, I wasn't sure I was comfortable with the application process, only because I want to remove as much gray as possible, but I've been satisfied with the explanation for why that was the choice that was made. My question is just around how quickly an application can be turned around. And, I can envision a scenario where perhaps a facility has not applied, and then perhaps there's some organizing happening on social media indicating, a demonstration is in the works, and there could be some discomfort around that. And at which point the organization may then apply, but, potentially in the 11th hour, and I know I'm using a lot of hypotheticals, but this is something that I could see happening. So I just wanted to know sort of what the turnaround time is like for this.
Sorry, I had to kind of think over this one with Heidi. So once people basically apply, and the zone is basically recognized at that point, it's in place. So there's not really a delay once they've submitted their application. I don't know if that answers your specific question, but
yeah, no, that's helpful. And then in terms of the signage, like the visible indicators, is that something we can turn around very quickly? Again, I know that this is a hypothetical situation, but I can really envision that happening, right? Perhaps this is not on the radar of a facility, but all of a sudden it becomes on the radar very quickly.
So once the application is approved, the signs themselves are standard signs, so it's going to be the same sign everywhere. The responsibility to install the sign is actually with the applicant.
Okay.
So it all depends as to how quickly they're able to get the signs installed.
Okay. Well, I would encourage, I guess, on our end to make it as seamless of a process as possible, and ensure that we have availability of the signs. Because again, I could see that happening. But anyways, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any colleagues who have not yet spoken to this item that would like to speak now? Okay, second round now, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to the concept of content neutrality, because it's been mentioned many times. Is it fair to say that content neutrality requires that the applicability of the bylaw is not dependent on the content or the subject matter or the purpose of a demonstration or protest?
Mr. Chair, that's been our goal, our policy objective.
Thank you. Section 3 of the bylaw stipulates that the bylaw does not apply to labor union strikes or other activities related to labor disputes. Wouldn't determining whether an activity falls within that exemption require the general manager or the enforcement officer to assess the content or purpose of the demonstration rather than merely its location or content or conduct?
Mr. Chair, potentially, we've included that exemption on the basis of the explicit direction from council.
So you're saying that it would potentially require some interpretation about content, purpose, if applicability or enforcement of the bylaw requires a determination of whether a protest is labor related or not. Would legal services consider that the bylaw is perhaps not as entirely content neutral as I've been hearing? Because wouldn't we effectively be saying that some opinions may be expressed here at this location, but some opinions may not? Are we venturing further away from content neutrality?
Mr. Chair, as per council's direction, the labor disputes, et cetera, were to be exempted, and so staff have taken that into consideration. The legal advice that has been given and the legal advice that has been relayed indicates that that is, to my friend's answer, that is a form of content. So that aspect is content related, but the overall positioning of this bylaw or proposed bylaw is a content neutral bylaw. Unlike, for example, the Calgary bylaw or other municipal bylaws, which do speak to the certain content that would be prohibited within the 100 meters of a recreational center in Calgary, for example. That is content related, and I think has been relayed earlier. The Alberta courts have upheld that type of bylaw. From a legal perspective, we feel that it's buttresses a bylaw, but that is more content neutral than one that does regulate content.
So more content neutral, but not 100% content neutral is what I'm getting.
I think that's
Thank you.
fair, sir.
In the legal implication section of the staff report, you have written, applicants must demonstrate that a safe access concern exists. That's the quote. And this, to me, speaks, I suppose, about evidentiary need. By my interpretation of that, this means that an applicant must prove or provide evidence that a safe access concern exists. But according to the language of the bylaw itself, all that an applicant needs to do is to, quote, attest that they have a reasonable apprehension that prohibited contact may interfere with safe access. To me, it seems like the report is telling us that applicants need to demonstrate that a safety concern exists, but the bylaw, the actual law, clearly does not require that kind of tacit demonstration. Is there a contradiction between the legal implications advice and the bylaw itself?
Mr. Chair, I don't think there is. I submit that the attestation that staff have developed and is explained here today is an evidentiary basis to explain or to a threshold for such an application. Unlike any other application, for example, that staff may receive in other areas, this is an attestation which is not normally sought out and required in other bylaws.
Thank you. I know that several of my colleagues have asked about charter survivability. And I know that staff have spoken to that, the question about whether or not this would survive a charter test. So I did read the external legal opinion. I encourage my colleagues, if they have not, to read so. I also did consult a constitutional expert. I spoke to Professor Jamie Cameron, one of Canada's leading constitutional law scholars and a longtime expert on freedom of expression and protest regulation. Her comment, having read the bylaw, is, quote, "It is beyond the pale of constitutionality. I can't see how any court could uphold a one-year indiscriminate ban on all expressive activities and gatherings in a safe access zone without evidence or proof of harm." So that is just one person's opinion, but someone who knows her stuff. Colleagues, I'm just going to leave you with a story. Last year, several colleagues, two of my colleagues and I, we were at a demonstration about the removal of automated speed enforcement cameras. We were across the street from Woodruff Avenue Public School. We were standing on a sidewalk. We were there with a couple parents, a couple kids. We were waving signs, trying to get cars to beat their horns. My goal in that protest was to demonstrate my displeasure to the provincial government in front of a school where people dropping off their kids. If we pass this bylaw as written, Ottawa's version of a bubble bylaw, which has fundamentally different prohibitions than any other safe access bylaw passed in Ontario, at any school that is designated as a safe access zone, that peaceful demonstration that I and two of my council colleagues participated at, that peaceful demonstration would be in contravention of this bylaw. That would essentially be an illegal act. I would be breaking the law if I did that again. Why? Simply because of section 17(2)(a), which I promise you puts our city further into restricting expression than any other city. In Toronto, Oakville, Brampton, Vaughan, that demonstration or any peaceful demonstration would be permitted. In Ottawa, in the nation's capital, that would not. Colleagues, that is a real world example of peaceful expression that would be prohibited simply because of how broadly this bylaw is drafted. The motion I have passed will still achieve the benefits and the desires of safe access. It will not put us before a battle. Thank you very much, colleagues. I urge you to support my motion.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Troster and then Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you. These are just some comments to close. So you all know I struggled very much with this bylaw, and I was initially opposed even to the idea of it. But the committee hearing that we had a year ago really moved me, and I really would like to think that I was able to listen deeply and to dig deep and to work with this committee to develop parameters that I feel protect the balance of rights in this particular situation. And there's some things I want to mention here. The safe zone is 50 meters, but only from access points. Bylaw does not have the power to determine whether a protest is a quote unquote nuisance or not. There is a warning step. The fine is much lower than any other jurisdiction being considered. It is application based. It doesn't automatically apply. It also doesn't apply if you march by an institution. Like if you're in a demonstration on the street, and certainly in Centertown, you probably pass 10 different churches. That it doesn't apply in that scenario. And with the additional motion that I put forward, there's a very clear labor carve out. And I speak with my feet in many different camps. I was on the front lines at Broadview Public School, physically protecting that school in a situation that got incredibly dangerous without a safe access zone there. And I lived through the convoy, and my daughter's school was in the red zone, where children at that school had such a significant trauma response to their proximity to the convoy that some of them had to be pulled out of school. And it had a dramatic impact on their sense of safety for months after, if not forever, in their neighborhood. And I think we need to recognize that when vulnerable people, whether it's young children or somebody who's accessing a hospital or a retirement facility, they have a right to access their healthcare providers or their educational institutions. During the convoy, we heard terrible stories of people with disabilities whose PSWs couldn't reach them, and therefore they couldn't get out of bed or use the toilet. So like this safe access stuff is really important. And what we did in the last round of committee is we removed the nuisance demonstration piece. And yes, this bylaw is different from other jurisdictions, but I think it's different in a good way. It's simply creating an access zone. I don't believe fundamentally that it's impeding the right to protest. And I'm also really glad that Councillor Johnson put a motion forward for us to have a 2-year check-in to see how it's going. But, you know, at the end of the day, laws and bylaws, they get challenged in court all the time. That's how our judicial and our legal and our government systems work. That is the balance of human rights. Sometimes the courts have to figure it out. I don't profess to know everything. I don't think we know all the full implications of any piece of legislation that we pass. But I hope that people who came here and had a different opinion will consider that there are many of us who believe very strongly in protest, who have to protest for our own rights and have put our own bodies on the line. And we still think that this bylaw, the way it's written, is reasonable and is fair. So that's why I'm comfortable voting for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor, for those comments. So at this time, I just want to look to our General Manager for some comments on the 2 directions and the 2 motions before us. So on the plant direction, that is safe, sorry, I'm just looking here. Monitor the legal environment pending Bill C9. So on that direction, Mr. GM, any concerns or comments?
Mr. Chair, no concerns with this direction. We're happy to take it.
Okay. And the other direction from Councillor Johnson with respect to the 2-year checkup?
Mr. Chair, no concerns with doing a 2-year checkup either. It's very consistent with other new bylaws that we've passed and that have been approved in the past. I think about our Airbnb bylaw where we had to report back 2 years later, vehicle for hire. So very similar to the approach that we've taken with previous bylaws.
Okay, thank you. The 2 motions. So Councillor Devine's motion requests we delete section 17(2)(a). Staff comment, please.
So, Mr. Chair, with respect to that motion, staff are of the view that this motion would not achieve the policy objectives that we've described here today with respect to content neutrality. And further, allowing protests within a safe access zone risks confusion and inconsistency and places additional pressures on our frontline officers who would be responsible for enforcement. So for those reasons, we don't support that motion.
Okay, thank you. And the final motion, Councillor Trosters, hers is replacing wording. Comment, please.
Mr. Chair, no concerns with that motion and that further clarification with that wording.
Okay, fair enough. So on the plant direction with respect to reviewing the lay of the land with respect to Bill C9, colleagues, is that carried or is that accepted? Okay. And on the direction from Councillor Johnson, the 2-year checkup? Carrie, that's accepted. Thank you. And Councillor, I think we'll do Councillor Troster's motion next. That's the replacement wording. Applicability 3, for clarity, this bylaw does not apply to labor union strikes, information pickets, or activities related to labor dispute. Is that accepted? Yeah. Thank you. And then on the Councillor Devine motion, yeas and nays have been called. And I'll turn to the committee coordinator to conduct yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante. Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
No.
Conseiller Desroches.
No.
Councillor Hughley.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Vice Chair Hill.
No.
Vice Chair Kitts.
No.
Chair Tierney.
No.
Chair Brockington.
No.
I'm here. Sorry, can I record my vote? I had an issue with my audio. Sorry about that.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Mr. Chair, 3 yeas, 14 nays. The nays have it.
Thank you. And then on the main motion before us, yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
Oui.
Councillor Hughley.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hill.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Yes.
Chair Tierney.
Yes.
Chair Brockington.
Yes.
Okay. 15 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you for that. There are no in-camera items that I'm aware of. Any notice of motion? Seeing none, the business of this joint committee is now completed. We stand adjourned. Thank you.